Chapter 2403. It wasn't like Xueqi didn't try to resist. He retreated with his fastest speed, utilizing several dozens of different movement techniques. One must admit that the youth was an erudite scholar, performing these famous techniques from different systems in succession within the blink of an eye. Alas, his amazing speeds and these prominent movements were useless. The power disparity was too great. There was nothing he could do if Li Qie truly wanted his life. The spark still fell on him. After making contact, he didn't combust right away. The fire looked small enough to be patted away, but in reality, this was akin to lighting up a piece of paper, not very flashy at the start. There was no smoke just yet, but the burning process was indeed there. The paper would start to become ashes while still maintaining its overall shape. A lack of visual indicators aside, Xueqi was indeed burning up with his skin gradually turning gray. More importantly, his flesh, muscles, and vitality were burning away with the skin. It meant that everything touched by this gray shade was being destroyed by the fire, including true energy. Ah! The youth in pain couldn't help but pat the area touched by the fire. Alas, the area turned to ashes and scattered, just like a piece of burnt paper would. The pain was too much to take, but the youth didn't dare to pat the fire again. This was different from a body being destroyed. If it was shattered via conventional and physical means, it could always be reconstructed with his power and his clan resources. This wouldn't do for Li Qie's method. This flame would truly destroy something. There was no way to recover the burnt areas. Ah! His miserable screams echoed and made others shudder and gasp. They thought about how imperious and arrogant he used to be until now. No way of escaping death. No, at this moment, his entire lower body has turned to ashes, so the fire was now heading for his forehead where his true fate resided, fully aware of the serious implications. Ah! The shrill scream turned worse, sad enough to tug at heartstrings. Buzz! As it was being burned, his true fate suddenly released a brilliant light pinning across the sky. The light created a door made of thick and flowing runes. It creaked and began to open just like an extremely heavy gate. Everyone saw a magnificent scene with rolling mountains and beautiful rivers. It was filled with massive power, just like a land of the immortals. The Mu clan. Most realized the place instantly. What is that? The weaker cultivators remained confused. That clan has prepared something for Mu Xueqi when he's near death. It'll bring him back to the clan. An ancestor explained. Bringing something from Myriad back to Imperial was costly even for this clan, so it had to be a fatal moment for them to bring Xueqi back. Buzz! The door shot down a pulsing ray as illuminating as the sun straight for Mu Xueqi. These rays came together and pulled him inside the portal. Next, with a pop, it disappeared from sight as if nothing had happened. Did he die? Everyone didn't know whether Xueqi was still alive or not, and if the Mu could save him. Ah! His scream echoed across the clan back in Imperial. Chenner! A sorrowful voice answered him. No! Xueqi continued to scream since his true fate was about to be done for. It was too late for the ancestors to help. In fact, even if they had ample time, they couldn't come up with a way to stop Li Qie's method. This is not good. These ancestors were shocked because Xueqi's remnant soul hidden in the clan was being infected with this fire as well. Remember, the clan was afraid of the youth being killed outside for causing trouble, so they used their art of immortality to take out one soul of his and stored it in the clan. With this, even if someone else were to destroy his true eight outside, he would have a chance to live again with this last soul. Unfortunately, this final strand of soul hidden in the safest area of the clan was being burned as well. No! Xueqi realized that death was coming. He's coming to destroy our clan. He didn't forget to state this final line. It wasn't for retribution, only to warn his clan. Who? One ancestor yellowed. Fiercely. Xueqi let out his last word before his last soul turned into a crisp. He himself became a pile of ashes. The entire clan became silent. Both the upper and lower echelons had no idea what was going on, only that it was something bad judging by Xueqi's warning. They let him down to Myriad in the past to take refuge, but also to sharpen him as well. Though it was training, they still sent Heavenrend Viper, an Eternal, to protect him. The Viper was still a big shot in Imperial, let alone Myriad. Plus, given the reputation of their clan, no one in Myriad should dare to provoke Mu Xueqi. But now, the Viper has yet to return. Everyone could put two and two together. More importantly, this enemy could use such a heaven-defying method to defeat their art of immortality. They initially believed that as long as Xiaochen's final sliver of soul was in their clan, he would never die. Who in this world could defeat this art so easily? They couldn't come up with an answer. These ancestors naturally realized that a powerful foe was coming for them. Go send a message to our true emperor. Let him down that an enemy wishes to harm our clan. One ancestor regained his wits and sent a messenger for their eldest young noble. He was Xiaochen's oldest brother, currently a famous true emperor. Xiaochen Sr. gritted his teeth while holding the youth's ashes. I will avenge you. I will rip the flesh out of whoever did this to you. The Mu will not rest until this is done. Though they didn't know who Fiercest was, they would never let his death go unpunished. If this person dared to come to attack their clan, they would not let him leave alive. It was also a matter of defending their clan's prestige as one of the 3 behemoths in Imperial. They have swept through the world before. Everyone was afraid of them. Their enemies never had a good outcome. I don't care who this fiercest person is, but if he dares to kill a member of the Mu, show him no mercy. Another ancestor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 2404. The end of the battle settled the overall outcome. Dracoform Martial God's sacrifice saved Vermilion while Heavenrend Viper lost his life. The haughty Mu Xiaochen also disappeared from the eyes of Myriad's members henceforth. Everyone remained fixated on Li Qie with their mouth shut tightly, speechless. The title of number 1 expert belongs to someone else now. One ancestor murmured. It became apparent that after the death of Dracoform, Li Qie was the only one qualified to hold this title. However, for some strange reasons, everyone felt that Fiercest rolls off the tongue much better when describing Li Qie. Number 1 expert was awkward in comparison. The title Fiercest sounded more domineering, so a title change didn't matter as much. Gentlemen, unfortunately, today is not a joyous occasion. No joyous news either. Everyone has come for nothing. Li Qie clapped and interrupted the frozen atmosphere, still a smile on his face. After regaining their wits, most either shook their head or quietly sighed. They didn't come to Vermilion to participate in this advertised wedding, only to see the fight between Fiercest and number 1. So, their wish was satisfied in this manner. Alas, Dracoform's sacrifice was regrettable. Only his legends would remain in Myriad from now on. The result of this did make people breathe easier. Only a bit more, and not just Vermilion but all of Myriad would have gone up in flames. No wedding ceremony and party, but the majority of people still happily left. Vermilion Martial Court nearly became ashes, but it rose again once more, a reason for celebration. Wu Bingning gazed dejectedly at the land and sighed. One single mistake could have ruined everything. She grieved for Dracoform. The ancestor was just mistaken once. She lamented. Though Dracoform almost forced her to marry Xiaochen, she didn't hate him at all. She considered him a brilliant ancestor among the many generations of Vermilion. Gain something, lose something. Li Qie chuckled. His wish is fulfilled. The 12 variations shall return to your court. Li Qie handed the truncheon to Wu Bingning, completely untempted by this incredible weapon. She sighed again and accepted the truncheon before respectfully bowing towards him. Without his help, their court would have fallen into damnation. He could have just watched the whole thing instead of helping. Thus, this was a great act of kindness and benevolence in her eyes. News spread not long afterward. Wu Bingning had taken over Vermilion Court. The sects and clans in the system unanimously supported her. This came to no one's surprise. The court needed a powerful and capable leadership after this disaster and the death of Dracoform. She was definitely the best choice. In the past, she was already coined as the successor and groomed as a future leader. Furthermore, the current leadership suffered a great setback, their authority questioned. Dracoform and the other higher-ups in the martial court caused a terrible disaster. The thousands of clans and sects stopped trusting and supporting them. In fact, it was up for debate whether the martial court would retain control of Vermilion system or not. This was quickly dispelled the moment Wu Bingning became the court's new sect master. No one else disagreed with this choice. She had a good reputation and was a vocal dissenter of this marriage alliance. Most importantly, she was on Li Qie's side, having him as a backer. Since he was their savior, his influence here was undoubtedly great. The other powers in the system unanimously agreed with Bingning, so the martial court kept their position as the leader of the system. The news of her ascension would herald a new era for the martial court. However, Li Qie didn't linger around, wanting to leave Vermilion. Young noble, Will I be able to see you again? Bingning felt quite sad. Her eyes reddened despite her tough and unyielding personality. She knew that he was too unreachable. One day, he would leave Vermilion and Myriad for Imperial and somewhere even further. She wouldn't be able to keep up with her best effort. The difference between them was too great. He gently fixed her hair and smiled. We'll meet again if fate permits. No one can predict the future. Perhaps in Myriad, or in Immortal, or someplace else. She answered instead by jumping straight into his chest and gave him a tight embrace. He hugged her back and kissed her on the forehead. Goodbye, little girl. I'm sure you will soar above the 9 firmaments one day. With that, he turned and left as she continued to watch his departing figure on the horizon for a long while. Xueqi didn't leave for Imperial right away. His destination was Longevity Valley. It was still as beautiful as ever. Fragrant flowers and singing birds. Spring lasted 4 seasons here, pleasing all of the inhabitants. People found peace and serenity as they walked through the valley, so a smile appeared on Xueqi's face. Regardless of the time, Longevity Valley always maintained this reclusiveness away from the rowdy world. That's why others tended to forget about its existence. First brother. An excited greeting came with 3 beautiful figures coming over. Fan Miaozhen, Mu Yalan, and Qin Xiaoyao. A touch of red was found on their cheeks. First brother. The distant and quiet Mu Yalan was actually the first to give him a hug. He smiled and gave her an enthusiastic hug back. Wow, our second sister moves so fast, stealing first brother from us. Miaozhen acted as always with a charming smile. Yalan's thin skin blushed with heat and immediately let go of Xueqi. She lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. She resembled a bashful young lady right now, a striking contrast from her usual demeanors. You can keep going, we won't watch. Miaozhen continued. Sister. Yalan angrily glared. Miaozhen didn't relent and told Xueqi. First brother, I'll have you know that ever since you left, our second sister couldn't eat and sleep. Look at how thin she is now. You're making this up. Yalan wished for a pit so she could jump in to hide her embarrassment. Chapter 2405. The gorgeous scene was beyond words, thanks to the 3 ladies. Venerable first brother, looks like you're not only good at alchemy, medicine, and pill-making. Miaozhen blinked and smiled. Your cultivation is also number 1, the strongest in history. My admiration for you is endless like the surging current of a great river. She spewed a barrage of praises at him. He playfully patted her head in response. Venerable this, venerable that. I'm at my prime, don't treat me like I'm old. Yes, of course. She flared her nose and continued. First brother is still so young, so handsome and gallant, the number 1 bachelor under heaven. How are you not nauseous? Yalan was speechless. Miaozhen ignored this and blinked cutely with a mischievous smirk. Why should I? We're family, just playing around. As long as first brother teaches me 1 or 2 invincible arts, I'll say even more nauseating stuff. So that's her goal. The obedient Xiaoyao smiled. Xueqi pinched Miaozhen's nose and shook his head. There are no invincible arts, only invincible people. Once you reach that level, all of your techniques will be invincible. Even simple ones like Black Tiger Strike can destroy the gods. Wow, you are so cool, first brother. Everyone look, he can say such domineering comments so effortlessly. Miaozhen smiled cutely. Are you itchy for a beating? Think I won't teach you a lesson? Xueqi slapped her butts and scolded. She looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on and instantly jumped back, completely blushed while glaring at him. First brother, you're teasing me on top of not teaching us the ultimate arts. You deserve it. Yalan chuckled in a kingdom-toppling manner. Only first brother can deal with a demoness like you. Miaozhen glared at Yalan in response. Siding with your man against your family already? At least wait until after marriage. Yalan lost in this verbal contest and became embarrassed again. Looks like I'm missing out on the fun. A leisure voice came from the sky. Longevity Sage was floating over. The 3 sisters immediately corrected their manners after seeing their master. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained festive. The sage wasn't old-fashioned, so she waved her whisker, gesturing for them carry on. I heard you all talking about marriage? Which one is marrying first brother? Or all 3? That would be best since we shouldn't let our fertile water flow into others' field. I don't want to marry my 3 cute disciples to outsiders. Master, you're teasing us too. The three sisters coquettishly pouted and ran away like the wind. This left only Xueqi and Longevity Sage. She stared at them leaving and smiled. Who do you pick, or all three of my disciples? Xueqi stretched and casually placed his hand around her shoulder. How about packing up all four? I'll take everything. She gave him the side eye in response. Only in your dream. Never mind then. He smiled and shrugged. She gently shook her head. Of course, she was kidding too. All right, let's go in. We have prepared everything, but it is up to you whether you can take it or not. There's nothing else we can do. Her expression became serious. Don't worry, I always get everything I want. Plus, I'm perfectly confident in this endeavor. He remained carefree. She smiled back and flicked her whisker, leading the way for Xueqi. The two of them walked side by side deeper into the valley. As they infiltrated farther, the place became more desolate with no one else in sight. This was a forbidden ground. Not to mention outsiders, even the important members of the valley might not have entry permission. You want to go up to Imperial? She eventually asked. Want me to hang around? He chuckled. Our little ladies don't want you to. They'll miss you, and our valley welcomes you here. The sage answered with a smile. And you? He teased. This again? It's not like you're actually staying. She glared back. Freedom with being single. The world is large. No need to shackle yourself. When you have too many things you care about, you will lose the courage to move forward, the guts to abandon everything else. Emotionlessness is an answer to having too many emotions. The best choice. She sighed, aware that a dragon like Xueqi wouldn't hang around. He would definitely soar above the 9 firmaments with his name going down in history. How could someone like him be willing to stay at one sect? He would cease to be Xueqi at that point, no longer possessing the same charisma and charm. Right. She smiled wryly. But this is my limit. I don't have the same insight and vision as you. You have done an amazing job. Isn't Longevity Valley flourishing and passing on? He said. Only okay at best. Completely insignificant compared to the work of the progenitor. I've simply contributed a little bit despite trying the hardest. She gently shook his head. Progenitors have their own sky, and you have your own world. He said, no need to envy or think about it. Just continue on the path of self-improvement. For many people, progenitors are unreachable, but to them, this is only a beginning. They have a long way to go, far from reaching the desired level of perfection. That's the future of progenitors. She murmured. Xueqi fixed her fluttering beautiful hair. It's better not to envy others. Doing so will make you happier, and also, ignorance is bliss. Pursuing a few things might take you to a higher level, but at that point, you might find that it's not the place you want to be. Only darkness and death await. She stared at him seriously and asked, then what is your pursuit? Simply becoming a progenitor? Don't say yes because I don't buy it. Then what do you think I'm pursuing? He couldn't help but smile. It took a while before she answered. I don't know, but at least it's not becoming a progenitor. In my mind, you're already at that level. Your pursuit must be unimaginable. So far, Myriad is only a place you're passing by. You weren't born here and didn't grow up here. So no one, no system, is worthy of remembrance. She knew that he was only a visitor to this world, a matter unbeknown to others. He didn't care about this world, so he could destroy any lineage and system. Intelligent women are so attractive and likable. You're a rare breed. Xueqi stroked her hair. It's not enough to seduce you. No one in this world can place a shackle on you beside yourself. She smiled beautifully. You make it sound like I'm an insane egomaniac. Xueqi was amused. Isn't that the case? She revealed a slightly flirty smile. Keep in mind that she had a transcending aura, so this addition was truly captivating, enough to make people drunk and bewildered with infatuation. Only Xueqi could enjoy this beautiful scene. I'll take that as a compliment, he said. She smiled and extended her delicate hand. The two then walked deeper into the valley with their hands clasped. 1. Using venerable as a noun for an old, respected person in this case. Chapter 2406. The far location in the valley was shrouded in fog all year long, thick enough to never dissipate. In fact, upon closer inspection, one would find that this so-called fog was actually worldly energy. This contained the purest energy in the entire system. Just one inhale could make someone comfortable, feeling as if they were floating, on the verge of ascending. Most importantly, it also carried a hint of medicine. This fragrance seemed to be omnipresent, a part of this energy. Because of this, breathing this air also served as a physical purification, an opening of all the veins and meridians. They came from the divine trees and vegetation in the valley, as incredible as can be. Each one was precious enough to shock someone to death. Along the crevices were red-root gromwell swaying to the gentle wind and issued pleasant metallic noises. Next to the creek was its friend, a bamboo tree that looked like jade. When the dew dripped down from its leaves to the creek, it would turn into a beautiful jade. These little round pieces were taken away by the current. Beneath a cliff was a rasher mushroom made out of stone with a golden bird as its companion. The mushroom had pulsing Tao runes while the bird exuded its aura. The two supported each other, gradually turning these Tao runes into an immortal diagram. Divine Steel Gromwell, Chill Jade Bamboo, Heaven Tao Phoenix Lingji. These materials were exceedingly rare. Just a random one would fetch an incalculable price in Imperial, let alone Myriad. They were different from those growing outside in Longevity Valley. The latter was cultivated in specific farm mounds and gardens. The majority here was growing out in the wild, outside of a special few. They have lived for several million years. Shockingly enough, some even exceeded 100 million years. Needless to say, this was the valley's greatest resource. They relied on their pill Tao to earn the name of longevity. How would they be able to make imperial and progenitorial longevity pills without the materials found here? That's the only way to replenish the lifespan of these great existences. Moreover, this place couldn't be cultivated in 1 or 2 days. It took generations of accumulation with a long-term plan. Li Qi'er enjoyed treating the place as a garden and leisurely strolled through the place with longevity sage. The atmosphere was serene and beautiful. Only the gurgling creaks could be heard or petals scattering down. He took his time looking at each alchemy material as if they were gorgeous flowers. His nonchalant attitude actually moved the sage. Anyone would be shocked to see this place, true emperors included. This valley here was beyond the grasp of a Tao system. The items here tempted these emperors. This wasn't the case for Li Qi'er. These precious materials and divine plants meant nothing more than pleasant decoration to him. From this, she could imagine his own resources, something far beyond a true emperor's cache. The two finally made it to the most important area of longevity area, also the most heavily guarded. Taking another half step was difficult without permission. The prestigious ancestors weren't allowed entry, let alone outsiders. The members that could go here could be counted with one's fingers. Li Qi'er erred on the line between a member and an outsider, yet he could still come in. The valley indeed had made an exception. The area was formed naturally. The ravines and streams, even the sky and the stars, all natural and pristine from the inception. It is said that our progenitor hasn't touched a single thing here. He only embedded this area to the valley without changing or excavating it. The sage said, "This is an amazing treasure ground. No need to change it." Even in the hands of a progenitor, trying to improve it is akin to drawing legs on a snake. Li Qi'er said flatly. The two stood before an old tree, rather pitiful in size, only 3 inches tall. Its age was too old to be determined. On a second look, the tree looked to be incomplete, as if it had fallen down from a different tree, then started to take root by itself. The few leaves were actually green, not withering from the long period of existence. It was difficult to find clues about its origin since it looked just like a common tree, albeit tiny in size. Of course, if one was meticulous enough or possessed a keen insight, they would find that the tree had a majestic life force. The trunk contained a similar amount to the life force of an entire world, virtually endless. Furthermore, as one kept going, they could see that due to the age of the tree, it had also contained the temporal affinity. "Here is the longevity root that you want," the sage said, "or we can call it the longevity tree. It doesn't really have a name. Perhaps this is our sex foundation, existing since the inception." "I know, it's what I'm searching for." Li Qi'er chuckled. This wasn't the longevity grass, one of the 9 heavenly treasures. It had no relation to the other item. "It is yours if you can take it away." The sage said, "We're not trying to make this difficult, but it is a fact that no one has been able to do it. When our progenitor met it for the first time, it was already growing in this land. He himself couldn't take it away, so he had no choice but to implant the entire valley here. I understand. A progenitor still can't take it away without its permission. The power encompassed within is beyond your imagination, beyond everyone else's imagination. However, it is not impossible if I will it so. Xueqi reached out and touched the tree. A rustle from the swaying leaves was heard the moment contact was made. The tree seemed to be slightly shaking. The sage was shocked with her eyes wide open. No one has ever excited the tree like this. Not true emperors or a progenitor. But she thought about it again. There's no impossible when it comes to this guy. Even miracles seemed common when he was around. Time to fix you up. Xueqi smiled and took out an old tree, one that was far bigger compared to this one. It was the longevity tree found in Insane Court. Once he took it out, the tree started to shine with excitement. Its green leaves rustled as if a breeze had just blown by. He then placed it on the ground. When the two trees touched, they began to fuse together. It was clear that both trees were incomplete. Xueqi's was the main body and the other one had fallen off of it. Chapter 2407, XSH. The two longevity trees fused together. The parts matched perfectly. So it was only an incomplete part. The sage was shocked to see this scene. Back in the olden days, their progenitor also came up with this conjecture. Unfortunately, the progenitor never got the chance to see the main tree, so it ended at the hypothetical stage. Today, the sage realized that their progenitor was right. What a shame that the progenitor couldn't be here to see this. After the complete fusion, a perfect longevity tree finally appeared before them. Buzz! It released both immortal rays and Tao laws. These strands of Tao laws were as thin as a silk string. However, upon closer inspection, there were faint blobs of light everywhere. The laws consisted of unbelievably tiny worlds stringed together in a line. A totem emerged, the opening of a majestic world with countless creatures living in boundless land for eternity. The tree didn't need to try. Just its image alone was enough to shock the heart. No other trees could compare to it. Is this the real longevity tree? The sage eventually asked after calming down. Its name is Three Immortals Tree. Xueqi said with a smile. Xueqi used to call it longevity tree, but after entering the final level of Bewildering Palace, he understood the mysteries of the tree's origin and found out its real name. Three Immortals Tree? She repeated this name before looking at the emerged totems on the tree, seemingly opening a great world. That's Three Immortals' world? She became startled. Correct. Xueqi's eyes became profound. Even a frog under the well can see all of Three Immortals through it. So it is deeply related to our worlds? The sage asked again. Not just related. Xueqi smiled. The tree doesn't only pertain to longevity. In fact, longevity is but one aspect of it. It has the same origin as Three Immortals' world. That's why it is supreme, unique, and eternal. I see. Though this tree has been here in her sect all this time, they, including their progenitor, have never been able to figure out its true mysteries. To a certain extent, the biggest use of this tree was its leaves for pill making. Of course, these few leaves contained a massive amount of power. Xueqi raised his hand and the tree started leaving the ground and floated onto his palm. Even an idiot could tell that this was an incredible tree. Where will you plant it? She asked. It's very hard to find a suitable field for it in all of Three Immortals. Xueqi focused across time and space. His mind seemed to be wandering in the void. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and started leaving. The sage followed right behind him. The two took their time enjoying this rare moment. After a while, she looked at him and said, I know someone who has a method to reach Imperial. Ascension wasn't simple for the inhabitants of Myriad. One needed to be an eternal or a true emperor before thinking about it. Only those strong enough could force their way up. Of course, it was much easier if there were people up in Imperial to help. For example, the Mu clan was ready to accept Mu Xiaochen, so it wasn't especially hard to get him back up there. There was another way. A few powerful systems have methods left behind by their progenitors who have traveled across all three worlds before. Because of these methods, those weaker than Eternals and true Emperors have reached Imperial. Of course, the necessary resources for this task were insane. They wouldn't do so unless there was no other way. Given Xueqi's strength, forcing his way up was no problem. Only a matter of wasted time. If there was an available method, then he could go up there even faster. Let's have a look then. Li Qie smiled and didn't mind too much. Forcefully go up or using the back entrance didn't affect him. I'll go ask then. She hesitated for a moment before grabbing his hand for a long while before slowly letting go. Time went by slowly as if a century had passed. Li Qie was going to leave Longevity Valley. The girls didn't want him to leave at all. Their eyes turned red while saying goodbye to him. Even the wily Miaozhen lost her cool and wouldn't let go of Li Qie. I'll remember you. She hugged him tightly and started to sob. Silly girl. Li Qie hugged her back and used his gentle voice. As long as the world is still around, we'll have a chance to meet again. Like it or not, separations were inevitable. Li Qie waved at the three girls and left with Longevity Sage. The girls kept on waving at the two until they disappeared completely in the horizon. The method mentioned by Longevity Sage was located at Yang Radiance Sect, the strongest system in Myriad. Contrary to the public rivalry between the Sage and the Untethered, the Valley and Yang Radiance had a great relationship. Outsiders weren't aware of this. Li Qie kept a low profile after entering Yang Radiance. Nevertheless, the Untethered herself still came to greet him. They had some minor conflicts in the past, but she still gave him enough face by personally preparing a meticulous reception. Of course, given Li Qie's current status, it was natural for him to enjoy such treatment. Untethered, we are visiting today to propose. The sage calmly said, this disciple of mine is interested in you, thinking that you are very beautiful and charming. So, our Longevity Valley is officially requesting a marriage alliance with your Yang Radiance sect. The sage was very similar to Fan Miaozhen in this regards. They had the personality of a demoness, always wanting to cause trouble. No wonder why the sage picked Miaozhen to be her first disciple, one that would inherit her legacies. This playfulness was one of the most attractive things about her. Are you still half asleep? The Untethered glared at her, cold and imperious as always. The truth was that both the sage and the Untethered were great beauties that could outshine the rest. However, due to their status and position, most didn't notice their looks as much. Is that a no? The sage continued. Are you saying that my disciple is reaching high? He's the #1 expert of Myriad, more than enough to be your match. And you are marrying into Longevity Valley. Not below you either. Of course, I will take advantage of you since you'll have to call me master. Well, actually, you'll be the rude one calling me master because I'm younger and prettier than you. Chapter 2408. The Untethered remained cool against the sage's repeated teasing. She looked just as transcending as ever with a mind-swaying beauty. Of course, no one would dare to have any idea and could only watch from the distant. Li Qie was unaffected and took his time enjoying her beauty. His unrestrained eyes aimed to see everything of hers, inside and out. Look at how much my disciple likes you, staring the entire time, completely enamored. I'm almost jealous. The sage smiled and blinked during the stare down. The Untethered was affected by the invasive stare and glared explosively at him. The contrast between hot and cold was strangely mesmerizing. Li Qie smiled and said, I never say no to beauties. If you want to stay by my side as a maid, I can consider it. The frustrated lady continued to glare at him. The slight vexation in her eyes only increased her beauty. Of course, this feeling was also justified. She was the leader of Yang Radiance, the strongest system in Myriad. How could someone in her prestigious and authoritative position become Li Qie's maid? Don't be mad. Li Qie smiled and said, follow me during your youth and you will have a chance to see the dawn of immortal lineage. It's not a bad idea. I'll feel much better when there's someone to take care of my disciple. The sage chimed in. The Untethered clearly disagreed and stared at the sage to say, mind your dignity. Your kingdom-toppling beauty sways so many souls, it would be a waste if you were to do nothing with it. Just follow my disciple. The sage wrapped her hand around the Untethered's shoulders and acted sincerely. We're just messing around, but indeed, if you have a chance, do go to immortal lineage. Your progenitor came from Radiance Institution. After learning the main arts there, he decided to create your sect, so you might benefit from visiting that place. You know quite a bit. The Untethered's eyes narrowed. Their progenitor's name was Wang Yangming. He had many accomplishments and battle records. Rumor stated that he eventually jumped out of the institution's Grand Dao and opened a Dao source to become a progenitor. He used the Bright Heart scripture to refine the Dao land here for Yang Radiance. What do I not know? Just come visit Radiance Institution. It is worth a trip. Their progenitor is very interesting too. Li Qie chuckled. Far Wild Saint. Even the sage felt great respect. Radiance Institution. The Untethered murmured, seemingly musing the idea. She had heard of this place before, one of the most prestigious systems in Immortal. It was as deep as the ocean and had produced numerous geniuses. Many of them went on to become true emperors and progenitors. The most discussed character there was its progenitor, Far Wild Saint, whose light could grant salvation to the myriad worlds, leaving no place for darkness to hide. Yep, that's his title. Li Qie smirked, truly amused by the hidden stories of this matter. Far Wild Saint. May his light and flame illuminate and save the world. The Untethered chanted with respect. Wang Yongming learned the arts of Far Wild Saint, so Yang Radiance would naturally respect the progenitor of their progenitor. May his light and flame illuminate and save the world. Li Qie also found this line very amusing, wearing a grin on his face. Why not? Far Wild Saint is a renowned progenitor, and his light did illuminate 3 immortals for a long period. The Untethered wasn't happy with his attitude and glared at him again. Li Qie said, light and darkness, whatever, just polar affinities. A heart with light can illuminate the myriad ages. A thought of darkness could massacre an epoch. How can there be darkness without light? How can light exist bereft of darkness? Plus, who can actually define these affinities? Perhaps you don't know this, but light is the greatest nutrient for a heart of darkness. Far Wild Saint is a very interesting title, truly worth pondering. Of course, the person behind this title was even more interesting. Nonsense. The Untethered was unhappy due to her great reverence for Far Wild Saint. I'm just casually speaking. Li Qie didn't contest since the girls weren't at the level where they could touch this issue lost in the fog on the river of time. I want to hear more. The sage said, maybe Far Wild Saint has more stories that we don't know about. The legends are too distant from our time. Who knows what is true or otherwise? So noisy. The Untethered scolded. The sage didn't mind at all and continued hugging her. She spoke with an implicative stare. If you really want to know, then just follow my disciple and warm his bed. Those late-night chats might teach you something. The Untethered gave her a look of disdain before turning over at Li Qie. Is Imperial just a short stop, or do you have other plans? She had absolute confidence in his power and that it wouldn't take long before he reaches immortal lineage. After all, those talented enough in history would all ascend there. Nevertheless, going from myriad to immortal was difficult even for the strongest beings. Normally, true emperors would treat Imperial as a stopping point and waited until they were strong enough to reach immortal. In her mind, Li Qie was certainly talented enough, not inferior to any sage in history, so reaching immortal was only a matter of time. Oh. You want to follow me? My earlier comment still applies. I will take you in. Li Qie smiled. In your dream. She gritted her teeth. This pair of master and disciple really got on her nerves. Are you really just passing by? The sage knew more about Li Qie, that he wasn't from 3 immortals. For example, he came to Myriad most likely for the 3 immortals tree. He probably had other goals in Imperial, not just using it as a stopping point before immortal. I'll do some other things since I'll be there anyway, but they can't be forced. Li Qie chuckled. Despite his nonchalant answer, the sage knew that his trip would not be that simple. She held his hand and said, I wish for your success. Li Qie smiled and turned towards the horizon. The Mu clan, naturally, wasn't his only goal in coming to Imperial. It wouldn't be worth his time. While watching these two, the Untethered knew that these two didn't have a master-disciple relationship at all. She and the sage could be considered friends despite their previous quarrels, so they knew each other quite well. Their conversation was interrupted by a disciple who came in to report. Sect Master, the elders wish to let you know that they are ready. The Untethered looked at Li Qie after hearing this. Let's go then. He withdrew his gaze and smiled. All right. The sage quietly murmured, feeling a little sentimental. 1. Yongming means Yang Radiance. Yang had many meanings, so I left it as Yang. That might not be a bad choice now that we know it is named after a real name too. Far Wild as in far, distant, plus wild, wasteland, desolate area. 3. I think this progenitor might be some Sara wild ancestor or saint. That's why I purposely left the word wild in the title instead of finding a better word. Not a spoiler, just a conjecture of mine from the text so far in this chapter. If it wasn't for the potential wild connection for the readers, I would have probably named him Desolate Saint or Outland Saint. Chapter 2409. The ancestors gathered at a particular valley in Yang Radiance. Though this sect was a paradise with beautiful scenery everywhere, this valley was rather desolate. The stones and pebbles varied in size. Some stuck out of the ground to feast on the wind and sun. After so many years of polishment, they still looked the same. Bigger boulders scattered randomly as well among the wild foliage. Upon closer inspection, one would think that this used to be a large mine, now abandoned. There was a great formation of stones in a corner of the valley, erected with an ancient style. It looked disorderly, seemingly put together in a hurry. Moreover, the rocks and stones were all taken from this valley. Its messy appearance would indicate a lack of use. No one took the time to maintain or rearrange it. Nevertheless, what else could last longer than stones and rocks in this world? A lack of maintenance didn't deter it from lasting for so long. The entire formation was still in the right shape. Inside the formation itself were tiny pits filled with muddy water. They were cleaned nicely now with true stones pushed in, starting at the ascender level. Yang Radiant sect did go all out for Xueqi. They didn't mind spending this extravagant amount while not demanding payment from him. After it was filled with shiny stones, the formation came to life and also exuded its own glow. When Xueqi's group made it here, the ancestors in charge of the formation nodded, signaling that it was ready to go at any moment. We haven't used it in a long time, so the only thing guaranteed is your passage to Imperial, not an exact location. We have lost the coordinates. The Untethered said seriously to him. This wasn't out of generosity. Xueqi did deal with some external threats for them, but they also wished to test this particular passage left behind by the wise sages. If Xueqi could go through it, they could send more people later on as well in the future. Just getting there is fine. He didn't mind at all. The sage instinctively held his hand tightly without letting go. Start it. The Untethered got her confirmation and ordered. The sage looked at him and he returned the favor while touching her soft hair. He coolly said, "We'll meet again. Goodbye." The sage became emotional and took a deep breath before letting go of his hand. He smiled and nodded at the Untethered before walking towards the center of the formation. Right when the formation was about to start, the sage lost her composure and jumped inside to give him a deep hug. He sighed and returned the gesture. "A final goodbye," she said softly before slowly walking out of the formation. The sudden hug was because she knew that this might be a forever departure. Unlike her disciples, she didn't think that they would meet again because she knew that he was only a passerby in three immortals and might never return after leaving. Thus, this hug was their final goodbye. While standing in the center, Xueqi nodded at the Untethered. She, in turn, nodded at the ancestors. Start now. With that, a buzz could be heard. The carved true stones all lit up. Their light seemed to be manifesting into physical form. When these rays illuminated the formation, Tao runes and symbols appeared. They wove together to slowly form a gigantic door. Boom! The door came like a tsunami and drowned Xueqi, making him disappear. Pop! After he was gone, the door popped like a bubble and the formation deactivated. The true stones became dark in color. This transportation method clearly required a massive amount of true stones. Only a sect like Yang Radiance could afford it. Any other sect would starve for a long time after one attempt. This is a final goodbye. The Untethered became slightly emotional and told the sage, "He doesn't belong to our world." She was discerning enough to read between the lines. This Xueqi person would never return to Myriad, leaving only his legends behind. The Grand Tao is endless. Not many can meet again. The sage replied wistfully. The two of them left the valley together, aware that peace would come to Myriad. Alas, this peace to them would be quite boring. Imperial was larger and more majestic than Myriad. Its exact scale remained unknown. Tao systems and different races existed in great numbers, too many to count. This prosperous world had produced many powerful beings, emperors and progenitors. Nine Secret System was undoubtedly one of the strongest in Imperial. People referred to it as one of the three behemoths. Another was the Mu clan. The present generation was led by Lucidity King, who had done a great job. The system prospered and seemed to be overpowering its two peers. Today was another beautiful and sunny day in the system. Buzz! Li Qie fell down from the sky. At the very last moment, the formation failed to support the connecting channel and shattered, causing Li Qie to go flying. Boom! He fell butt first into the ground, leaving a sizable hole. Clank! Clank! Swords and sabers left their sheath. Li Qie was still on the ground when oppressive auras surrounded him, the cold blades inched before his neck. If he dared to move in the slightest, his head would drop to the ground. He looked around and saw the experts sealing all potential escape paths. They treated him like a powerful enemy. This was a plane with sentry towers in all 4 directions. An important person must be taking camp here, hence the numerous guards. Now, a stranger had appeared out of nowhere. These guards were justifiably alarmed. Who are you? Where are you from? The captain, a 6th-level ascender, asked seriously. A 6th-level ascender was only a captain guard? That's quite shocking. Just got here by accident. Li Qie remained sitting with a smile. Watch your words. This is a forbidden area. No one dares to come within a 1,000-mile radius. Speak. Who sent you here? The captain's eyes turned fierce. Is this how you treat a guest? Li Qie was still nonchalant. Looks like you won't cry before seeing the coffin. Men, prepare the torture tools, he'll talk. The captain threatened with a murderous gaze. Torture tools. Li Qie's smile only grew wider. Cough. A cough interrupted the tense atmosphere. A person appeared, completely undetected as if he was a specter. The sound made everyone look back to see an old man. They became frightened and quickly dropped to their knees. I can't come up with an equivalent for what she's trying to express here, so I'm just replicating the emotion and intent too. 9 here could be 9 literally, or 9 is just used an adjective for greatness, because 9 is a special number in Chinese. Either way, I have to go literal here. The author usually does literal number. Chapter 24:10. The guards nearby prostrated, resulting in a momentum akin to a collapsing mountain or pillars breaking down. Waves of troops showing their respect resulted in a fascinating scene. My lord! They shouted in unison, regardless of their cultivation and rank. Even the captain, an ascender, had fear in his voice. The guards stole glances at this man. They did so very discreetly and just once before lowering their head again. No one dared to breathe loudly. It became clear that fear was a greater motivator than reverence. This old man wore a gray robe and looked quite thin. He lacked an intimidating presence or a suppressive divinity, more like an ordinary elderly man. Alas, the flash in his eyes could cause the sky to explode. An ascender could be killed in an instant. He was undoubtedly a terrible eternal, capable of killing ascenders like ants. Outsiders would feel the same horror as the guards right now if they were here and knew who he was. Sun Lungying. A name that can terrorize 9 secrets and all of imperial lineage. People would shudder upon hearing his name. Lungying wasn't his real name. He used to be called Sun Lijiang, but few knew this in the present. Even those who did wouldn't dare to say his real name, only addressing him as Lord Sunday. He resembled a shadow looming everywhere, cold and emotionless. He usually accompanied behind Lucidity King. Please excuse our pitiful reception, esteemed guest. Lungying said, not living up to his notorious legends. His tone was gentle, courteous, and refined. Only those who truly knew him would advise one to not be fooled by his demeanor. His hands were stained with the blood of countless victims. The guard who had his saber next to Li Qie's neck immediately pulled it back and dropped to the ground, overwhelmed with fear. This lowly one deserves death. This guard was also a powerful true god, definitely a big shot anywhere else, but he was frightened by Lungying. Lungying continued standing there to observe Li Qie without exerting any pressure. He gently nodded and said, Our Majesty wishes to see you, esteemed guest. The guards took a deep breath and stared at Li Qie in confusion, unaware of who he was. In their mind, their king was a supreme and unreachable existence. He lorded over many living beings. Earning an audience with him was prohibitively difficult, but now he wanted to see this unknown person? In fact, the members of 9 Secrets shared the same view as these guards. Their king could sentence death upon anyone without any resistance. Very well, I just got here and am unfamiliar with the place. A meeting will be fine. Li Qie smiled and patted his clothes, completely cool and collected. He stood up and followed Sun Lungying. This was a large encampment for a great army on the move, only stopping for one night or so. The area didn't allow any trespasser. Death was the punishment. The guards took their responsibility seriously. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that not even a mosquito could get through. It would be crushed to dust instantly. Murderous intents and danger lingered everywhere. Who knows how many true gods were hiding? The truth was that no one would try anyway. Not to mention 9 secrets, everyone in Imperial would quickly retreat after seeing the banner with the word secret embroidered with silver threads. Silver Secret Legion. Their banners alone could scare people out of their mind and make them flee. It was the strongest legion of 9 secrets and ranked among the top 5 in all of Imperial. It made sense for them to be alarmed at an uninvited guest coming out of the sky and entering their fortified encampment. If traveling with a divine carriage or a palanquin was considered impressive and awe-inspiring, then how would one describe someone traveling with a palace? Prior ago, Mu Xiaochen had great fanfare with his entourage. Alas, his was nothing compared to this particular group. Approximately 1 million troops were at the ready. The master wasn't riding in a carriage or a palanquin. There was a massive and magnificent palace befitting of a king, carried by 8 golden warriors. It was truly a shocking display, traveling with so many troops. Few in Imperial could match this scene. Chapter 24:11. The unique palace was splendorous and majestic, full of nobility. Just filling the place with items and decoration couldn't have the same effect. Just a few paintings and portraits here could overshadow other palaces made from divine metals. These works of art portrayed their master's conquests and achievements. Li Chia walked through the hall, unperturbed, and enjoyed looking around as if it was his own garden. Sun Lungying eventually brought him into a royal chamber with many servants. Just one piece of wood on the furniture here could sell at a sky-high price. One could smell a medicinal fragrance as well. An expert in this field would be shocked. The smell must be coming from an incredible pill. An old man was lying on a bed made of expensive divine wood. The cushioning blanket consisted of 9 colored feathers from Alwan. He wore a robe with a shade of flowing auspicious clouds, making it look as if he was lying among them just like an immortal. His statue was lofty and powerful. If he were to stand up, most people would only be around his waist. His white hair draped over his shoulder just like silver threads. Big eyes and big mouth. No different from a silver lion. A glare from him could destroy everything, changing the day into night and vice versa with a single blink. The world trembled before his whims. Alas, he looked weak and dispirited, akin to a lamp running out of oil. "Your Highness, the guest is here." Lungying bowed before disappearing into the shadows. Lungying was notorious around these parts. Some even called him the King of the Night, grasping people's lives within his palm. Just a single wave of his could annihilate a powerful clan or sect. Numerous masters would lower their head before him, but only one could make him bow with respect, Lucidity King. Lucidity, the ruler of 9 secret system and War Saint dynasty, an unfathomable eternal. But most importantly, he had what many considered to be the greatest daughter in the world. One could tell how frightening he was after seeing Lungying's near-subservient attitude. Lucidity has ruled for 3 generations, the longest reign in the history of his dynasty. This could probably apply to the rest of Imperial as well. Though many old masters still maintain their influence and authority, they usually withdrew to the background and stopped caring about mundane matters. This wasn't the case for Lucidity. He ruled with an iron fist and maintained control over various matters of the system, never losing an ounce of control. Much of this was due to his unfathomable cultivation. 9 secret system prospered greatly under his rule. It was even rising above the Mu clan. Many attributed this success to his leadership during the 3 generations. Lucidity opened his eyes to look at Li Chia. "I can't stand up to greet you, esteemed guest. Please excuse the lack of manners." His face turned red as if just uttering these words required immense effort, similar to a man on his deathbed uttering his last words. "No need to be so polite. I'm only a lost traveler." Li Chia chuckled and casually sat down. The servants took a deep breath after seeing this. Few in Imperial were qualified to sit before their king. This made Lucidity stare at Li Chia again. The light in his eyes flickered and wavered, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. "My name is Hao Tai Ching. What is yours?" The king closed his eyes again, seemingly needing rest after speaking so much. Virtually everyone in Imperial has heard of this name and knew who he was due to his peerless reputation. Even an ascender would find their soul leaving in fear upon finding out. Only Li Qie would treat this name as just another name, no different from the name of a random stranger on the street. Li Qie. He casually stated his own name. It's a good name indeed. Lucidity opened his eyes and praised, seemingly very excited after hearing the pleasant name. Li Qie had no reaction to the king's excitement. Your Majesty, you are unwell, please rest more. Lung Ying bowed and respectfully suggested. Yes. Lucidity nodded before turning towards Li Qie with an invitation. A meeting is fate. How about becoming a guest at my dynasty? Others would be honored to hear this, but Li Qie nonchalantly said, That's fine, I have free time anyway. Good. The king nodded satisfyingly and told a servant. Take good care of my young friend. Do not make any mistakes. The servant prostrated before respectfully turning towards Li Qie. Young noble, please follow me. Li Qie nodded and followed. After he left, time seemed to stop in the chamber. Your Majesty. Lung Ying eventually broke the silence. The sleeping king opened his eyes and said weakly, I don't have much time left, it is time to appoint a successor. Lung Ying had no response. I know what you want to say, Lung Ying. The king smiled. Accidentally coming across a few things is the work of fate, wouldn't you say? Lung Ying didn't reply, standing there as if he was part of the shadows. No one could spot him. Start early tomorrow, it's time for me to go back. If I were to die, I want to be at the court. Lucidity finished with this before entering a deep slumber. Lung Ying continued to stand there, not as a shadow of himself but rather Lucidity's shadow. He was the only one who could stand next to the sleeping king. Lung Ying was the only one the king trusts during his most vulnerable moment. Since he reigned for 3 generations, he had experienced numerous trouble. So many wished for his death. Assassins scattered hid around him, so he only trusted a few confidants. The only person in the entire system to have earned his absolute confidence was Lung Ying. Everyone knew that he acted as Lucidity's shadow and bodyguard. He would always be next to the king wherever he went with absolute loyalty, the only person to never betray the king. Rumor has it that this relationship between them existed dated back to their youth. Being loyal to Lucidity was Lung Ying's purpose for living. Thus, he also acted as an enforcer of sorts. If anyone were to disobey or betray Lucidity, Lung Ying would carry out a disciplinary punishment while showing zero mercy. Obviously, a king that had ruled for so long had plenty of enemies. They saw him as an annoying nail and would want nothing more than to get rid of him. Many sects have betrayed Lucidity in the past, and that would be the time for Lung Ying to shine, eliminating these traitors with brutality. This played a large part in his present notoriety. Numerous people and great powers have fallen to his cruel and bloody methods. All in all, Sun Lung Ying was Lucidity's executioner and sharpest sword. 1. Another mythical bird, I would say lower level than a phoenix and can eventually evolve into one. 2. Looks like his title is the same as his name. Tai Ching means extreme pureness/clearness, or lucidity. Chapter 24:12. His servants would follow Lucidity's orders to the teeth without uttering a single word of displeasure. This showed his absolute authority and power. Thus, Li Qie enjoyed the highest treatments in this palace. Luxurious clothes and expensive delicacies straight to him. He could call for rain and winds at his whim. To put it bluntly, if Li Qie wanted to eat steamed dragon meat and boiled phoenix bladder, these servants would rack their brains in order to come up with the meals. In 9 secrets, his orders were absolute. No one would dare to carry them out half-heartedly or with delay. Li Qie was no different from a crown prince in this place. Many became envious of his current privilege. Cultivators didn't quite chase after pleasures and benefits, but at this level, it became an issue of power and freedom to do whatever they wanted. The esteemed guest of Lucidity naturally had authority. A feeling of being below just one person and above everyone else. More than enough influence to shake imperial lineage. Li Qie didn't have anything to do outside of meditating in his room. At this moment, the primordial tree's second Dao fruit almost ripened. Once this happened, a new experience would come for Li Qie. This Dao fruit would be different from the first. Each successful Dao fruit was different for this tree. Each fruit had its own mysteries and abilities. Because of this, he was about to open a new world of Dao and epic. The abilities granted by them were unreachable too. Others would find it virtually impossible to gain them through other means. He didn't go to see Lucidity during his stay. Strangely enough, this king never asked for his identity or tried to pry for information. Nevertheless, he still treated Li Qie so well. Li Qie didn't care too much about the king's attitude towards him, as if this was a trivial matter. Meanwhile, the king wasn't doing well, completely bedridden. Lung Ying remained by his side the entire time. Li Qie's attitude was strange as well, not asking about the king's condition at all, completely oblivious to the matter, or so it seemed. Since Lucidity wanted to go back to the court, Silver Secret Legion mobilized on the second day. Despite carrying a large palace and traveling in great numbers, the Legion's speed was incredible, as fast as the wind. Just one day and they had traveled across half the system. Their thunderous march naturally attracted everyone's attention. In fact, whether it be Lucidity alone or with an army, he would always garner curious gazes. After all, he was the most powerful figure in Imperial right now. In recent years, his health deteriorated, yet he still hasn't appointed a successor. This made people watch his every move even more. Remember, 9 Secrets was one of the 3 behemoths and Lucidity had complete control over it. The moment he passed away, so many people would go crazy in a power struggle. Thus, whoever inherited this spot would change the fate of War Saint Dynasty, 9 Secret system, and the current political climate of Imperial. A storm would come on that day, one strong enough to shake the entire world. In 9 Secrets, the thousands and thousands of sects and clans quietly watched the march of this legion, including great powers such as Waterfront Pavilion, Bingqi Clan, Calm Lotus Monastery, Myriad Formation Kingdom, and Godstep Sect. Everyone backed off or even prepared the path before the legion has arrived. Lucidity didn't need to give the order. The sects within 9 Secrets knew to do so beforehand while maintaining orders. Furthermore, none dared to come seeking an audience or offering a tribute either without his permission. The great powers didn't dare to do so as well. Once again, as long as Lucidity was alive, he had absolute power, completely untouchable by anyone else in the system. Of course, he couldn't stop people from quietly talking among themselves. I wonder if His Majesty has found a longevity medicine. One true god murmured. The juniors didn't dare to comment about Lucidity. Only the ancestors of the Ascender level and up would dare to talk about him. I don't think so. One Eternal was quite insightful. If they had found it, the Legion wouldn't be marching in such a hurry. Look at them rushing back to the court. That day is near. The Ascenders and Eternals in this party became shaken. The death of Lucidity would herald an earth-shattering event. It's close, he can't hold on no matter how heaven-defying he is. An ancestor from a clan whispered. Lucidity had reigned for 3 generations now, utilizing incredible methods and longevity medicine to stay alive. Alas, no one could live forever by escaping the flow of time, unless they were to seal themselves. This was the reason why so many emperors and eternals would leave for immortal or some unknown dimensions. All aimed to live longer. It was already a miracle for Lucidity to live this long. Everyone knew that his lifespan had depleted since several years ago. Powerful ancestors calculated that he didn't have much time left. The purpose of his trip was to search for more medicine, but it looked like a failure. Was Imperial ready for the aftermath of this supreme existence's death? Not to mention the various great powers, none in his own dynasty could infringe on his sovereignty. The entire system was firmly under his grasp. The throne of tyranny would be empty overnight. Most importantly, he didn't have a son or an appointed successor. The void left behind by him would start a bloody struggle from both internal and external sources. Nevertheless, even when he had one breath remaining, these parties remained patient. They knew that he had no qualm against genocide, not to mention his Silver Secret Legion and Sun Lung Ying. Too many lessons of failure have been taught during his long reign. No one was successful in trying to usurp him. All they got was a terrible ending. These powers have already mobilized their troops. The only thing missing was the news of Lucidity's death. A storm is coming, one ancestor said. The great powers in this system were even stronger than some systems. If it wasn't for Lucidity's abilities, they would have rebelled long ago. Who knows if Li Qie was sensing this fierce and murderous atmosphere? He wouldn't give a damn either way. Chapter 24:13. Silver Secret Legion marched with the speed of lightning and made it back to the court within one day. Li Qiye stepped into War Saint Dynasty. Its majestic appearance earned a smile from him. War Saint Dynasty was in charge of 9 secrets. It had forts everywhere in the system. Its main court was located in Skyrap Mountain. Skyrap was both the name of a mountain and the mountain range around it. There were plenty of tall peaks in this area, some towered to the clouds. However, these peaks were insignificant compared to the main mountain with the name Skyrap. Even the clouds only made it to the base of Skyrap. The stars only hovered near the ridge. The peak of Skyrap was up in the galaxy. Quite a shocking scene. Any random stream pouring down looked like a river with roaring currents in the form of a massive dragon. Any tiny portion of the mountain encompassed rich thickets. Just a random boulder here could be carved into a city. On top of the peak were numerous palaces. On the ridges were cities with millions of citizens. Skyrap Mountain alone seemed like its own world. Numerous bridges crossed through the air from one mountain to another. Some spanned for more than 10,000 miles. The smaller mountains and peaks at the base also had their own cities. The entire place must have tens of millions of people. Maybe even more. With Skyrap Mountain at the center, all of the cities nearby were considered part of Skyrap City. Of course, this was more like a kingdom than a city. Nevertheless, this was only one part of War Saint Dynasty. Just looking at this place alone gave a good idea about the dynasty's incredible scale. Same with 9 secret system. After all, one of the 3 behemoths of Imperial naturally possessed numerous territories. The progenitor of this system was obviously 9 secrets. The system was conveniently named after this person. No one knew the progenitor's true name and identity. People only knew that 9 secrets master was Bao Pu, nothing else. Bao Pu was the first progenitor in the written history of 3 immortals. As one of Bao Pu's disciples, 9 secrets started the system a very long time ago. Because of this, few records about 9 secrets existed, only a few words here and there in the ancient scrolls. Despite a lack of information, no one should question 9 secret systems' power and resources. After numerous eras, the system had its ups and downs, but it still stood strong till the present. Under the leadership of Lucidity, it once again reached the top of Imperial. Though no one knew the golden age of 9 secrets, they thought that its current state couldn't be much inferior. Outside of numerous clans and sects, it also had monsters like Waterfront Pavilion, Bingqi Clan, Calm Lotus Monastery, Myriad Formation Kingdom, and Godstep Sect. These 5 great powers were stronger than numerous other systems in Imperial. As for War Saint, this dynasty was enjoying its prime. This was why whenever people stepped into Skyrap, they could sense the prosperity and confidence in the air. Li Qiye didn't see Lucidity after reaching the Imperial City. The servants have already made preparation for him without needing to be told. He was actually placed in the Eastern Palace of the Imperial City. In other words, the location traditionally presided by the Crown Prince, very prestigious. Lucidity only had one daughter. However, after becoming a true emperor last generation, she left for Immortal and hasn't returned. It meant that he no longer had a successor available. So Li Qiye's current placement truly shocked others. No one would dare to make this arrangement without permission from Lucidity. Doing so could result in a clan extermination. At the same time, people didn't gossip about it either due to Lucidity's perfect grasp over the dynasty. Li Qiye didn't react at all, just like before, as if this place was just another inn. He remained nonchalant, unaware of the significance behind the Eastern Palace. All eyes were on Skyrap Mountain after the return of the king. They wanted to know about his health, but none dared to visit without permission. On this night, Lucidity sent a messenger to summon Li Qiye. The guy walked over in a carefree manner as if this was his own place. When they met again, Lucidity was in a worse state, needing far more energy to open his eyes. "Do you like your place, little friend?" Lucidity revealed a gentle smile, quite rare for him. He was certainly not a nice person, more of a ruthless and imperious tyrant, bloodthirsty, even. A kind smile was the last thing to be shown on his face. "Not bad." Li Qiye smiled back, treating Lucidity like just another person. "I hope you will find the accommodation acceptable." Lucidity acted like a doting senior. One would be scared out of their mind if they were to see this. Lucidity never showed such care for anyone outside of his daughter. But Li Qiye was only a stranger without any relation to him. "I don't have much time, and no children either." Lucidity wasn't one to waste words and got straight to the point. The dynasty needs a ruler, so I have made up my mind. Will you be the crown prince? His servants were astounded after hearing this. Appointing a stranger that he had only met for one day as the crown prince? How illogical. They wondered to themselves, was the illness getting to the king? The only person unmoved by this development was Sun Lungying, who stood unnoticed in the shadows. Crown prince? That would make you my dad then. Li Qie laughed in response, still rather indifferent to anything thrown at him ever since his arrival. Our meeting is fate. No need to worry about worldly customs. Lucidity weakly waved his sleeve. Li Qie smiled. Perhaps. Is it fun being the crown prince? I can do whatever I want? Indeed, you can do whatever you want. Lucidity seemed insane, forgoing his authority in order to make Li Qie the crown prince. Once again, he had only met this guy yesterday. A bit interesting could be fun. Very well, I'll be a crown prince. Li Qie revealed a wide smile. Good, go rest then. Lucidity was running out of breath and needing to close his eyes. All right. Li Qie casually responded and left, not bothering to bow or perform any ceremonial gesture towards the king. The servants were slack-jawed by the lack of formality. This was the first time they've met someone so bizarre. Becoming the crown prince of War Saint Dynasty? This meant gaining unlimited power and authority, yet this guy didn't react at all. Could it be that this brat doesn't know the significance behind the role in War Saint? Does he not know how much power he had just gotten? They thought. Chapter 24:14. Crown Prince, huh? Should be amusing. Li Qie returned to the Eastern Palace and smiled, unaffected by his new role. It was an unbelievable matter. Lucidity King appointed a stranger like him to be the crown prince. Meanwhile, this stranger didn't give a damn at all, as if it was no big deal. This was bizarre and unexplainable. No one would believe this story. Lucidity, a calculating and imperious person that leaves nothing to chance, acted like a senile old man. Remember, not to mention the great powers and other sects in the system, War Saint Dynasty had plenty of geniuses. Many of them came from Lucidity's main branch. Though they weren't related to him by blood, they were still considered his clan members and part of the royal institution. But now, he skipped all of them and the powerful ancestors just to choose a stranger. This was excessively unreasonable, borderline insanity. He knew nothing about Li Qie outside of his name. If Lucidity were to pass it on to his most trusted confidant, Sun Lungying, most would be able to take it. After all, Lungying has always been in charge of killing. No one could rationalize the king's choice. Li Qie's nonchalant attitude was just as strange. Even if he didn't care about a system, he should be thinking about Lucidity's intent. Or, perhaps he has seen through everything and that this development was within expectations. All in all, no one knew what he was thinking, since all he did was smile after being appointed. Someone else came to visit Li Qie on the same day. Your Highness. This person bowed respectfully and said, I am here to report for duty under the order of His Majesty. This middle-aged man had a proper and righteous appearance, both in stature and facial features. His features were stalwart, resembling an artistic statue. His eyes were bright and serious like gems. He wore a green robe, looking quite experienced and fierce like a soldier. He looked indifferent yet respectful. There was no powerful and domineering aura, but as he was standing there, the orders nearby bent to his whims. Any insightful person could tell that he was an Eternal. Ever since his ascension, Li Qie has met one Eternal after another. This wasn't strange at all. In Myriad, an Eternal was considered a mighty and rare existence. They were also strong in Imperial but far from being uncommon. Moreover, War Saint Dynasty was the strongest kingdom in Imperial, standing at the apex. It wouldn't be strange for it to have plenty of Eternals. How could they maintain their position without sufficient fighting forces? What is your name? Li Qie gave a quick glance. Your Highness, this servant's name is Zhang Jiadi. My previous position was the captain of the Imperial Guards. Now, I am here to be your guard captain, ready for your orders. The man solemnly said while standing straight. If someone else in the system were to hear his name, their first reaction would be astonishment. He was a powerful and famous Eternal. Of course, far inferior compared to Lucidity and not comparable to Lungying. An ordinary true god wasn't qualified to be the captain of the Imperial Guards for Lucidity. A strong Eternal was more suitable. Plus, Who could actually assassinate someone as strong as Lucidity? Being his guard captain was quite an easy job. So you will obey all of my orders? Li Jie chuckled. Rest assured, Your Highness, His Majesty has given me an order to obey you, so your orders are his orders. I will not refuse. Jyoti said seriously. An Eternal was a big shot anywhere, including 9 Secrets and War Saint Dynasty. However, surprisingly enough, Jyoti didn't think highly of himself, preferring to assume the role of a disciplined soldier. Sounds like you are utterly devoted to the king. Li Jie smiled. Your Highness, His Majesty has given me a second life while my parents gave me the first. I am here today thanks to him. Jyoti didn't hide this. Zhang Jyoti used to be an ordinary soldier, a nobody in the mortal world. During a particular march, Lucidity actually noticed this mortal soldier. The next part was even more unbelievable. Lucidity handed him the 4 divine transformations from the Lucidity Pill scripture. This was a big deal. Keep in mind that this scripture came from Emperor Zheng, the most amazing true emperor of the system. 9 Secrets was on a downward trend during his youth. After becoming emperor, he revitalized the system and made War Saint Dynasty the untouchable leader. Later on, the future generations also added him into the Radiant Decemvirate. Emperor Zheng's Lucidity Pill scripture was rumored to be on the same level as 9 Secrets, the laws left behind by their progenitor. 9 Secrets belonged to the entire system, but Lucidity Pill scripture was possessed only by War Saint Dynasty. Thus, one could imagine how important it was to the dynasty. Normally, they would never give it out to an outsider, not even just one part. However, no one could stop the imperious Lucidity King. Not a single soul said anything after this act, including the ancestors of War Saint Dynasty. Zhang Jyoti didn't let him down and proved that he was right. After receiving the 4 transformations, he embarked on the path of cultivation. The ordinary mortal displayed an amazing gift for cultivation to the point of being devilish. He sped through the levels and eventually became an Eternal, not quite as strong as Lung Ying but more than enough to sweep through the realms. Moreover, his dedication and loyalty remained, always acting as just another soldier. The unhappy ancestors no longer commented about this matter among themselves after seeing his success. Loyalty is a virtue indeed. Li Jie smiled. His Majesty will let Your Highness pick several treasures for protection. Do you mind following me to the treasury? Jyoti said respectfully. Jyoti knew nothing about this fameless stranger who is clearly weak at cultivation. One could easily find so many youths like him in 9 systems. Someone like this shouldn't be able to order an Eternal. However, Jyoti has always followed his orders and wouldn't look down on Li Jie just because the guy was weak. Doing it half-heartedly was out of the question as well. The moment Lucidity sent him here, Li Jie became his master. This was the reason why Jyoti was amazing and why Lucidity chose him for this task. Chapter 24:15. Li Jie smiled and said, How many treasures can I pick? His Majesty didn't specify an exact amount, so Your Highness can have as many as you wish. Jyoti instantly replied. Li Jie nodded. All right, I don't have anything else to do. Let's go see if there is something good. Jyoti immediately led the way towards the treasury of War Saint Dynasty. Normally, opening a treasury was a big deal in any sect and kingdom. The majority of sects would have a conference between ancestors or big shots to decide. After all, this was the resource and wealth of the sect, not the property of a sect master or king. One couldn't make arbitrary decisions. This didn't apply to Lucidity. Everything in War Saint Dynasty, whether it be resources or authority, was firmly within Lucidity's grasp. This didn't used to be the case. The king's authority was limited in War Saint in the past. The real power was within the sacred cabinet, consisting of ancestors from the royal clan. They decided the direction of the dynasty and made important decisions. During his reign, Lucidity built up one generation after the next. After 3, he had enough to authority and influence, not to mention his personal strength. Finally, he began to crack down on the sacred cabinet since he had all the advantages. From then on, this group lost influence and eventually disappeared from the court. This established Lucidity's monocracy and allowed him to stand at the top. Perhaps there were stronger beings in Imperial compared to Lucidity in the present, but no one had more authority than him. That's why no one dared to stop him from appointing a stranger as the crown prince or opening the treasury for the guy to pick treasures. This wouldn't have passed in any other system. Lucidity was the only one in the world who possesses so much freedom and authority. Truly enviable. Not long from now, this absolute power would belong to a fameless brat named Xueqi. He would become a fat piece of meat to everyone else. Your Highness, what treasures are you looking for? The treasury is massive, so just give me a summary or description so that I can lead the way. Jyoti sincerely said. Let's have a look and take whatever then. Xueqi freely said. Jyoti really wondered about Xueqi. He naturally trusted the king, but Xueqi's relaxed attitude perplexed him. Anyone else would have been jumping with joy. He recalled back when he was chosen by His Majesty. He became too excited to even sleep that night. He found his lack of composure embarrassing compared to Xueqi right now. If I were chosen as the crown prince, will my heart be able to contain the excitement? Have you cultivated before, Your Highness? Jyoti took a good look and could tell that Xueqi had trained before. However, the guy's cultivation was shallow and he couldn't see the implemented merit law. It must be a weak one anyway. Just casually. Xueqi chuckled. Jyoti quickly said, May I ask which merit law you used? What's your level right now? How about I find you a suitable weapon? As an Eternal, he would be a respected ancestor at any system, more than qualified to teach even the geniuses there. However, he never became arrogant about his status. A 13th level true apprentice. As for merit laws, just random ones. Xueqi smiled and said. Oh, Jyoti was surprised before gently speaking. Your Highness, the realm of true apprentice doesn't have 13 levels, the highest is the 9th level. Even a weak cultivator would be mocking Xueqi for not knowing the basic fundamentals and ignorantly boasting about having trained before. Jyoti didn't do so and only politely reminded the guy. I see. Then the 3rd level then, but 13th level sounds much better and cooler, no? Xueqi said with a smile. Jyoti had no words. This was his first time seeing someone so carefree, not knowing his own cultivation level? Did he even try at all? Your Highness, if you are interested, you can try other merit laws. There are many that you can choose in the dynasty. I can help you find some, with your permission. Jyoti said with good intention. Any other disciple would be begging for an Eternal to teach them. But now, Jyoti was virtually begging Xueqi to train. Of course, as the crown prince under the rule of lucidity, Xueqi could pick any merit law in the system without facing any opposition. Why bother cultivating when I have you, an Eternal, as a personal guard? I rather just enjoy my life. Xueqi said. Jyoti smiled wryly and insisted. Your Highness, please don't say that. I might not be able to protect you forever. Plus, there are as many experts in the world as there are stars, with no lack of people stronger than me. It's better if you know a strong ability or two. If there's an opponent that you can't beat, then there's nothing my crappy arts can do. They can't scare the enemy away, completely useless, so why bother learning? Are you going to turn me into an immortal in 1 or 2 days? Xueqi retorted. Though his response was improper, it was certainly reasonable. Even if Xueqi started training in some supreme arts, when real danger came that he couldn't deal with, the guy wouldn't be able to do anything either. I don't have a way to make you into an Eternal in such a short time, Your Highness. Jyoti conceded. Of course. Xueqi smiled. If that's the case, then I should just worry about my business as a crown prince, to enjoy a life of luxury and extravagance. As for my safety, that's your responsibility. Otherwise, what's the point of having you as my guard? Jyoti agreed completely. If he couldn't do this much, then what was the point of his post? A general leads the troops while a guard protects. Everyone has their own affair. Xueqi went on, if I could sweep through the world and become invincible, then what's the point of having generals and guards? I would only be wasting money to feed them. So, I just need to have authority and power as the crown prince, then enjoy some more. Jyoti couldn't come up with a response right away. Xueqi's comments all made perfect sense, outside of the last part about enjoyment. If the crown prince could do everything himself, then why would he need other people like Jyoti? Chapter 24:16. Nevertheless, Jyoti didn't give up and spoke with a soft tone. Your Highness, it is still better if you train just a little bit. Maybe not a merit law, just a movement technique. We have several movement techniques that are virtually peerless, not inferior to the ones from Godstep sect. It would be good if you know how to move quickly. He tried his best to persuade Li Qie despite being a mighty eternal. What's the point? Li Qie looked just like a spoiled young master and smiled. Our dynasty is unbeatable and you are my guard. Who would dare to touch me in this world, however vast it might be? Li Qie seemed to be without ambition, more than content at being a useless crown prince that only seeks pleasure. Jyoti felt helpless. Anyone else would want to learn the movement steps from the dynasty, something they could only dream about. On the other hand, begging didn't even work for this guy. Jyoti sighed and kept on trying. Well, yes, Your Highness, you might have the supreme authority right now, but many people are salivating for it. Not to mention external enemies. Just great powers like God's Step and the Bingqi clan have been coveting the throne of 9 secrets. If you aren't capable of suppressing them, it's only a matter of time before they rebel. Lucidity was like a second father to Jyoti. He knew that the king didn't have much time left and at that time, these mighty sects would lose their patience. He didn't wish to see the collapse of War Saint dynasty, hoping from the bottom of his heart that this new crown prince could help Lucidity protect his legacy. Therefore, he earnestly tried to convince Li Qie to learn a few arts. Only with strength could he be able to stabilize the future. Otherwise, 9 secrets would definitely fall into chaos and war. We'll talk about this later. Li Qie didn't seem to care while fixing his hair. What more could Jyoti say? He tried his best but failed. All he could do now was protecting Li Qie. Did the king send you to be my guard or my imperial teacher? Li Qie said with a smile. Jyoti hurriedly said, His Majesty sent me to ensure your safety. I came from humble roots with no education, not qualified to take the role of an imperial teacher. If your highness finds displeasure in me talking too much, then I'll stop. It's fine. Li Qie waved his sleeve. Talking is fun. It would be worse if you're a statue that just follows me all day. Jyoti lamented in his mind, not knowing what lies in the future for War Saint dynasty with this guy in charge. When will the king die? Li Qie suddenly asked. Jyoti became startled. He shuddered before quietly answering. His Majesty has boundless longevity and will forever be invincible. He was frightened because this question was no different than cursing the king, a crime punishable by death. He knew that Lucidity was a ruthless person and wouldn't spare anyone that had crossed the line. No need to speak such self-comforting words. Li Qie dismissed the reply and smiled. Even an idiot could tell that it is only a matter of time before the king dies. Maybe not today, but not far. He can't hold on any longer. Jyoti widened his eyes, unable to tell whether this guy was insane or just reckless. Worst of all, the guy was telling it straight to his face. Everyone knew that he was Lucidity's loyal confidant and he might tell Lucidity of this transgression. Was this guy tired of living? Li Qie might be the crown prince right now, but he shouldn't be wishing for Lucidity's death so that he could take over. Or, even if he harbored such thoughts, he should just keep it to himself. The blatant comment made it sound like he just wants it to happen as soon as possible. Your Highness, please mind your words. You don't know who might be listening. Jyoti cautiously reminded. Anyone else would have reported such insolence to Lucidity so that he would get decapitated. Nevertheless, Jyoti pitied that the guy was still young and rash. It's fine, growing old and dying are a part of life. No one can live forever. I'll go ask him later when he's going to die. Li Qie smiled and said. Jyoti truly didn't know what to do. What is this guy's goal? Who else would dare to attempt such a thing? Not even an idiot would do so. Jyoti stopped talking and didn't want to cause any more trouble. This made the trip quieter, but Li Qie didn't mind. He continued to enjoy the scenery along the way. The two finally made it to the treasury guarded by numerous experts. Entry required permission. After passing through multiple layers of verification, they entered the place. It was massive, just like another world with treasure chests everywhere. Powerful artifacts were also floating in the air. Li Qie looked around and said, Is there another secret trove? There is a lot of treasures here, but they are rather mediocre. I do not know. Jyoti forced a smile. He didn't understand his new master at all. It was understandable for a youth to speak without thinking, but this guy was on a whole different level. This treasury contained the wealth of the entire dynasty. Not to mention a youth, he was shaken the first time he saw this accumulation of treasures. However, Li Qie didn't react at all and even criticized it. An eternal like him wouldn't dare to act so pompous or easily be fooled by someone putting up an act. Alas, he didn't have a single clue about Xueqi. The treasures here included weapons, immortal metals, strange artifacts, divine woods. Not just usable items but also materials and resources. Each of them exuded wondrous light of all colors, more than enough to dazzle the spectators. Jyoti carefully watched Xueqi to see his reaction. Normally, a youth wouldn't be able to contain their excitement knowing that they could take these treasures. Even the strong-minded ones would show signs of happiness. Unfortunately, Xueqi remained calm as if this was no big deal during their trip. He seemed to be going to the market to buy some vegetables. These amazing treasures were no different than cabbages in his mind. He would only occasionally stop to look at something that had caught his attention. Jyoti's observation was meticulous. He found that Xueqi wasn't pretending or controlling his emotions. The guy was truly leisure and relaxed, completely in his element. An eternal like him would definitely be able to tell if someone was acting. This wasn't the case for Xueqi. Chapter 24:17. Jyoti only grew increasingly confused during his time with Xueqi. When he came with lucidity to this treasury for the first time, he was no longer a brat but rather a world-famous expert. He had plenty of experience under his belt and has seen some incredible spectacles. Nevertheless, he still gasped in astonishment the first time he saw these treasures, unlike the calm Xueqi. Moreover, Xueqi could even pick any of them. Jyoti didn't know how to describe his emotions right now. Was his new master just slow to react or has he seen too many and got tired of them? To be this composed meant that he was either a complete idiot or that he has seen too many great things before. Jyoti naturally didn't know that the latter was right. This treasury was nothing compared to some Sara wild ancestors' own. Another treasure made Xueqi stop. A glowing bell seemingly made from gold but with a purple glow. The entire bell was one piece, not made by men but rather created by nature in this shape. This surging purple energy was lifting the entire bell up. That's an amazing treasure. I heard His Majesty used it extensively during his youth. Jyoti was shocked once again after seeing Xueqi stopping here. Though he strolled and treated this place like a food market, he actually stopped before several items including this bell. It showed that his vision was keen. Just one glance was enough to discern the good from bad. Not bad. Xueqi casually nodded before moving on. Jyoti had no comment as this new master kept on surprising him. Xueqi stopped again in one corner of the treasury with cannons in full display, made out of unknown material and completely black, seemingly capable of knocking down the sky. These cannons are very powerful but after its creator passed away, no one can create the required materials and ammunition. Once the remainder is used up, it'll be scrap metals. Jyoti introduced. This is quite fun, not requiring true energy to control. Yes, a good toy, shoot whichever pest is annoying me wherever and whenever. Xueqi smiled. Jyoti smiled wryly. These cannons were very precious and not much ammunition was left. Who could bear to use them normally? Treating it as a tool to deal with annoying people? Far too wasteful. After a full round, Xueqi didn't pick a single treasure and decided to leave. Your Highness, you're not picking any? Jyoti asked with confusion. Am I not in charge later? Xueqi answered with a question. Yes, Your Highness. Jyoti had to answer. This was obvious. He was the crown prince and would be the next king in the future. Then it doesn't matter since after the king dies, not to mention this treasury, all of 9 secrets in the world will be in my grasp. No need to pick a few when they'll all be mine soon. We'll return later for them. Xueqi looked at Jyoti and said. My goodness, Jyoti groaned in his mind, thinking that this guy was insane. Already boasting about possessing everything even before Lucidity's death. Yes, he must be insane, doesn't give a damn about anyone. Jyoti decided to keep his mouth shut, not wanting to be involved in this mess. One wrong move could invoke the rage of Lucidity and heads will start rolling on the ground. The two finally left the treasury. Once they got outside, Xueqi seemed as if he was missing a few nerves and started waving at the guarding ancestors. All of you need to watch over my treasures carefully. Don't be lazy now. Once I take over, I'll reward you all handsomely. These guards started looking at each other in confusion, speechless. They felt that he was crazy. Lucidity was alive yet he thought about taking over already? Of course, these frightened souls didn't dare to run their mouth. If Lucidity were to think that they were on Xueqi's side, all would be dead before the next day. Right now, they wondered about Lucidity's mental state. Perhaps being senile was why he appointed a guy like this as the crown prince. Jadi immediately led Li Qie towards the eastern palace. He was nervous the entire way back, thinking that Li Qie would ask someone else about Lucidity's inevitable death. He didn't wish for the stench of blood to stain the palaces. Once they were back, he heaved a sigh of relief as if a huge weight has been lifted his shoulders. At this moment, he preferred to have assassins come for Li Qie's life. He wouldn't be afraid no matter how strong they were, but this guy's mouth terrified him to the core. It goes without saying that Li Qie's power warranted his going-with-the-flow attitude. Lucidity King and 9 secret system weren't enough to get into his sight. This only served to confuse everyone else around him. Lucidity's decision was a mystery as well. Attributing it to senility from old age would be silly. After all, an invincible eternal wouldn't suffer from this. But how else could one explain this lapse of logic? No one understood what Lucidity was trying to accomplish. Li Qie spent his days enjoying life. The servants around couldn't be more respectful to him, nearly on the verge of licking his boots. After all, he was the crown prince, the future leader of 9 secrets with supreme authority. Who wouldn't want to curry favor right now? If he wanted something, anything, these servants would satisfy his demands. Truly an enviable life of the future king. The gentle breeze blew by in a bamboo thicket belonging to the eastern palace. Their gentleness made people drowsy in a comfortable manner. Li Qie lay down on his large chair, seemingly asleep. The wind continued to caress him like a lover. Some time passed by later. His servants all disappeared, leaving him alone. No, there was someone else next to him. A girl sitting on a boulder nearby. She looked relaxed and natural, seemingly one with the world. She was unreasonably gorgeous. Longevity Sage and Yang Radiance Untethered were pretty enough to topple kingdoms and sway the soul. However, they seemed to be missing a little something compared to her. Her beauty wasn't limited to her physical appearance but rather her aura. The other two were certainly transcending and pure like fairies, but that was in terms of appearance. This girl gave the impression that she was an immortal, not just in appearance. She wore a green dress with a faint, undulating glow around her like the currents in a lake. She had a gem on her forehead, as green and unfathomable as can be, seemingly connected to an ancient world. She sat there quietly, each of her moves resonated with the world, or rather, the world was moving to her actions. The orders and rhythm of nature followed her whims. One would never get tired of looking at an immortal like her. One glance would all it takes for her to etch her image into someone's mind for an eternity. Chapter 24:18. Only Li Qie and the girl seemed to be existing in this plane, seemingly separated from the rest of the world. He lazily opened his eyes to take a look at her in a brazen manner despite her supreme beauty and hallowed appearance. Perhaps, no one can make him change his unrestrained gaze. He took his time to the point of being invasive. Any other girl would feel as if they were naked, but she remained calm, unaffected by the gaze. After a while, he stopped looking and didn't bother standing up out of laziness, nearly ignoring her presence. How does it feel, being the crown prince? She broke the silence with a fascinating voice filled with spirit energy. A feeling of transcendence. Words can't describe how good it feels, on the verge of melting with pleasure. Do you know this feeling? He teased. If being a crown prince is already that good, what will happen after you become the king? Going to start floating in the sky? She revealed a smile enough to topple the myriad ages. This smile eclipsed the gorgeous smile of the sage and the untethered. You don't get it. Being the king is completely different from being the crown prince. To be a king is to toil and struggle, to kill and bathe in blood. Basically, one would have to be at the right power level with ample abilities to sit on the throne. It's no longer a feeling of pleasure but one of success while being above all, capable of exercising great power. But this isn't the case for a crown prince. Becoming one overnight, the future ruler of the dynasty? How great is that? No need to work hard with ambition, yet the world still falls onto your lap. This is a real dream come true situation. So many fantasize about rising overnight to reach the top. A man's nature is to want things without putting in the effort. This feeling of satisfaction far exceeded the toil of a king. That's why so many people use power-increasing pills. He shook his head and smiled before closing his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the heaven bestowed this fortune upon me, benefiting without doing anything, so amazing. The girl carefully listened to his pleasant voice. She chuckled in response. You're very interesting. However, being a crown prince is nice. Not necessarily the case once you're on the throne. People salivate for that authority and power. We'll discuss that when I'm king, but who knows, maybe Lucidity King won't die. The world is always unpredictable and unfathomable. Life is just a play. Who are the actors and who make up the audience? And life is also too short. Just enjoy it first and no need to worry about anything else. The immortal lady smiled charmingly at Li Chia. Enjoy life, I see. Is that the type of person you are? At least for now. He replied, as I said, life is just a play. Who are the ones acting? And for whom? Maybe you and I are only spectators right now. The real actors have yet to come on stage. Then who do you think are the actors? She seemed to be affected by Li Chia's demeanor and became more relaxed, straightening her long, perfect legs and started stretching lazily. This didn't deter her beauty at all. Who knows? Li Chia said, perhaps you, me or Lucidity, or the entire world is just acting. As long as there is a stage in your heart, there are plays going on everywhere. True. The girl nodded in agreement. How long do you want to put up this act? Who knows? I'm not done being the crown prince yet. Maybe the heaven wants me to play the part of the king next. One play after another, the crown prince then king, then maybe the role of a dead man. How do you want to play the part of the king? She asked, amused. How the hell am I going to play the king when Lucidity is still alive? It has to be after his death or I'll be forever stuck in the role of a crown prince. He said. Just hypothetically then, how will you play the role? She tilted her head ever so slightly, causing a few strands of black hair to drape down, beautiful beyond words. A tyrant, of course. He smiled. Why a tyrant? She became curious. Her eyes were the prettiest gems in the world, capable of seeing through the ages. Once again, freedom and pleasure. Li Chia elaborated, taking wives, massacre, building a harem, mountains of meat and fountains of wine. The world bends to my whim, what's better than that? This freedom is beyond any single mind-blowing pleasure. A tyrant will invite numerous rebellions and resistance. She said. That's fine. Go ahead and try to rebel. Once I lose, I just need to wipe my butt and leave. He smiled. With total authority. Have you not thought about becoming a wise ruler so that your citizens can prosper and your dynasty to last forever? She asked again. What does that have to do with me? A pie simply fell onto my lap. I just need to eat my fill instead of caring about its future. He replied. Don't you want to take roots here and wait for the flowers and fruits to bloom? So that your future descendants can multiply? She said pensively. He smiled in response. Why should I prepare an eternal kingdom for my future generations? Do you ever see an everlasting legacy? An undying kingdom? The girl shook her head, still looking as charming as ever. He continued. It's because an eternal kingdom will still be ruined by one's descendants. If that's an inevitable outcome, why shouldn't I be the one to ruin it? That would be much better instead of having it fall in someone else's hands. Plus, I wasn't the one who put in the effort to create the dynasty, so when I've had my fun, let the floods and rains of fire come. He laughed, awaiting her response with an amused glance. However, this glance changed into something profound and penetrating, impossible for anything to hide. The girl lifted her head and looked straight back at him without fear and awkwardness. He chuckled and raised the stake by slightly lifting her beautiful chin. Would you follow me if I were to become a wise ruler? We'll have plenty of children? The girl had a wholly inviolable aura, yet Li Chia was unaffected and maintained his lawless act. She gently pushed his hand away and chuckled. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Nothing is difficult about it. Just one woman. If I truly wish so, I can have an immortal as my wife, and you're certainly not one. He smiled. You're quite confident in yourself. Her temper grew as she spoke with a provocative tone. He lay back down and leisurely said, It's not confidence. I'm merely speaking the truth. The girl continued to stare at Li Chia, wishing to find some clues. Meanwhile, he closed his eyes, seemingly asleep. A while later, the breeze returned as he awoke from a dream. The servants were back. One maid was fanning for him. Another peeled some fruits and one more prepared tea. It was as if nothing has happened. Only a dream. He smiled without being surprised. 1. I don't quite get this last sentence, so translating literally. 2. Completely omitting the next line without editing or rewording. If outsiders were to hear this, they would think that he was insane. Someone actually dared to wish for Lucidity's death? He must be tired of living. I think this particular line was repeated 2 or 3 times during the conversation with Xueqi already, and it doesn't add anything here for the readers. It's a common line throughout the novel for word count too. This is a good example of lines that I modify sometimes for readability. In this case, it was repeated enough recently to warrant an omission. Chapter 24:19. The maid continued to fan Li Qia while the indistinct sound of tea brewing went on in the background. The servants were unaware. Everything was only a dream of his, or so it seemed. Alas, the meeting just now had indeed transpired. He didn't bother prying into it. The servants here couldn't notice anything due to their level. Zhang Jiadi hastily came in and bowed towards Li Qia. Your Highness, His Majesty wishes to see you right now. He's about to die? It's time to pass down the throne? Li Qia smiled. Jiadi had no comment. This disaster of a master could only be described as insane. The servants nearby turned pale. This was a crime of impudence, punishable by clan extermination via beheading. Jiadi looked down and replied, I don't know, please follow me, Your Highness. How boring. Li Qia shook his head. Just make me king already instead of wasting time with convoluted and needless ceremonies, ruining my mood. Jiadi smiled wryly and could only pray for himself with a master like this around. All he could do was carry out his responsibilities to the fullest. Li Qia made it to Lucidity King's place after following Jiadi. Lucidity was still laying in bed, sickly as ever. He was a lamp running low on oil. Who knows which immortal medicine he had used to keep him around for this long. Sun Longying was naturally there as well, lurking in the shadows just like a poisonous viper. No one would notice him as long as he didn't attack. 5 more old men were present, of varying height and aura. The only similarity was their obvious, shocking power, resembling 5 gods. The room was more than large enough, but their presence made it seem crowded and oppressive. Their strength, rather than their stature, gave off this impressive feeling. Not on the same level as Lucidity, but these 5 Eternals were far beyond Zhang Jiadi. Child, you're here. Meet the supremes of the 5 great powers. Lucidity waved at Li Qia in a kind manner. Li Qia smiled and glanced at the 5 old men before nodding. He sat down in a chair nearby without any hesitation. Wind God, this is the child I've told you about. His name is Li Qia. Lucidity began the introduction, speaking to the 5th old man. We are connected by fate. The way Lucidity looked at Li Qia couldn't be any more gentle and doting. People would actually mistake Li Qia for being his son. It didn't seem like they have only met several days ago. These 5 old men all stared at Li Qia, wishing to see through him. They were powerful Eternals, not just in 9 secrets but in all of imperial existences that could blot out the sky. Li Qia was impervious to their stares and only sat there in a lazy manner lacking a crown prince's manner, more like a hoodlum. This made the Eternals glance at each other. The truth was that they were shocked when Lucidity summoned them for the appointment of a crown prince. Of course, this wasn't surprising since Lucidity didn't have much time left. He needed to do so before his death. In the beginning, they assumed Lucidity would support a genius or an ancestor from War Saint dynasty to be the next successor. However, they have never seen or heard of this young fella before. The king's doting demeanor made them think that Li Qia was his illegitimate child. Lucidity has always been merciless and cruel. No one has seen this type of expression from him before. A comparable situation would be an old man finally having a son at his late age and overspoiling the kid. There was a problem. Everyone knew that Lucidity only had a daughter during the previous generation. However, she was brilliant and became a true emperor, eventually ascending to immortal and wasn't heard from since. Right now, the 5 were convinced that Li Qia was his illegitimate son. The world had no way of disproving this. Moreover, the king had too many enemies. Assassinating him might be difficult, but what about aiming for his son? Perhaps Lucidity feared this and secretly hid his son from outsiders. The 5 continued to stare with torch-like eyes. Nothing could escape their gaze. Li Qia's cultivation was too shallow and his constitution was normal. Everyone could see that he had cultivated before, but judging by his aura, this little bit of training was negligible. He had no power to speak of. One even used their divine intents to sweep through him and found a minuscule amount of true energy. It meant that any new disciple could be stronger than him. They eventually stopped, realizing that Xueqi couldn't be a hidden son of his. If this was the case, Lucidity would have groomed him from an early age. The next step of logic was obvious. Lucidity's previous trip must have been to find a long-lost son, not to find longevity medicine. It seemed that he had a one-night stand with a woman, resulting in a son. Someone like him wouldn't accept a child born in this manner, but he was on the verge of death now and needed a successor. Thus, he recalled this useless child and brought him back for the throne. Child, these uncles are the supremes, or the ancestors of the great powers in our system. They will aid you in the future. Lucidity told Xueqi. The great powers included Waterfront Pavilion, Bingqi Clan, Calm Lotus Monastery, Myriad Formation Kingdom, and Godstep Sect. They were the strongest and most influential ancestors from these sections. Their words were laws back there, capable of exerting their will. Normally, they were unreachable existences. Even ordinary ancestors couldn't meet them. However, they couldn't refuse this summoning from Lucidity, the absolute tyrant of 9 secrets. They needed to go in person as well, not just send a representative. There were plenty of powerful lineages in the system, but the ones truly in charge were these 5 behemoths after Lucidity's death. That's why the king summoned them here for help. He said weakly, "The future won't be easy, this child is still ignorant and will require your help. Your Majesty, we will do our best to take care of the young prince." One of the old men bowed and said. They were obviously excited, unable to resist the temptation of power. If Lucidity were to pass the throne to a powerful ancestor or a genius of war saint, taking over would be exceedingly difficult. However, a nameless and weak junior like Xueqi? This was a godsend opportunity for them. Chapter 24-20. The 5 old men were secretly celebrating already after seeing Lucidity's pick for the crown prince. This was great news for their 5 great powers. Lucidity had terrorized 9 secrets for 3 straight generations. All the other lineages felt so feeble in comparison, including behemoths like them. They needed to tread carefully because if Lucidity wanted to destroy them, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Thus, appointing an idiot like Xueqi as the next ruler meant the decline of War Saint dynasty. The 5 were actually happy now regarding Lucidity's absolute authority. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't be able to appoint this fool as the crown prince. The other ancestors of War Saint dynasty would have disagreed. In reality, these unwilling ancestors wouldn't be able to stop Lucidity. Child, do your best to coexist along with the 5 ancestors and the great powers. Lucidity sincerely advised like a doting father. I know. Xueqi smiled nonchalantly, even look a bit impatient. The 5 ancestors were speechless. Lucidity used to be domineering and brutal. Anyone would tremble in fear before him. But now, an idiot was about to inherit his legacy. If this son was as peerless as his daughter, then the sects of 9 secrets would remain subjugated by War Saint dynasty. Fortunately for them, this was far from the case. I don't have much time left. I will be arranging the child's marriages before I'm gone. The king told the 5 ancestors. One of the ancestors quickly said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, you can pick any daughter from our Bingqi clan. Our myriad formation has countless beauties. The crown prince may pick any to be the prince consort." The ancestor from this power hurriedly added. This was another godsend opportunity. If they could have their female disciple as the prince consort, it would be the best method at controlling this crown prince. Xueqi only chuckled while watching the 5 ancestors loudly compete with each other. It's not a selection. Lucidity said, I want the girls from your direct clans to be the consorts. This will create an alliance heading toward prosperity. The 5 ancestors didn't expect this at all. They were actually planning to pick suitable female disciples from their sect and send them to the palace. But now, Lucidity wanted direct descendants, the girls with precious bloodlines. His goal was to tie the 5 sects together with Xueqi, creating a guarantee for his future. Though everything could be sacrificed for the sake of power, some ancestors from their lineages might not agree to this. They didn't want their direct bloodline to marry a fool like Xueqi or be tied up with War Saint dynasty. After all, This fool would take over after Lucidity's death, so who knows how long War Saint could last? They didn't want to let their descendants be involved. Well, Your Majesty, you know that our Han Yu, the ancestor from the Bing-Chi clan, hesitated. Lucidity had never gotten no for an answer before. His eyes and voice turned cold. What? You think our crown prince's bloodline isn't as precious as the girls? I do not dare. The ancestor quickly bowed again while having cold chills. The imperial bloodline is as precious as a true dragon's. We're the one reaching here. Though Lucidity was dying, he was still one of the most terrifying beings in Imperial and could easily kill them. Few in this world could match him in power. Moreover, Sun Longing was fixated on them like a serpent in the shadow. Anything else to say? Lucidity looked over at the rest. The 5 ancestors became suffocated and exchanged glances. None of them wanted to speak. They knew that resistance was futile as long as Lucidity was still alive. His darkness continued to shroud over them. Godstep sect agrees. The famous wind god was the first to concede. Godstep was closer to War Saint dynasty compared to the others. Lucidity once guided him before, so he chose to reveal his attitude to break the frozen atmosphere, agreeing to marry his sex best to Li Chia. We agree as well. The other 4s had no choice but to follow along. The first to disagree would face the full brunt of Lucidity's wrath. He might even conquer their lineage before dying. In fact, Lucidity simply forced them to marry their successors to Li Chia, turning these girls into prince consorts. Their sects were now bound to War Saint dynasty. Good. Lucidity nodded and said, "Then make the oath." With that, Lung left the shadows while holding a jade plate with 5 soul contracts. He walked to the front of the 5 ancestors and said, "Gentlemen, please." The 5 ancestors were caught off guard. They thought just a verbal promise was enough, not expecting for Lucidity to resort to soul contracts. The moment they signed this, then there was no changing it. Their reputation was at stake. They hesitated because signing this soul contract was a big deal. "I'll go first." Wind God took the initiative again and finished the signature like a breeze. Buzz. A mysterious seal appeared on the soul contract. Once signed, it would always be in effect. The other ancestors also conceded and left behind the seal from their clans and sects, albeit unwillingly. It was either this or face destruction. After everyone finished, Lung took the plate over to Li Chia and bowed. "Your Highness, please take good care of the marriage contracts." Li Chia smiled at this interesting development. 5 seems too few. Maybe I'll have them bring along their pretty sisters too for the dowries. His debaucherous comment shocked the ancestors. An idiot like him normally would never be taken seriously by them, but now, he could even marry their successors. The guy even had the nerve to ask for more concubines. Give this guy an inch and he wants a mile. They would definitely kill this little bastard if Lucidity wasn't before them. That's fine. Pick whoever you want later. I'm sure the 5 gentlemen here have no objection. Lucidity dotingly agreed and smiled. It's fine as long as you wish so, Your Highness. The ancestors forced a smile. They have lost their strongest bloodline already, so they didn't really care for the other female disciples. Good. I'll take my time visiting your sects to pick some beauties to be my bedwarmers. But to tell you all the truth, I actually prefer married women. He revealed a devious grin. The 5 ancestors' expression became quite ugly after hearing this. Chapter 24-21. Lucidity didn't become angry at all and actually laughed instead. Ha ha ha. Should give everything a try, right? The world is yours. You'll have plenty of chances in the future. Lucidity couldn't spoil someone more if he tried. There was no saving this king. The ancestors were stunned. The father was imperious and unreasonable while the son was a perverted scoundrel. This duo was something else. Sounds perfect. When are you dying? Li Chia clapped his hands and laughed. I'll be in charge to do whatever I want and the kingdom will be mine then. The ancestors became frightened. Who would dare to curse Lucidity like this? It was so blatant as well. If someone else dared to say this, their head would be rolling on the ground, then the rest of their family members' heads. They thought that Lucidity would finally become angry. After all, he was still alive, yet Li Chia showed such impatience? No king could take this sitting down. Alas, Lucidity's reaction betrayed their expectations. He heartily laughed. I won't have much time left and should just let go. Don't worry, This kingdom isn't going anywhere. The ancestors were tongue-tied. Lucidity was imperious and had reigned for 3 generations. Even the other 2 overlords of Imperial were slightly afraid of him. Regardless of his cruelty and penchant for massacres, one must admit that he rarely made mistakes. He was both wise and powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have maintained his rule for so long in 9 secrets. Unfortunately, this great and wise king became a fool today from over-pampering his son. No one could imagine this sudden change. The 5 ancestors became sentimental as they recalled his past exploits. Just one sentence from him and the gods would tremble. The old proverb was right. Everything has a weakness. He had met his nemesis in his own son. This could be considered karma. I heard you have a daughter too. Li Qie suddenly brought this up. The ancestors braced themselves, knowing that Lucidity didn't like other people talking about his daughter in a negative manner. Once crossed, his fury could make blood runs like the river. At the same time, they shuddered because his daughter was an incredible character, even more terrifying than Lucidity. That child. Lucidity was lost in a daze with a gentle expression. Meanwhile, the 5 ancestors held their breath while staring at him. He seemed to be recalling a beautiful period in the past. His daughter was a big deal back in her generation. Though Lucidity had reigned for 3, he only had 1 child. A tiger wouldn't birth a dog. His daughter displayed wondrous talents at cultivation and eventually became a high-level true emperor. Finally, she left for Immortal and wasn't heard from since. Jiuning is at Immortal and won't come back. Lucidity's wits returned. Jiuning was his daughter whose title was also Jiuning. Her Majesty has been up there for an entire generation now. I believe she might be a 12-palace true emperor. The wind god sentimentally said. His comment affected the other 4 ancestors. A 12-palace true emperor was the strongest level beneath a progenitor. Even an eternal like Lucidity was no match for one. However, they were glad that she was no longer around, leaving without looking back. Otherwise, the father and daughter could sweep through all of Imperial. The other 2 behemoths wouldn't be able to stop War Saint. Lucidity couldn't help but smile, feeling quite proud of his daughter. This type of power struggle can't get into her sight. She wouldn't compete with you even if she was around, but she's not coming back anyway. This world will be yours, he said to Li Qie. Good. Li Qie chuckled. I'll be leaving if there's nothing else. The ancestors didn't know what to think about this father and son duo. Only Li Qie would dare to act so rudely before Lucidity in the entire system. Have fun, Jiadi. Make sure to protect the crown prince. Lucidity nodded and gave the order. Jiadi bowed his head in response. Don't worry, Your Majesty. His Highness will not be harmed in the slightest as long as I am alive. Li Qie didn't say anything else and left the scene. He didn't return to the Eastern Palace, only smiling at Jiadi. All right, I'm bored staying here, let's go outside. May I ask where to, Your Highness? Jiadi quickly asked. He was responsible for Li Qie's safety. This guy was the crown prince now, so he had an assassination target on his back. Jiadi needed to exercise caution. Just around the capital. Li Qie smiled. We'll walk around to see if there are beauties and married women. If I'm in the mood, we'll take them back to the palace. Jiadi had no response right away. He coughed and said, Your Highness, no need for that. You just need to say the words and many golden daughters in 9 secrets will come running. Jiadi wasn't lying. The crown prince of 9 secrets was noble and prestigious. Just one announcement from Li Qie and numerous sects would send their female descendants to the palace. Jiadi, you just don't get it. Li Qie shook his head. It is boring when it comes so easily. For example, just calling and people will bring you a feast, that's no fun at all. If you can go up the mountain and hunt for your own food, that's more interesting. You think I care for those easy girls? No. Doing it by force and taking other people's wives is the way to go. Jiadi smiled wryly. It won't be good for your reputation, Your Highness. How much is one's reputation worth? Li Qie said, if I'm going to be a crown prince, I'm going to be a monstrous one. Killing, pillaging, ravaging ladies and wives. As for being a benevolent and wise prince, only worrying about other people? That's not what I want. Li Qie pulled up his sleeves, seemingly wanting to go all out. Jiadi still didn't quite understand this master. He didn't exactly resemble a monstrous and lawless pervert. After all, A real evil bastard wouldn't have been able to express such insight like Li Qie did. This rhetoric belonged to a sage, not a scoundrel like Li Qie. Such words coming out of his mouth were so unexpected. "All right, I'll come along, Your Highness." Jodi waved and told the guards to come. "Bringing an entire group?" Li Qie refused. "How am I going to bring some women back like this? They will run away the moment they see the troops." "No, get away, don't ruin my fun." "But this is for your safety, Your Highness," Jodi said. "Bullshit," Li Qie rudely retorted. "Who can touch me with an eternal like you around? If we get into a situation where you can't protect me, bringing an entire army is useless." Jodi had no choice but to tell the men to back off. Nevertheless, Li Qie's statement made sense again. "Also, hide your old face for me. If the girls see your face, they might run straight into my embrace and that will ruin the whole point of this trip. Don't you dare mess this up for me," Li Qie added. Chapter 24-22. Skywrap City was bustling right now with hundreds of millions of inhabitants, perhaps more. Though erected on the hills and mountains, the actual place was large enough to accommodate additional buildings. The city connected to the deepest part of the sky. Thus, climbing up here wasn't easy for mortals. People said that some of the mortals born here would never reach the base or the summit. Coiling stone stairs and connecting bridges were everywhere. One could walk or when strong enough fly to travel even faster. Li Qie sauntered around, looking quite arrogant and aggressive, almost like an aggressive crab. A girl caught his attention. She wore a dress that accentuated her hot curves, towering breasts, certainly heavy to the touch. Her figure was slender and sexy, almost like a snake demon. At the same time, her plump butt incited people into wrongdoings, wanting to rub and caress it or even slapping it. The dress was from a famous artisan in Skywrap. The clan insignia embroidered at the front clearly showed her high status. Moreover, several youths crowded around her like the stars surrounding the moon. They had strong cultivation and must be from aristocratic families. Li Qie smiled and approached close enough to slap her beautiful butt first before squeezing it. "Ah!" The girl jumped to the side after being groped by a stranger before glaring at him. The others on the street were startled because who would dare to act like this in Skywrap City? Jodi forced a smile. Fortunately for him, he had his face hidden or he wouldn't know what to do right now from embarrassment. He felt no pressure on the battlefield but to accompany this youth going around messing with women like a hound? It was an entirely new struggle. The girl had an extraordinary background. Her fury instantly ignited. Her group also turned around with an aggressive glare. They have been waiting for a chance to impress the girl as heroes, so this was a godsend opportunity. "Hey girl, want to hang out with me?" Li Qie crossed his arms in front of his chest and eyes staring slightly upward, acting as if he was number one in the world, a pro at bullying ladies. Jodi had no idea if this was the real Li Qie or if the guy was only playing around. It was quite a quick switch in character. "You're courting death." The youths around here became furious. It was time to play saving the damsel in distress. Normally, the villainous antagonist here would have a terrible end, completely beat up by the heroes and potentially losing his life. "The only thing I'm courting is the lady. Brats, scram now or I'll stomp you all to death for interfering." Li Qie looked at the boys with disdain. Skywrap City has always been a place of orders, so this was a very rare event. No one dared to act like this before under the rule of lucidity. The youths had a murderous glint. Some wanted to teach this guy a good lesson. However, the girl with the sexy figure stopped them. She looked at Li Qie with a frightening stare and uttered coldly, "Do you not know who I am?" "No." Li Qie remained haughty. "But Skywrap City, nay, all of 9 secrets are under my jurisdiction. You can be the daughter of heaven and I must still have you today. Come and serve me well and I shall handsomely reward you." Meanwhile, the spectators were gossiping and pointing their finger at this show. The girl's eyes burned with fury and bloodthirst. "Ignorant fool, my name will not be Luo Qi if I don't break your bones today." "Is that so?" Li Qie smiled. "I want to see what you can do then. In bed. Come here." Having said that, his hands reached for her breasts. Because of her trembling with anger, waves appeared on her breasts, quite a seductive scene. The girl unsheathed her sword and slashed at his hand. This was the only way for her anger to subside, so she ruthlessly attacked with the force of a crashing mountain. Everyone saw just how weak Li Chia was, but none felt bad, thinking that he deserved it. The youth sneered, confident that this slash would serve the guy's hands. Blood would certain gush out with screams of anguish. Unfortunately, Jadi would never let anyone harm Li Chia regardless of the guy's characters, not even a single strand of hair. When the slash was close enough, Jadi gently flicked his finger. Clank! The sword crumbled and the pieces of scrap metals dropped to the ground. Ah! Luo Qi shouted because Li Chia's hands have made contact and squeezed her breasts. Her mind became empty. This was her first time being treated in this manner, on top of it being in public. More than big enough. Just the way I like it. Li Chia smiled and also embraced her. He played the role of a rotten youth perfectly, harassing girls in broad daylight. You have a death wish, animal. The youths rushed forward. Their blades flashed brightly as they attacked. Boom! Li Chia didn't bother looking because Jadi swung his sleeve and crushed the weapons. The youths were blown flying. An eternal like Jadi could kill these juniors with a single glance. The guys tried to be heroes, but they fell to the ground and were knocked out. Know who you're dealing with before acting cool. Li Chia laughed. Pop. His next target was another slap on her butt. Luo Qi panicked and jumped back. Her expression became one of fear. A prideful person like her was full of confidence, untouchable by idiotic perverts. She believed that she could kill these spoiled young masters with a single glance. Alas, being toyed with in this manner today immediately shattered her pride. You should come with me already. Warming my bed is an honor. Li Chia smiled. Go! She shouted at her friends and turned to flee. These youths were frightened by Jadi's power and didn't dare to linger around. Sai, why didn't you help me stop them? I wanted to bring her back for a session. Li Chia angrily scolded. My old bones have trouble walking and can't catch them. Jadi answered. My ass. Li Chia laughed and didn't mind at all. Jadi thought that a spoiled young master would have gotten angry. However, Li Chia didn't give a damn. This tolerance and carefree attitude weren't something a young master could have. Chapter 24-23. Hey Xueqi, want to have some fun with me? It didn't take long before Li Chia found another girl and immediately started his bossy act. Jadi could only sigh up and down after seeing this. Rumble! Li Chia didn't have much time before being surrounded by riders. It lacked in numbers, but these armored combatants emitted a cold bloodthirst, indicative of their battle experiences. It's the army. The spectators immediately retreated, not wanting to make a mistake. Under the rule of lucidity, the army and cavalry of War Saint were unstoppable. Even though this particular group didn't belong to Silver Secret Legion, it was still intimidating enough. People gloated after seeing Li Chia being surrounded, thinking that this brat was dead for sure. No one dared to oppose War Saint dynasty in 9 secret system. This cavalry certainly represented the dynasty. Uncle Luo, that's him. A girl coquettishly said. People looked over and saw that it was Luo Qi who escaped earlier. There was a middle-aged soldier next to her, adorned in a full suit of armor with a stern aura. He clearly was either a general or had some other high position. It looked like after escaping, Luo Qi went to ask for help. After all, she was from a military clan and wouldn't be able to swallow the anger of being harassed in broad daylight. Thus, she cried and asked a city guard general for help. After hearing this, the uncle became angry and brought troops here. Oh, didn't you run away earlier? Li Chia was unaffected by the troops surrounding him and crossed his arms in front of his chest again. Miss me already? Unfortunately, I'm only interested in other people now, not in some girl that runs back crying. It was as if the words, spoiled young master, was written on his forehead. Clank! The general raised his hand and the soldiers immediately pointed their spears at Li Chia, nearly touching his chest. Who the hell are you, daring to stir trouble at the capital? The general uttered coldly with bloodthirst. Uncle Luo, kill him. Luo Qi stared contemptuously at Li Chia, feeling quite good about the inevitable revenge. The general said, Brat, surrender now or we'll cut you to pieces. To pieces my ass. Li Chia waved his hand dismissively. Scram to the side or I'll make you retire and go back to your village. His spoiled rotten act was still perfect and aggressive, not giving a damn about anyone. Ignorant fool, die. General Luo was a war-hardened soldier, so he ordered without any mercy. Ahem, General Luo. Jadi interrupted this. Who are you? Show yourself, don't think you can cause trouble here. The general finally noticed Jyoti and shouted. Humph. Jyoti snorted in response. The general looked thunderstruck and turned pale. Though Jyoti had his face hidden, the general could recognize this sound. My lord Dash. The general was scared out of his mind. Military Omni-God. Zhang Jyoti. Since General Luo was part of the army, he naturally knew who he was talking to. This was the guard captain of His Majesty, only below Sun Lunging in status. Keep in mind that Lucidity wasn't a normal king. When he became unhappy, not to mention a single general, he could even decapitate an ancestor of the dynasty without any hesitation. The general was afraid the most, thinking about how this brat has the Omni-God as a bodyguard. I didn't know, he stammered. All right, my young lord likes her. Jyoti didn't want to waste words. The general became startled and stared at Li Qie. How could the guard captain have a young lord? Thinking about this frightened him. Though the crown prince appointment has yet to be announced, everyone knew that Lucidity didn't have much time left. The Omni-God who has always been next to the king was now guarding a youth and even calling him young lord? The general could put the pieces of information together for an answer. Well. He didn't know what to do because this girl was the jewel of their Luo clan. This is an honor for your clan. Jyoti uttered coldly. Your subordinate understands. With cold sweats running all over, he came next to Luo Qi and whispered. The general didn't dare to refuse because inciting the wrath of Lucidity wouldn't only end in his dismissal. Even his clan would turn to ashes. Though his clan wasn't weak, it was nothing before Lucidity. Moreover, Jyoti was right. Climbing up to the royal family was indeed their honor. This could boost their power and influence to the next level. Given the status of this youth, so many nobles would want to please him, more than willing to bring their daughters to the door. Luo Qi turned pale after hearing this. A girl still had her pride and naturally didn't want to. Earlier she viewed Li Qie as trash, but now, this trash could change her fate instantly. She couldn't quite accept this. Alas, she had no other choice. Not to mention her uncle, her entire clan couldn't save her. She shuddered, completely absent-minded like a tiny bird lost in the winter, blown back and forth by the chilling gales. Young lord, the general brought her before Li Qie. She kept her head lowered, no longer having the same air of arrogance like before. My niece is still inexperienced, please, take care of her, the general added. The only thing he could do was offering his niece to Li Qie. This was the only way to save their clan and perhaps even bring prosperity to it. Not interested. Li Qie looked at Luo Qi and said, I don't like playing this type of games. Bring her back. He turned and left. The general stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do for a long time. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. At the very least, their jewel had escaped the evil clutch of this youth. But their clan had also lost the chance to climb up the ladder of power, never being able to rise again. Luo Qi was frozen as well. In the beginning, having to follow this youth she considered to be trash had shattered her pride. Nevertheless, she still agreed to follow him. But now, his contemptuous refusal was too much for her to take. Hey gorgeous, want to play with me? This question could be heard in the capital in the next several days. And then the sounds of girls screaming inevitably came next. So many girls were frightened and fled with haste. Chaos Hellion is here again. Chaos invaded Skyrap. Girls no longer dared to come outside during the day while Li Qie earned the impressive title of Chaos Hellion. Sigh, these people are so bad at titles. I am fiercest, not Chaos Hellion. Li Qie shook his head and said. He continued strolling the street with hands clasped behind his neck while looking up and whistling, resembling an arrogant crab strutting on the street. Meanwhile, Jyoti has grown used to this scene recently. Jyoti, all the girls are running on sight. This won't do. Should we go into a noble's house and take their wives and daughters? Li Qie smiled. Chapter 24-24. Jyoti only smiled and shook his head. He obviously didn't take Li Qie to kidnap some noble's wives and daughters. Your Highness, why are you choosing to be a bad person? This isn't your nature. Jyoti asked after having a better understanding of Li Qie from the last several days. Who is a good person? And bad? Am I being a bad person right now? Li Qie smiled. Perhaps you aren't, but in others' eyes, you are a depraved prince, your highness. Jadi honestly answered out of loyalty. He wanted Li Qie to be a good prince that could prosper this beautiful kingdom. Such a basic perspective. Li Qie answered, Jadi, ever since your enlistment, have you ever thought about the number of victims you have claimed? Well, Jadi pondered, I'm afraid I haven't. It'll have to be in the tens of thousands. No Eternal could get to this level without polishing themselves in vicious battles. As a soldier, killing on the battlefield could be considered as obeying orders. But after starting the path of cultivation, cultivators are blood-stained murderers. As for true emperors and Eternals, their roads are paved with bones. Have you ever exterminated a clan or a sect? Li Qie finished with a smile. Right. Jadi nodded. This matter was very common since one needed to step on the bones of their enemies to move forward. Then you tell me, are you a good or a bad person? Li Qie asked. Jadi didn't answer right away. In your mind, at least unconsciously, you still consider yourself a good person. At the very least, you don't bully men and women and are living a proper life. Unlike me, imperious and unreasonable, blatantly harassing girls and taking wives. These actions of mine are considered evil beyond redemption. He said. Let me ask you again, what do you think about lucidity? Do you respect him? Li Qie said. His Majesty has incredible foresight and amazing abilities. A talent of the ages capable of sweeping through the world. I have nothing but reverence for him. Jadi replied. This wasn't an empty praise because many in imperial lineage respected him. I'm sure plenty of people respect him, including his enemies. Li Qie casually replied. Yes, His Majesty is worthy of respect. Jadi nodded. So that's the amusing part. Lucidity reigned for 3 generations and had destroyed numerous sects and clans, too many to count. With one order of his and blood will flow like rivers in 9 secrets. His hands are stained with blood and specters of the dead haunt his blade. Li Qie said with a smile. Jadi didn't know what to do. Only this lawless prince in the entire system would dare to comment on the king in this manner. Look again, I've tried to be a spoiled youth in the last several days at Skyrap, but how many people and clans have I exterminated? Li Qie asked. None. Jadi sighed, aware of Li Qie's point. Lucidity, a mass murderer leaving behind broken homes yet is still considered a peerless king in the minds of many. Some are even willing to be his claws and certainly view him as a good person. Li Qie paused for a moment before continuing. And here I am, only bullying a few people and harassing girls at best, yet I'm considered a heinous villain deserving death. I'm sure if I were to be beaten to death today, not a single soul will sympathize while the crowd applauded in celebration. On the other hand, Lucidity's death will invoke emotions and sadness. Many will miss him, don't you think? Li Qie looked at Jadi and smiled. This world belongs to the strong. Jadi understood the implications. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. Li Qie shook his head. The world consists of ordinary people with rather basic views, using power to gauge morality. Thus, why should I give a damn about what these fools think of me? Good or bad? An unforgivable demon king or a respected savior? Who cares about these meaningless titles? Can't reach the apex. Do whatever we want, that should be the pursuit of cultivators. That's why right now, I am playing the role of the so-called Chaos Hellion. Do whatever we want. Jadi murmured after a mental sum-up of Li Qie's statement. He became lost in thoughts. Cultivators have always searched for more power but not this type of freedom. Suddenly, Li Qie seemed to be shrouded in fog. This logic wasn't something a spoiled youth could come up with. As they spent more time together, Jadi felt inferior in certain aspects compared to this young lord. It was as if he was a shining star of a man yet chose to act like a spoiled prince that could bring ruin to a kingdom. The guy continued to be a mystery to Jadi. The infamy of Chaos Hellion was well known in Skyrap. As long as he was out on the streets, the girls were all in hiding. Their clans closed their gate, not wanting to become victims of this monster. Thus, Li Qie didn't see that many girls during his stroll. Even if he did, they were awfully ugly. Perhaps they were actually waiting for him to molest or even take them by force. On the main street, a rather chubby older woman sent a seductive glance towards Li Qie while shaking her enormous butt. She had heard of his groping hobby, so she purposely arched out her butt. Li Qie naturally saw this and laughed. I might be a pervert, but my taste isn't this heavy. "Hey, handsome," she coquettishly called out. "Handsome my ass." Li Qie scolded. "You think I won't throw you into a mine so the workers there can have some fun with you? I'm sure they will be very eager to satisfy you." This woman turned pale and ran for her life. This guy had no boundaries, so he would actually throw her into an or mine. She'll be finished then. Even Jyoti started laughing after seeing this spectacle. Sigh, life is so unpredictable. A spoiled brat looking for girls is one thing. But now, even those big sisters are gunning for me. What in the world is going on? Li Qie was amused. "You're very famous right now, Your Highness." Jyoti felt relaxed being around Li Qie, unlike being around lucidity in a nervous state. Because they couldn't meet any girls, Li Qie's teasing abilities became useless, so it became a regular stroll. "If we really don't meet anyone, I'm going into a noble's house," Li Qie threatened. As they turned into another alley, they heard a round of applause from little kids. "Big sistering is here." Li Qie looked over and saw a group of children surrounding a girl. They varied in age and dressed shabbily, clearly destitute. Skinny and bony faces. When was the last time they had a good meal? The girl had a bag full of food and began distributing meals to the kids. Glistening roast chicken, delicious dried meat, and braised pork shoulders. Chapter 24-25. The kids salivated repeatedly and had to use their dirty sleeves to wipe their mouth. They accepted the food and didn't waste time eating the delicious meals. The sound of their chewing filled the alley. The girl smiled after seeing the kids devouring their food, feeling quite satisfied. She wore a rather simple dress, not resembling the attire of a noble. However, it was quite clean. She had a well-kempt ponytail hairstyle, very practical. The girl wasn't that beautiful, but she gave an honest and warm aura, especially when she smiled. Everyone would think of the words strong and persevering after seeing her. "Is it good?" the girl softly asked. "Yes." The children barely answered because they were still chewing. She was a decent cultivator, so she could sense someone watching. After turning around, she noticed Li Qie at the alleyway entrance. His hands were clasped behind his neck as he watched her with a smile. Jyoti stood behind him like a statue. The girl immediately thought about the recent news and took a good look at him. This looked like the rumored Chaos Hellion. She became startled because of his perverted glare and felt a cold chill running down her spine. "I'll come back tomorrow to see you guys," she spoke, wanting to leave. The children were still busy with the food and indistinctly said bye. She didn't dare to linger around and headed for the other direction. Li Qie chuckled and slowly followed her. Though she didn't turn back to look, she knew that Li Qie was coming. She quickened her pace and even used true energy to go faster. She was afraid that he would follow her back to her house, so she went on a long detour. Fortunately, she was familiar with this area and utilized the complex streets to lose him. This method was effective. She turned around to confirm and heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, she exited another alley and returned to her home ahead. There was a forge with a frontal plaque carved with the word, Jian. She stood in front and looked at this name before sighing sentimentally. The forge was small but had plenty of good weapons on display. They were meant for cultivators, not mortals. She put on a protective cloak before preparing the coals and fire. Clank! 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 The metallic clanking from metal shaping echoed across the street with a rhythmic fashion. The girl was busy, her entire focus fixated on crafting the sword in her hand. She seemed like an experienced master from the fire control, molten pouring, casting, and shaping. The techniques clearly were distinguished and excellent. Each action was concise without needless movements. Sweat moistened her hair and eventually streamed down her fair-skinned cheeks. She looked quite beautiful when focusing, a pretty treat for the eyes. Though fatigued, she still had great spirits. The metallic clanking continued. Listeners could never get tired of this sound. Sizzle. Eventually, molten liquid stopped running and a sword was formed. She took a look before lifting it up. Its glint shined the area with spirit strands. She was happy with this product, but if she had enough materials, she could even make it better. Unfortunately, she sighed again. Suddenly, a familiar figure was reflected on the blade. This made her turn back instantly towards the entrance. Two people were standing on the street, one youth and one man. The youth had a smile as he stared at her. The girl was alarmed. This was the famous Chaos Hellion. She thought she had left him behind, yet he still managed to come here. Uncle Tai. She called out to the inside room because she had heard of his unflattering tales. In fact, they have been spread around Skyrap, that this guy had no deeds too heinous for him. Li Chia entered the forge, ignoring the panicking girl. She took one step back, but there was nowhere else to go. This was already her home. Young miss, I'm here. An elderly man came out. He had a hunchback, yet his eyes were still fierce. Clearly an experienced man. After seeing her expression, the man turned towards Li Chia and Zhang Jiadi. He also recalled the stories recently and knew what was going on. Miss, what weapons are suitable for me? Li Chia blocked her path, not allowing her to go to the living quarters. She naturally staggered backward in fear because of his perverted reputation. My lord, what weapon do you want? Allow me to pick for you. The man called Uncle Tai instantly tried to save her. No need, let her pick one for me. Li Chia stared at the girl while holding his chin. This only made the girl panic even more. Her expression turned sour. My lord, she doesn't understand. Uncle Tai tried again. Enough, old man. Just one word of mine and you won't have a place to stay in Skyrap. No, actually you will serve a life sentence in prison. Li Chia revealed his spoiled and arrogant act. Both the girl and Uncle Tai were shocked. Nevertheless, she stepped forward. What weapon are you looking for? Li Chia didn't answer and continued staring with a smile. Meanwhile, she was nervous but had prepared herself. The moment he took action, she would run right away. Uncle Tai coughed and said, My lord, please let us know what weapon you use. Just going to look around. Li Chia started walking around. The other two had no choice but to play along. The girl purposely walked slower to keep a distance from Li Chia. He ignored them and looked around at the items for sale. Sabers, swords, pagodas. He would occasionally knock on the blades, issuing a metallic clanking. The materials are too coarse, terrible craftsmanship as well. He said flatly. My lord, we're a tiny place, just getting by selling these scrap metals. These weapons can't get into your sight. In the corner on the next street has a store specializes in selling rare weapons. You should go take a look. Uncle Tai anxiously said. Li Chia ignored him and took one step closer towards the girl. She reacted by taking several paces backward. Li Chia smirked and said, Don't worry though Chaos Hellion, like messing around with innocent girls. I'm also a picky eater. I only like big breasts and plump butt. His eyes moved towards her breasts. The girl was stunned. This smirk clearly criticized her flat breasts, causing her to turn red. She didn't know whether to be happy or mad. At the very least, Li Chia didn't like her. But any woman would take offense to this. Chapter 24-26. The girl was unhappy to hear his comment and sharply glared at him once before lowering her head again. Everyone knew that this hellion was a pervert with no qualms against harassing girls in broad daylight. She began to feel better about not being liked by him. He touched another sword and said, But at the very least, the crafting techniques came from masters. Young lord, you're just playing with us now. We're only a broken-down shop, our techniques are not exceptional at all. Uncle Tai's expression shifted before quickly replying. Is that so? Li Chia touched the blade and said, If I'm not mistaken, this is the techniques of the Bing Chi clan, the orthodox style too. Both the girl and Uncle Tai were alarmed upon hearing this and glanced at each other. Li Chia didn't watch their reaction and continued. The techniques are authentic and traditional, but the execution lacks experience. Just more training and better materials will result in something decent, so the crafter has some talents. Jiadi himself was surprised, not expecting Li Chia to understand the blacksmithing arts of the Bing Chi. Uncle Tai calmed down and said, This lowly one doesn't know what you are talking about, my lord. I've never heard of the Bing Chi. Our young miss has only learned our ancestral arts to survive. So you're telling me that your young miss is a descendant of Weapon Break True Emperor? Li Chia smiled. The other two were shaken for the second time and had to take a deep breath. Jiadi also glanced at Li Chia. Just looking at the weapons hanging on the walls wasn't enough for him to discern the crafting technique. Keep in mind that as an eternal, his vision far exceeded ordinary men. Weapon Break was the Bing Chi's best emperor, immortalized for his blacksmithing abilities. Few could match him in this field. Though he was only an emperor, The legend said that he could create weapons comparable to progenitors. Due to his existence, the Bing Qi made something of themselves and became one of the 5 behemoths in 9 secrets. I have never heard of Weapon Break True Emperor or the Bing Qi. The uncle denied again. Li Chia didn't bother to turn back to look at him. Keep on speaking rubbish and I'll make her warm my bed. Uncle Tai didn't dare to speak any longer while Li Chia continued to look at the weapons. Suddenly, footsteps came from the outside. A group appeared, wearing the same uniform with a golden sword insignia embroidered on the sleeve. They clearly came with unfriendly intention judging by their aggressiveness. The leader was a youth brimming with vitality. His fierce eyes indicated that he wasn't a pushover. The group instantly headed for the girl while kicking and shoving, resulting in weapons falling to the ground. She and Uncle Tai naturally didn't like this development. Long time no see, cousin. The youth laughed and said to the girl. She pursed her lips before coldly uttering, I didn't expect to see you here in Sky Rap. I just have some business in the Imperial City, but the elders also gave me a task about the rent, so I have no choice but to come here. The girl sneered in response. Cousin, the date is approaching. I'm sure you have prepared, time to pay up. He smiled. This place has always been our ancestral business. The girl coldly responded. Cousin, that's ancient history. After your family pawned it off, it belongs to the clan now. The fact that the clan is still willing to let you rent is already sentimental and considerable of your ancestors. The youth retorted. Keep in mind that personal feelings aside, this is a business. After all, if the clan is nice to everyone instead of being professionals, we will lose all orders. Without orders, the great clan will be lost in chaos. Young Lord Chow, please wait for several more days, just a few more days, and the young miss will pay. We just don't have it right now, but we will get it to you as soon as possible. Uncle Tai tried to smooth things over. Several more days? The youth shook his head. I don't have that much time since I'm returning to the clan tomorrow. If I don't get the payment, how am I going to answer to the seniors? What do you want then? The girl angrily shouted. Cousin, all I'm doing is carrying out the clan's official affairs. If you can't pay up, then gather your stuff and get the hell out. The clan will be taking back this property, so you can't stay here any longer. We will not rent it to you either since you are the one violating the agreement. Bing Chi Gao, don't be so unreasonable. The girl yelled again. The youth named Bing Chi Chao shook his head. Cousin, I'm not being unreasonable and cold right now since I'm following the rules. You should be happy that I'm the one here for this thankless task. Anyone else wouldn't be so nice to you right now. The girl turned pale. She naturally didn't want to leave their ancestral heritage because they would never be able to get it back. Cousin, don't make me force you out. Gao smiled and said. The girl clenched her fists while her chest heaved from anger. In the end, she took a composing breath and said, Give me 2 days, just 2 days, and I'll pay the rent to the clan. No. Gao shook his head. Cousin, I'm in a hurry and will leave tomorrow, so I can't give you the 2 days. In accordance with the clan's rules, if a disciple were to fail his mission, there will be consequences. My future would be ruined. I only need 2 days. The girl's voice grew weaker, on the verge of begging since she had no other choice. No. He paused for a moment. But there is another way. What is it? The girl asked after hearing a glimmer of hope. One senior in the clan said that out of respect for the old ancestors, there is something you can pawn for this property. It will forever be yours. Gao revealed. Pawn? What do you want? The girl was stirred with excitement and said. Gao rubbed his chin and said. The ancestor said that there is a page with techniques written on it. As long as you hand it over, this property will be yours. Moreover, the clan will be nice enough to even give you another one in the Imperial City. You will never have to worry about money again. Uncle Tai and the girls took one step back. Her tone grew cold again. I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have anything like that. The seniors have handed everything over back then without hiding. Then there's no other way. Gao snorted. I'll have to ask you to move then. The girl's expression kept on changing from being helpless. He shrugged and ordered. If you don't want to do it yourself. Men, help the young miss move now. You dare? The girl cried out. Why wouldn't I? Cousin, you are nothing now. Your branch had committed a terrible offense, The fact that the ancestors didn't erase your names from the clan is out of respect for Weapon Break True Emperor. Do you think anyone else in the clan will speak up for you now? I'm not kicking a man when he's down, but your clan is already done for since a long time ago. Gao sneered. Do it. He raised his hand while she continued to stand there in a daze. This fly keeps on buzzing and ruining my mood. Li Qiye, who has been looking at the weapons, suddenly turned around and said in a lackadaisical manner. Gao and his disciples didn't notice this guy standing in the room at all until now. Chapter 24-27. Bing Qi Gao finally saw Li Qiye, just an ordinary youth. Even if he had cultivated, he was still a nobody, so Gao didn't give a damn. After all, Gao came from another location and didn't know the infamy of Chaos Hellion. Brat, fuck off. Our Bing Qi clan is conducting business here, interfering, and that's a crime punishable by death. Bing Qi Gao harshly shouted. His haughty response was understandable. After all, Li Qiye only looked like a weak cultivator, while their Bing Qi was one of the 5 strongest sects in 9 secrets, and he was a direct branch disciple. And if I don't? Li Qiye smiled. No. Then I'll break your legs and make you crawl outside. Gao's eyes turned fierce. So vicious, do you not care for the laws? Li Qiye pretended to be afraid and startled. The laws? Gao smiled deviously. Do you not know who you're dealing with? Our Bing Qi clan can do whatever we want. Ha ha ha. Li Qiye shifted his demeanor instantly and started clapping. So damn amusing. Someone has the balls to tell me this in Sky Rap City. Ha ha ha, I'm gonna die from laughing. It took a while before he stopped laughing and asked. Jody, tell me now, in Sky Rap, no, in all of 9 secrets, who is the law? You are, my lord. Jody didn't address him as His Highness this time around. Li Qiye smiled. Did you hear that? I'm the law, so start running now before I change my mind. Gao's expression changed. A nobody dared to talk to him like this? He smiled sinisterly in response. Brat, don't think we can't mess you up just because we're far away, that you have some backing in the Imperial City and think you're a badass. My Bing Qi clan doesn't give a shit about anyone. He then ordered. Men, break his legs. Show him the laws of our clan. Brat, you've asked for it. The men sneered and began pulling up their sleeves before reaching for Li Qiye. Boom! They couldn't touch him and were pushed to the ground, one after another. Their bones were broken so they couldn't stand up. They were no different than ants before Jadi, simply pathetic. Jadi, you don't know who I am right now? A spoiled brat, and what does that entail? Of course it is to kill everyone that annoys me. Jadi didn't bat an eye. A glint flashed with a cutting noise. Blood gushed out. The men of the Bing Qi were decapitated. Their eyes were wide open. They didn't even have the chance to scream. Gao was shocked and shouted in response. Who the hell are you? Me. Li Qiye pointed at his nose. I'm the law of 9 secrets. Having said that, he started walking towards Gao. Don't come over here. The frightened youth turned to flee. Bam! Unfortunately, he didn't go far before dropping and rolling on the ground. Sigh, you brought this upon yourself. Li Qiye shook his head and stomped heavily on Gao's chest. Crack! His chest caved down, ribs broken. The boy vomited a mouthful of blood. Li Qiye crouched down to look at him and smiled. Do you know why you're still alive? Don't do anything crazy. I'm a disciple of the Bing Qi clan. The clan will not let you off if you do something to me. Gao was scared out of his mind. Li Qiye dug in his ear with his pinky and told Jadi. Bing Qi clan, huh? Oh, I remember now. Jadi, that old man from this clan, what was he called? A supreme ancestor or something? What a braggart, daring to have that title with his meager skills. Bing Qi Juezhen. Jadi replied. Juezhen was one of the 5 supreme ancestors that Lucidity King summoned previously. Yes, you're right. That geezer. I remember now. Li Qiye clapped his hands and said. Bing Qi Gao, the girl, and Uncle Tai were shocked. The other 2 knew that Li Qiye was known as Chaos Hellion for causing trouble recently, but they didn't know of his true background. In fact, no one in Sky Rap did. But now, Li Qiye directly called out Bing Qi Juezhen's real name, even referring to him as a geezer. That's terrifying. Juezhen, a supreme ancestor, was the strongest senior of the Bing Qi and one of the strongest Eternals in 9 Secrets. Li Qie patted the youth's face and smiled. Go back and tell Bing Qi Juezhen that I like this girl. Continue to provoke her and I'll be displeased enough to destroy your clan. Gao didn't dare to refuse since he was already scared out of his mind. Oh, do we have an Imperious seal or something? They might not take us seriously without one. Li Qie tapped his forehead, seemingly remembering something, and told Jodi. Jodi took out a red branding iron and handed it to Li Qie. Just mark with this and Bing Qi Juezhen will recognize you, young lord. Good. Li Qie accepted it and directly applied it to Gao's forehead. Ah! The youth screamed from the excruciating pain. After the smoke cleared, a red mark was left behind. Li Qie was quite satisfied with his work and said, Not bad. He then kicked the guy and patted his hands clean. Scram now, I'm sparing your dog life. Gao didn't dare to say a single retort and ran for his life, even losing his shoes in the process. Li Qie turned his attention towards the girl and started walking. The girl and her uncle were naturally frightened, but there was nowhere to go. This little monster didn't give a damn about the Bing Qi clan. Back to what I was saying before, the techniques of Weapon Break True Emperor are worth taking a look. He smiled. He raised her chin and smiled. What is your name, Bing Qi? And? The girl shuddered but mustered enough courage to meet his gaze. Bing Qingjian. A descendant of Bing Qi Quangfang. Jodi said. A capable man whose downfall was his arrogance, daring to challenge the Silver Secret Legion. The other two didn't like hearing about this story. Quangfang used to be a genius of the Bing Qi, quite eccentric in nature. He was also arrogant and didn't obey anyone. After a particular conflict, he challenged Sun Lungying and the Silver Secret Legion. The result was obvious. Though he was very strong, he still wasn't a match for Sun Lungying. His legion fared even worse and got annihilated completely. This was a crime worthy of clan extermination, especially if Lucidity found this impudent. He wouldn't only kill Quangfang's branch but also the rest of the clan. However, Lucidity actually appreciated Quangfang for his arrogance and didn't pursue this matter. Nevertheless, the Bing Qi still decided to purge Quangfang's branch from their clan. Their branch consisted of the descendants of Weapon Break True Emperor and possessed an amazing bloodline. They were quite influential and powerful as well. Alas, they still lost and disappeared henceforth. So now, when Jodi revealed their background, Yingjian and her uncle were horrified. Sigh, I'm a spoiled brat, not a hero who saves a damsel in distress. Li Qie shook his head and said. Yingjian was holding her breath, unaware of Li Qie's intention. His bad reputation truly scared her to the core. All right, don't look at me like that. I might be a pervert, but one with exquisite tastes. I don't like undernourished little girls. He said while staring at her. Chapter 24-28. The girl had conflicted feelings about hearing this, a natural response for most women regarding their appearance. She gave him the side-eye before looking down again. Li Qie withdrew his hand and gave an order. Jodi, I like this girl. Leave her 1 million to buy some clothes. Jodi immediately threw a spatial pouch on the table before leaving with Li Qie. Yingjian and Untai Tai were slack-jawed, spending 1 million just like that? In their clan, even the direct successors there couldn't be so wasteful. This guy was a god-tier wastrel. He was already long gone after she calmed down. She didn't have the courage to give chase, still afraid of him. She stood there, confused, not knowing what to do. After leaving the force, Jodi smiled and asked Li Qie. Your Highness, she's not a bad girl, how come you didn't take her in? Why should I? Li Qie smiled. I have no lack of women. A good girl is very rare, and only thinking about sleeping with one is the act of a vulgar man. Jodi replied. So you like her that much, Your Highness? He had grown used to Li Qie's amiability when they were alone. It was completely different than being around Lucidity. Though people called him the Chaos Hellion and considered him to be the worst scum, Jodi didn't think he was that bad. At the very worst, the guy was just a whimsical spender. As for Lucidity, being around him meant being nervous all the time. His fury could end in decapitation for anyone. There are many types of like, not necessarily romantic. Some are just a type of appreciation. Li Qie said. Jodi nodded and didn't pursue the topic. Boom! Suddenly, a divine light soared to the sky from the imperial palace. It separated the clouds and illuminated the entire area. A majestic divinity engulfed the world, seemingly wanting to drown the entire system. The experts all over Imperial were alarmed. Buzz! The pillar of light suddenly lost all power, akin to a spring gushing out water before running dry. The leftover water sprinkled down, or in this case, just tiny strands of light that scatter with the wind. It seemed like a rain of light all over 9 secrets, resulting in a surreal scene. Buzz! Next, a fiery spark came from the palace. If the palace itself was a candle, then this light was it being lit up. Unfortunately, this was a candle in the wind, feeble and flickering, on the verge of extinguishing. It pulsed continuously from dark to bright in an uncertain manner. Not good. Xueqi was shocked. His Majesty is deteriorating. We must return now, Your Highness. Having said that, he grabbed Xueqi and rushed for the palace. At this moment, all eyes in Imperial were focused on the flickering light. They knew that lucidity couldn't last any longer. This was his final moment. Whoosh! When Xueqi and Xueqi finally made it back, the light suddenly shattered and disappeared. The palace fell into darkness. 9 secrets have lost its light. His Majesty has passed away. Xueqi shouted, Your Majesty. He continued carrying Xueqi towards Lucidity's resting chambers. Once they made it in, they saw Lucidity on his bed, no longer breathing. The servants were on their knees. Only Sun Lungying sat by the bed while holding the slumbering king's hand, tears running down his cheeks. Your Majesty. Xueqi instantly prostrated on the ground. This sad emotion came from the heart. Lucidity was a second father to him, so he became broken-hearted. The palace grieved, seemingly engulfed in a terrible mood. His Majesty has passed away. After a long while, an official order finally came. The palaces and buildings in the Imperial Palace had a white cloth hanging on the front entrance. It didn't take long before the entire place was filled with white, similar to the snowflakes in winter, a world of white. People were still shaken despite knowing the inevitability of his death. The moment still caught them off guard. Anxiety and grief permeated the situation, especially for the servants. They didn't know what to do, akin to rootless duckweeds. The extinguishing of his light made many pairs of eyes light up all over 9 secrets, similar to divine lamps being lit in the dark. The seniors from the various powers and the 5 supreme ancestors became stirred. Lucidity King is finally dead. One eternal from a powerful lineage said. A storm is coming. A supreme ancestor had a happy expression and excitement in his eyes. This day is finally here. Another peer of his smiled. One more had his eyes flashing with a cold glint. A new era should come to 9 secrets now. This was a godsend opportunity, just like a pie falling from the sky. War Saint Dynasty has lost its leader and the entire system was a headless snake. It meant turmoil and changes, or opportunities for others. These supreme ancestors knew that it was over for War Saint Dynasty. It didn't matter that he had appointed a crown prince because this person couldn't suppress all of 9 secrets. Moreover, Lucidity had also defeated the Sacred Cabinet. Without this council, War Saint was without its skeletal structure and needed to rely on Lucidity as the single pillar. Now, without him, demise was coming for this dynasty. Lucidity King has passed away. Many ancient clans and sects have received this news. These masters became emotional just like the rest. They have gotten used to his tyranny in the last 3 generations. This authority was no longer present. A new leader was about to emerge for 9 secrets. The news of his death quickly spread to the other systems in Imperial as well. The 2 other behemoths, the Mu and Li, were the happiest to hear about it. Lucidity played a pivotal role in 9 secrets' success. With his death, this behemoth has fallen. Many other ferocious beasts and birds would want to come and share this fat piece of meat. It's about time. 2 true emperors took note of this. Their gazes searched around 9 secrets. Even beings of their level didn't dare to do anything when Lucidity was around. This was no longer the case. 9 secrets was now up for grabs. Crown Prince Xueqi shall assume the title of king. An order left behind by Lucidity emanated from the palace. His awe-inspiring and mighty voice along with his majestic aura of an eternal filled the world. The system still trembled in fear after hearing the order. He might be dead but his notoriety remained. People were still afraid all the same. Crown Prince Xueqi? Confusion naturally sparked. Who is Xueqi? The leaders of various powers found this surprising. They have never heard of this name before. In fact, they didn't even know that Lucidity had appointed a crown prince. Chapter 24-29. The crown prince has officially become the king. The official order left everyone in Nine Secrets puzzled since they didn't know who Li Qie was. The only ones expecting this were the 5 behemoths with the 5 supreme ancestors: Waterfront Pavilion, Bingqi Clan, Calm Lotus Monastery, Myriad Formation Kingdom, and God Step Sect. Lucidity summoned them and asked for their loyalty and support. Even War Saint Dynasty itself was confused. The royal members began discussing among themselves. Tang Hexiong isn't appointed? A high elder of the royal clan murmured. Who the hell is this Li Qie? Why did His Majesty pick him? The experts and elders of the dynasty became unhappy. Of course, no one dared to publicly voice their dissatisfaction just yet. After all, Lucidity had only passed away recently and his notoriety remained. Same with Sun Longying and Silver Secret Legion. Everyone knew of Longying and the Legion's loyalty. They would definitely carry out his final order and support Li Qie. Because of this, any dissenter would need to think twice about their own abilities before acting rashly. Well, who is Li Qie? This became the main question in all of Nine Secrets. Everyone became crazy and tried to dig up any information and stories about him. Unfortunately, even the most capable failed to find anything. It was as if he came out of nowhere and became the crown prince just like that. The new king summons his subjects: Waterfront, Bingqi, God Step. An official coronation ceremony manifested, demanding the appearance of the system's members. A coronation ceremony was essential. It would also give the king a chance to stabilize the realm. Rumble. After this next declaration, Sky Rap City heard an orderly marching accompanied by a flood-like aura. The hot city suddenly became cool. Silver Secret Legion was called inside. The Imperial City became heavily guarded with soldiers everywhere. Anyone coming and going needed to pass the various checkpoints manned by the Legion. A harsh atmosphere pervaded the city. Everyone walked on the streets with trepidation. The strict watch clearly indicated that the Legion would never allow anyone to cause trouble at the coronation. Death would be the punishment. The Legion was personally created by Lucidity, and became one of the strongest legions in all of Nine Secrets. It was virtually unstoppable, so its presence here stopped the other sects from having any idea. As long as the Legion and Sun Longying were still around, Lucidity's orders could still be carried out. Waterfront Pavilion wishes for an audience. The first of the 5 behemoths came to answer the call. God Step Sect wishes for an audience. Bingqi Clan wishes for an audience. It didn't take long before all 5 powers have entered the palace to meet the new king. Furthermore, their representatives were the 5 Supremes. This immediately legitimized the coronation to a certain extent. Afterward, other powers and clans also entered the Imperial City to participate in the ceremony. In Sky Rap City, there were still white cloths on display for the morning. Festival lamps and joyous decorations started popping up as well for the coronation. This joyous atmosphere interfered with the cautious watch, allowing the citizens to heave a sigh of relief. The ascension is now. A gong echoed across the city before reaching all of Nine Secrets. The city itself was boiling with excitement, especially the Imperial Palace. Ancestors and sect masters from all over the world prostrated. The only ones who could stand were the 5 Supremes. After all, they had prestigious status on top of being powerful Eternals. Only Lucidity could make them kneel. Rumble. The members of the Silver Secret Legion lined up in 2 columns before the royal throne. The opening in the center was meant for the king. His Majesty is coming. A declaration sounded across the palace. The kneeling experts looked up, wanting to catch a glimpse of the new king. 3 people finally emerged from the Imperial Palace. In front was Li Qie with Sun Longying and Zhang Jiadi right behind him, almost like his shadow. The crowd stared at the king before glancing at each other. Li Qie was wearing a dragon robe, except in a very carefree manner. Even his crown was crooked. The guy didn't look serious at all. The worst part was his walk, swinging his arms and shaking his head. This had no semblance of a king but more like a hoodlum. No trace of royal aura could be found on this troublemaker. The most confusing part was how apparent it was that this guy looked like a new cultivator, not an expert at all. The kneeling ancestors and sect masters were astounded. The invincible lucidity made this young hoodlum the next king? The guy was so weak too. The whole thing didn't make any sense. Rise. Li Qie sat down on the throne and looked quite lazy. After a quick glance at the crowd, he acted as if he didn't want to be here. The experts finally stood up and exchanged glances. A strange atmosphere overtook the palace. If this new king was awe-inspiring, then with the help of Lucidity's still existing notoriety, these officials and servants would still chant, "Long live the king, long live the king." However, because of this non-traditional king, no one gave the regular response after he allowed them to stand. They were simply befuddled. How could this person become the king, the ruler of 9 secrets? His appearance and demeanor made them look down on him, thinking that he was an insignificant tramp. The experts here were all great leaders, yet they had to kneel before this piece of trash. This truly vexed them. All right, civil and military officials, sect masters and ancestors, anyone have something to say? Li Qie lazily asked. Elder son, is this really the order of the late king? A general stepped out with an oppressive aura. He had only recently become an eternal, but this was more than enough. Yes. Lung Ying answered concisely while holding a sword in his chest. We want to see the decree. This general said with a serious tone. This pertains to the well-being and survival of the dynasty. What, think I'm a fake? Li Qie smiled and said. The general paused for a moment before looking back at his vice-generals. They gave him a firm nod. The coronation will have lasting effects on the dynasty, so the royal family needs to be clear. He gritted his teeth and said, That's right, we agree with the northern general's demand for elaboration. The vice-generals quickly added while building strong momentum. The clan of this general was quite powerful, in charge of the Northern Legion. Outside of Silver Secret, there was the Central, Imperial Guard, North, South, East, and West Legion. They were mighty and camped all over the system. Haha, looks like they want to kick me from my throne. Annihilate them. Li Qie ordered, still with a smile on his face. You dare. This general shouted back. I have followed the late king through 3 expeditions, destroying the barbarians in the north with numerous accolades. The late king even bestowed me a contract. That has nothing to do with me. Li Qie ordered again. Sun Longying kill. Clank. Longying unsheathed his sword, releasing a massive amount of murderous energy. Even the 5 supreme ancestors shuddered, let alone other people. The northern general roared and turned into a white wolf. The vice-generals also formed a formation to assist him. Boom! Longying's sword pierced through the ages. The formation couldn't stop it at all. Pluff! Heads rolled on the ground. This group was massacred by Longying. The stench of blood permeated the hall to the dismay of the crowd. A few people realized that this new king might be a piece of trash, but Longying was still an unstoppable eternal. Few could actually match him in 9 secrets. The 5 supreme ancestors would need to think very carefully before challenging him. Chapter 2430. People shuddered after seeing the death of the northern general. The stench of blood permeated the air. All right. Li Qie waved his hand and looked over at some random lower-ranking generals. The northern general or whatever is killed, so you will take his position. And you all, you'll become his vice-generals. These generals were standing in the back and had low status. Now, Li Qie had just casually appointed them to be the generals of the northern region. This wasn't just a position for a kingdom, but the position of an entire system. The northern region consisted of tens of thousands of sects and hundreds of kingdoms. The northern general with his military authority was superior to numerous sect masters. These low-ranking generals would have been unlikely to reach this position, so they were completely stunned by these appointments. In fact, everyone else felt the same. Both the officials and members of the royal families to the cultivators of the system were all stunned. This was the most whimsical order they have ever seen. The Northern Legion was still one of the 7 great legions in 9 secrets, a pillar of 9 secrets. Even Lucidity wouldn't be so careless in appointing the right general. However, Li Qie didn't care about oppositions and promoted these random generals. At the very least, this imperious style was similar to Lucidity, not giving a damn about anyone else's opinions. Thank you, Your Majesty, long live the king. The generals regained their sanity and became ecstatic. They prostrated, fully appreciative of this opportunity. All right, anyone else has something to say? Li Qie stared lazily at the crowd. Everyone smiled wryly. Even powerful ancestors couldn't say anything at this point. The order was carried out, so it was already too late. Plus, Sun Longying was standing there with his sword readied. The previous northern general has been made an example of for anyone who wants to disobey. Only the 5 supremes here could perhaps take on Sun Longying. Anyone else would just be courting death. Plus, Silver Secret Legion had this area surrounded completely. The Legion would instantly take down any dissenter before aiming for their sections. We will obey His Majesty's wishes. The Wind God cupped his fist and bowed. We have no objection. The other 4 supreme ancestors unanimously agreed. This was the first order of Li Qie, and it has been confirmed by the 5 supreme ancestors. This established Li Qie's status as the new king. After all, these 5 ancestors represented the 5 strongest lineages in 9 secrets. Other people had no reason to fight against them. From this point on, Li Qie was finally acting as the king. May your will be done, Your Majesty. The officials and the rest of the ancestors bowed towards Li Qie while chanting. Quite a magnificent scene. Good. Li Qie glanced over at the 5 ancestors. Geezers, you have promised Lucidity to bring the beauties and daughters from your clan here. I need a harem. When are they coming? The crowd was stunned along with the 5 ancestors. They knew that Li Qie was an unsalvageable bastard, but they didn't think he would be so preposterous. This was his first day on the throne, and instead of mourning lucidity or rallying the people, he preferred to talk about girls and pleasure. This was a prime example of a licentious tyrant. They glanced at each other in confusion. They have indeed promised lucidity to bring their golden daughters and saintesses to Li Qie. However, this wasn't the right time to talk about this. What, changing your mind? Li Qie smiled. We do not dare. The ancestor of the Bing Qi cupped his fist. Your Majesty, we will bring them to the palace, please don't worry. All right, I'll be waiting for them. Li Qie laughed and waved dismissively. Report if there is something else. Otherwise, the court is dismissed. The officials were at a loss for words. They have never met such a ridiculous king before. Fine, dismiss all of you. Li Qie raised his hand and gave the order after no one spoke up. He didn't care and started leaving. Sun Longying and Zhang Jiadi followed right behind him. They disappeared into the imperial palace. The ones left behind felt as if this was a dream. This should have been a day for the new king to mourn Lucidity's passing and talk about his great achievements. At the same time, he needed to build morale while stabilizing the situation. That's the right way to win people over and get them to acknowledge his position and capabilities. Unfortunately, Li Qie didn't mention any of that. First, he ordered the death of an important general even before warming up his throne. Next, he ordered the 5 great powers to send beauties so that he could have a debaucherous harem. Let's go. The 5 supreme ancestors disappeared from the void. The other officials and ancestors couldn't do anything else and started to leave. This was the strangest coronation they have ever seen. It wasn't just bizarre but rather, a complete joke. The details of this event caused quite a stir around 9 secrets. Despite the new king's ridiculous nature, no sect dared to do anything because of Longying and Silver Secret. Usurping was in the planning, but it wasn't the time for reckless action. Nevertheless, people could tell that decline was inevitable for War Saint dynasty. This debaucherous king couldn't control 9 secrets and his 7 legions. Meanwhile, Sun Longying asked for retirement right after the coronation. You wish to return to civilian life? Li Qie smiled at Longying. The shadowy figure nodded, still stingy with his words. Yes, please allow it, Your Majesty. Jiadi was shaken due to the significance behind this. Longying's existence played a large part in Li Qie's successful ascension. He was the only one who could stabilize this situation. Li Qie alone was insufficient. Elder son, it is still chaotic right now, so you can't leave. Jiadi saw that Li Qie was still carefree and thought that he didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. We need you right now, His Majesty requires your protection and help. I'm old with 1 foot in the grave. Please allow it, Your Majesty. Longying responded. Jiadi couldn't refute because Longying's age was getting up there. He has followed Lucidity for 3 generations. Since Lucidity was dead, he shouldn't have that much time left either. More importantly, when Lucidity was around, Longying was only below 1 man while above all others. Only Lucidity could give him commands, no one else. His loyalty to lucidity was proven through his long service. However, Li Qie lacked the power and decisiveness to control him. Lucidity was the only reason why he agreed to help with the coronation. Now that the guy was on the throne, he wouldn't stay here and continue to work for someone like Li Qie. This was the difference between him and Jiadi. The latter worked for War Saint Dynasty while he only cared for lucidity. Others could all just go and die. I see very well. Take what you want, treasures or territories, all available for you. Li Qie nodded and said, Your Majesty, you can't. Elder son is the pillar of our system, our dynasty needs him. Jiadi was shocked. He didn't dare to blatantly express that they were in a bad position because of Li Qie's ineptitude, and could only ask Li Qie to reconsider. Thank you, Your Majesty. Leng Ying bowed and left empty-handed without asking for anything. Your Majesty, you don't understand the situation. Only Elder Son can preside over the system right now and quell unrest. Jiadi said disrespectfully while panicking. Nevertheless, this was out of loyalty. Chapter 24:31. And? Li Qie smiled at the anxious man. Your Majesty, the world will change after Elder Son's departure. No one else can control the soldiers and military in the dynasty. The first to disobey you will be Silver Secret, then Central Legion and the rest. Without these 7 legions, the officials won't be the only ones who won't follow your orders. The lineages such as the 5 great powers will begin to covet your authority and land. They might even start a campaign against you while no one will answer your call. It was a mistake, Your Majesty. Jiadi was disappointed at the youth. So what? They can do whatever they want. As long as the sky is still up there, the land is still there for enjoyment and squandering. I might as well be the one to do it. Jiadi sighed again. Leng Ying's retirement has decided everything. The only thing he could hope for right now was for Li Qie to mature and stop acting on a whim. Your Majesty, yes, the sky isn't falling down but your kingdom is in trouble. Your life is in danger as well. Jiadi sincerely said. That just means the game is over when the kingdom is gone, but as for my life? I'm still waiting for someone capable of taking it. Li Qie smiled. Jiadi lamented in his mind. At this point, he began to question lucidity's choice in picking Li Qie. Nevertheless, he maintained his conviction and loyalty towards lucidity. No secret could remain unheard. Though there was no public announcement of Sun Leng Ying's retirement, those actively caring still found out. Sun Leng Ying is retiring? Shock was the first reaction. Why would the new king allow it? Many didn't believe it. Everyone knew that the king relied on Leng Ying for stability and couldn't suppress the other factions alone. Maybe the new king wishes to crush any potential opposition. After all, Leng Ying is still part of the old regime and with his presence, the king can't have total autonomy. Someone else mused. Without Leng Ying, this new king can't handle the 7 legions and stabilize the unrest. I don't even think he can stay on the throne or keep his life, let alone having full reign. A sect master sneered. Ultimately, Lucidity King was unique. Only someone like him could maintain control of 9 secrets after killing all of his opposition. Well, this new king is quite foolish then. A royal lord found letting Leng Ying retire as an irrational choice. We shouldn't be surprised. Did you see that ridiculous coronation? An ancestor laughed. Asking for beauties from the 5 great powers as tributes? Such a king would be able to do anything else. The chance is here, the tallest buildings will fall to the incoming storm. Another ancestor had a cold flash in his eyes. A different atmosphere invaded the camps of the 7 legions after hearing of Leng Ying's departure. They had different plans. Some wanted to know what Leng Ying was going to do because of his influence. However, they found that he had disappeared completely after leaving the palace. It seemed that he wished to be left alone. On the 2nd day of this news, Silver Secret Legion began to march away from the imperial city. Silver Secret is leaving. Others naturally took note of this. Meanwhile, Li Qie was relaxing in his garden, enjoying the breeze and the services of his palace maids. Your Majesty! Something unfavorable has happened. Jiadi rushed in. Jiadi, what's the hurry? Look at how beautiful it is today. Li Qie smiled as a maid served him some fruit. No, the sky is about to fall. Jiadi got closer with a serious expression. Oh, do tell. Li Qie said without actually paying much attention. Silver Legion wishes to withdraw without your orders. Jadi said. Where to? Li Qie remained unmoved. I don't know, but given the circumstances, Your Majesty, you need to get them to stay here. As long as they're around, you still have a chance to control the situation. Jadi hurriedly explained. Is that so? But we can't force people to stay when they want to leave. Li Qie smiled. Your Majesty, you need to personally go to the camp and persuade the generals. I have good ties with them and maybe we can convince them otherwise. Jadi said seriously. What's the chance of them staying just because of you and me? Li Qie replied. 30%. Jadi pondered before answering. Your Majesty, we need to at least try. Let them go. Certain things can't be helped, such as the rain ruining a beautiful day or mothers needing to remarry again. Li Qie waved his hand. But, Your Majesty. Jadi didn't give up. Jadi, I know what you're trying to say. Don't worry. No big deal if the kingdom falls. Li Qie said. Jadi felt helpless following such a ridiculous master. Talking was useless now. He couldn't change anything. In the end, Silver Secret left the imperial city. No generals even bothered to report to the new king. They didn't even send messengers. This was an unauthorized mobilization, treating the king with utter contempt. No one can control a monster like Silver Secret now that Sun Lungying is gone. Someone said sentimentally after seeing this. Where will they go? People wondered because it could take over any area in the system, given its might. They could easily influence the tides of the future, so even the 5 great powers were watching every movement from them. After leaving the city, the entire legion also disappeared from sight. It seemed that this retreat was premeditated, not just a hurried decision. What? Silver Legion is gone. How can a massive legion disappear just like that? An ancestor found this astonishing. But this was indeed the case. An army of 1 million soldiers vanished without leaving a single trace. No one knew where it was heading to. After this was confirmed, an ancestor murmured, they must have planned this a while ago, perhaps they knew about this king before the coronation, so they started thinking about a retreat path. The only reason why they assisted with the ceremony was to honor and carry out a promise with the late king. Some finally realized that from the very beginning, the insiders didn't have a good opinion of the new king. After all, Langying and Silver Secret were confidants of lucidity. They knew about the crown prince before anyone else. What about us? The main fighting force of War Saint, the Central Legion, began to wonder. The Imperial Guard of the capital and the 4 cardinal legions became impatient. These 6 legions, unlike Silver Secret, had fixed assignments. They couldn't just up and disappear like Silver Secret. Moreover, they had their own territories and didn't need to retreat. Right now, the question was whether to support this young king or to start planning in the shadows. Ultimately, it became clear as day that War Saint dynasty was unstable. No Sun Lungying, no Silver Secret. The new king was useless. If the 6 legions were to stop following orders, 9 secrets will have a new master soon enough. 1. The second line, mothers needing to remarry, should be viewed from the perspective of the children. Sad, but there's nothing they can do about it. Chapter 2432. War Saint Dynasty remained peaceful. The 6 legions and various powers didn't take action after the departure of Silver Secret. However, this was only the calm before the storm. Everyone could sense unrest in the air. People were growing impatient in the shadows. Just imagine, Lucidity King had gathered an unprecedented authority in 9 secrets after ruling for 3 generations. War Saint Dynasty had accumulated an incredible amount of treasures and vast lands. The rest of the world naturally coveted this, especially when the new king was so useless. This king right now was completely oblivious and uncaring of current events. On the other hand, Jadi worked hard with his intelligent network, keeping up to date about the movements of the various sects and the 6 legions. He was still absolutely loyal to Li Qie, not wanting War Saint Dynasty to crumble in this manner. Unfortunately, he had his limits despite being a powerful Eternal. After all, there were plenty of Eternals in such a powerful system. He was still 1 level below Sun Lungying in terms of actual power and prestige. Ying had followed lucidity for 3 generations and had many great conquests during that period. Thus, he possessed an intimidating reputation. He could threaten the 5 supreme ancestors, but not Xueqi. Not to mention these beings, he couldn't influence the generals of Silver Secret. In fact, Xueqi had tried his best to convince the generals of Silver Secret. Alas, they didn't give him any face and still decided to leave. On the other hand, Ying just needed to say one word and they would stay. Xueqi didn't feel the same anxiety as Xueqi, still as nonchalant as ever. Your Majesty, the Bingqi has brought the consort here. Xueqi changed the topic. He referred to her as consort instead of queen because the role was yet to be determined since there were 5 of them. Their golden daughter? Quite fast then, take her here to see me. Xueqi said with a smile. Let's her have some time to get ready. Xueqi smiled wryly after seeing Xueqi's eagerness. Xueqi agreed carefreely. The girl from the Bingqi washed her face and prepared before being led by palace maids to see the new king. The sounds of maid uniforms and clanking adornments came about. A girl walked out among a group of maids. She dressed in a red gown embroidered with a golden phoenix, looking exquisitely noble. She was naturally nervous, knowing that this new king would sleep with her tonight. As an innocent girl, she was going to marry someone she had never met before, not knowing anything about him. She only took a quick glance at the man sitting on the throne before lowering her head and prostrating once she got close enough. Greetings, Your Majesty. Raise your head. Xueqi told her. She was surprised to hear his voice, seemingly a bit familiar as if she had heard it before. She slowly raised her head and saw a faint smile from the king. This made her almost jump up with her mouth wide open. Stand up. Xueqi smiled and gestured. Meanwhile, Xueqi standing behind him suddenly became serious with a flash in his eyes. The girl didn't know what to do, so she looked quite awkward, not knowing where to put her hands. Young miss, fate always brings people back together. Xueqi smirked. The girl didn't know what to say. Not even in her dream would she expect for the infamous Chaos Hellion to be the new king. This girl was obviously Bingqi Ingjian from the Forge. It was quite interesting that she was chosen by the Bingqi to be the saintess for the marriage. Of course, this wasn't her choice. So you're the Bingqi's representative? Xueqi rubbed his chin and smiled. Her heart turned cold. The only reason she agreed was so that her branch could return to the Bingqi clan once more. I'm a descendant of Weapon Break True Emperor, so I can still represent the orthodox branch of the Bingqi. She bit her lip and quietly said. She was confused because of his current status and their brief meeting in the past. No defects that I can see. Xueqi smiled. The bloodline of a true emperor is prestigious indeed. Moreover, Weapon Break was an exceptional one among them. So yes, his branch can be considered the orthodox one. She heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Xueqi said, Xueqi, who should have been the Bingqi consort in theory? Your Majesty, it should be Bingqi Hanyu, a descendant of Bingqi Juezhen, according to his late Majesty's wish. Xueqi said with a grave tone. How interesting. Xueqi was amused. Looks like this clan wishes to trick us. When Juezhen made an agreement with Lucidity about marrying their noblest bloodline to the throne, it should have been their princess, Hanyu. However, because of the deterioration of the dynasty, the Bingqi changed their mind because they had a negative opinion on the new king and the future of the dynasty. Thus, they found a princess in exile, Ingjian, in order to replace Hanyu. This was still a reasonable choice. After all, Ingjian's bloodline was also prestigious. In fact, if one only took their bloodline into consideration, Ingjian's was even better than Hanyu's. Furthermore, she has also been bestowed the title of princess in the clan, so sending her here to be the consort couldn't truly be considered disobeying the late king's order. This has nothing to do with the Bingqi. I want to be here. Ingjian became anxious and quietly said, not daring to look at Xueqi while speaking. Ever since the defeat of Bingqi Quangfang, your branch has been removed from the Bingqi, so how can it still represent them? Xueqi's eyes turned cold. When an Eternal became serious like this, Ingjian became intimidated and trembled with fear. Xueqi, you're scaring the young miss. Xueqi smiled and waved his sleeve towards Xueqi. Go rest, it must have been a long journey. She was completely surprised. The Chaos Hellion was rumored to be lecherous, loving sex as much as his own life and had no regards for laws. This didn't seem to be the case right now. She hesitated for a bit, mouth slightly open, wanting to speak. In the end, she chose to kneel and leave. Li Qie then said, "How interesting, Jiadi. Send my order to the Central Legion. Tell them to march and attack the Bingqi." "Your Majesty." Jiadi was caught off guard. Was this a joke? What, is there a problem? Li Qie smiled. "Your Majesty, that's not doable." Jiadi hurriedly explained. "This deceitful swap from them is a crime punishable by death. I know that you're furious, Your Majesty, but this isn't possible. The situation is too delicate right now. We can't mobilize the Central Legion." An imperial marriage was a great matter. Using a fake princess to deceive a king? Any king would be furious after this. "No, you're mistaken. I'm not angry at all, especially about something this trivial. However, this is a good chance. I've been wanting to be criticized as a warmongering madman. The Bingqi is giving me this opportunity since my plan is to march across the realm, putting those like the Bingqi and Waterfront Pavilion in their place. I don't need to come up with a reason now after this deceit. It is time to mobilize and take them down." Chapter 2433. Jiadi was slack-jawed and wide-eyed for the first time. He thought Li Qie only wished to be a debaucherous emperor, not expecting him to dare and attack the great powers. He felt that the guy was insane. Even Lucidity never did something like this. He had swept through 9 secrets before and had thoughts about destroying the 5 great powers, but these thoughts never came into fruition. "Your Majesty, we mustn't," Jiadi hastily elaborated. "The Bingqi is famous for their military prowess. I'm afraid the Central Legion can't match them in a direct contest." "Oh, the Central Legion isn't enough? Send the North, South, West, and East Legion too then." "What?" Jiadi was bewildered. Moving the Central Legion alone was enough to cause a stir, but all 5 legions? It would cause widespread panic and chaos. The dynasty might even fall overnight because of this decision. Only Lucidity would dare to go all out like this. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Once all 5 are sent to the battlefield, turmoil will pervade our dynasty and the enemies will take advantage of this. It'll put us in a precarious situation." Jiadi tried his best. "It's fine. Just let the dynasty crumble in that case. Go order the 5 legions now. Tell the Bingqi that if they wish to survive, hand that girl named Bingqi Hanyu over along with a dowry of 100 nay, 1,000 beauties. They must be gorgeous and well endowed. Your Majesty, if you want girls, just say the word and I can send people to pick for you. There are countless beauties in 9 secrets and you can select them later. Whoever you want, big butt, large breasts. No need to mobilize against the Bingqi." Jiadi advised. "Jiadi, wrong again." Li Qie smiled and shook his head. "If I just want women, then I don't need to do something like this. Li Qie, just need to beckon and numerous saintesses will come running. Plus, even though I might be considered an incapable king right now, I'm still a king. Getting women is not a problem, however many I would like, but those women are only there for a little bit of fun." "Your Majesty." The Eternal stood there looking silly. "That's not enough. If I am king, then I should be able to play and have fun with anything. Women or the world itself. Mobilize and attack whoever annoys me with my massive army. We'll see who wants to play back." Li Qie said. "Your Majesty, you still haven't gotten a firm grasp on the kingdom. If the legions were to lose, it'll be over for the dynasty." Jiadi convinced. "Like I have said before, Jiadi, I didn't toil to create this kingdom so I don't care." Li Qie answered. Which other kings would want their kingdom to crumble? Only Li Qie could be so nonchalant about a potential demise. He's treating his authority right now in 9 secret as a game. "Your Majesty, the flames of war will incinerate the sky. The people will lament and wail. So many innocent victims and combatants will fall as a result. Please think about your citizens and their happiness." Jiadi tried again. "Think about the citizens and their happiness?" "Jiadi, tell me what you think about Lucidity King?" Li Qie answered with a question. Jiadi was surprised, not sure why Li Qie would bring Lucidity up. "The late king is wise and mighty." Jiadi replied without embellishing. Lucidity was indeed worthy of this description. A wise and mighty king. You think he'll make a mistake because of senility? Li Qie smiled. "I don't know." Jiadi shook his head. It was virtually impossible for an eternal to become senile. A wise and mighty king, not senile, mind you, suddenly passed down his throne to a bastard like me instead of Sun Lunging or other talents in War Saint dynasty. Tell me, Jadi, what is he thinking? Li Qie smiled. Jadi couldn't respond. Lucidity's wisdom was unquestionable, completely proven after 3 generations. However, his choice of Li Qie was inexplicable. The only logical explanation entailed that Li Qie was an illegitimate child. Many people believe that I'm his illegitimate child, but even then, passing the throne down to someone useless and ridiculous as myself? Is he that irresponsible? Li Qie went on with a grin. This kingdom is built upon his blood and sweat, yet he gave it to me just like that? Do you think he cared about the citizens and happiness when he made the choice? Of course not. If he didn't give a damn about his own kingdom, then why should I, a king by chance, toil and protect this kingdom for him? Why should I care about his citizens? I don't give a shit about the whole thing. That's why I'm going to have fun and do whatever I want right now. Jadi pondered, not knowing what to say. Lucidity's choice might be the most unfathomable question in the world right now. As a guard, he had followed Lucidity for a long time. He himself was confused because Li Qie was far from being a good candidate. And Jadi, let's say that I want to be a good king, prudent and capable of administration. Do you think my legacy will ever surpass Lucidity, a king of 3 generations? Will my pages in the history books be thicker than his? Jadi gently shook his head and sincerely answered. Impossible. Under the reign of Lucidity, War Sainty dynasty has reached its golden age and 9 Secrets has become one of the strongest systems in Imperial. Regardless of Li Qie's effort in the future, he would ever be able to surpass Lucidity. The future generations would only think of him as an inheritor, benefited from the great kingdom left behind by Lucidity. Under Lucidity's blinding glory, any achievements from Li Qie would seem so trivial. So, what if War Saint dynasty is on the verge of collapse? Li Qie smiled, and I create a new dynasty, sweeping through the world, destroying the 5 great powers, forcing everyone to prostrate before me. How does that compare to Lucidity's achievements? Well, Jadi became frozen. A founding king that managed to destroy the 5 great powers and take over? Such an achievement would indeed be above Lucidity's. Your Majesty. Jadi immediately realized what Li Qie wanted to do. It was to break then rebuild. He actually wished for War Saint dynasty's demise. I'm just casually speaking. This break and rebuild thing is just for fun. When I'm in a good mood, this land will be eternal. I will rebuild when necessary. When the opposite is true, all will turn to ashes and I will leave it as ruins. This is not my choice. Lucidity King was the one who made the decision. Got it? Li Qie said. Jadi had no response. All right, go send my orders for the 5 legions to immediately mobilize for the Bing Qi. If they don't hand over Bing Qi Hanyu and 100,000 beauties, War Saint dynasty will eradicate them. Li Qie nonchalantly waved his sleeve. I shall obey. Jadi couldn't do anything else but to follow the order. He sighed as he was leaving. In the past, he felt that the imperious Lucidity's conduct was out of the norms, borderline being crazy. But now, Li Qie was actually insane. His choices were madness. He still didn't know why Lucidity chose Li Qie, but he found a point of familiarity between the two. They were both madmen. He lacked the power to change anything since he didn't wish to go against Lucidity's will. That would be considered betrayal, violating the mission given to him. Li Qie lazily lay down and smiled after Jadi was gone. It's time to have fun. We'll see who is a chess piece and who is the player. Chapter 2434. Mobilize against the Bing Qi clan? The generals from the 5 legions were stunned after receiving Jadi's order. It was simply illogical. Something that Lucidity King didn't even attempt. This new king has yet to sit stably on his throne but already wanted to go against one of the 5 great powers? They thought he was insane. My lord, this must be wrong? The commander from the Central Legion asked. Yes, my lord. Are we going to our death over some women? It's ridiculous. The commander of the Eastern Legion grumbled. Jadi sighed and placed the military seal on the table. An imperial order is not to be questioned. My lords, follow His Majesty's order. Mobilize now. The 5 commanders glanced at each other after hearing this. I await your triumphant return. Jyoti gave his blessing before leaving. So ludicrous. The southern commander shouted and slammed the military seal. Does he not know what kind of existence the Bingqi clan is? Without Silver Secret in command, we might not necessarily win this war. This useless ruler is mad. Watch your words. The western commander said seriously. What else can we do but obey orders? This was an official order. Were they going to refuse? The 5 of them scowled before grabbing the military seal and left. Rumble. Loud explosions resounded in 9 secrets as massive armies cleaned up their camps and began to mobilize. The 5 legions were the pillars of War Saint dynasty, so they were closely watched by others. Moreover, this caused quite a great commotion. It was impossible not attracting attention. What are they doing? People were confused at this rare and potentially earth-shattering event. The flame of war is about to reach the sky. Everyone was frightened despite not knowing who their target was. Sects and kingdoms were scared out of their mind. Its inhabitants were nervous about any loud sounds. This was understandable because only a few powers could actually resist the combined might of the 5 legions. Rumble. The earth quaked while the banners blotted out the sun. Their march spanned for 1,000,000 miles, threatening territories everywhere. Not a single disciple dared to leave their sect as the army was marching by. It was a lightning-fast blitz heading straight for the Bingqi clan. The Bingqi. Everyone instantly realized what was going on after seeing the direction of the 5 legions. Damn, the new king wants to take the initiative against the 5 great powers? The Bingqi will be the first? Even the ancestors from various sects were frightened. This new king didn't have a firm grasp on his kingdom, yet he wanted to fight already? This was simply insane. The Bingqi was mighty and unfathomable. Picking this clan to be the first target was unwise. Clang! 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 The clan was under alert with warning gongs before the army even got there. All 10 million miles of the clan became vigilant. They began to mobilize their own troops towards the border. Dust flew everywhere as the cavalries marched thunderously. Their banners blotted out the sky. They naturally didn't dare to underestimate the 5 legions and gathered all of their forces. Every disciple was ready to fight in just one night. One could see the bright reflection of weapons everywhere. Commanders, why are your legions heading for our borders? The clan master spoke from afar. Bingqi clan master, don't play the fool now. The central commander roared. Your clan treacherously sent a fake princess to the palace. This is unforgivable. His Majesty orders you to hand over Bingqi Hanyu on top of 10,000 beauties or face destruction. The Bingqi clan master's expression became unsightly. The listeners also became confused. They have heard about the marriage alliances after the coronation. The 5 great powers would send their golden daughters to the palace to serve the king. Who would have thought that the Bingqi would send a fake one? How ridiculous. Starting a great war over a woman? One sect master was stunned. Does he want to lose all of his prestige? This is pushing War Saint dynasty over the edge. This king is excessively depraved. After hearing this demand, I would say that no other king in history is as lascivious as him. An ancestor smiled wryly. A few big shots saw this and shook their head. Well, the Bingqi is brave as well. The late king has only passed away recently, yet they dared to disobey his wishes already, showing utter contempt for the new king as well. No wonder why he is furious. 2 tigers fighting will leave 1 wounded. Some were gloating over this event and wanted to watch, biding for the right moment to take advantage of the situation. Rumble. After arriving at the border, the 5 legions instantly erected their garrisons and formed formations, ready to attack the clan at a moment's notice. At the same time, the Bingqi also sent all of their forces to their side of the border. 2 million-strong armies took up the entire field like an ocean of soldier. The glint of their weapons illuminated the area, filled with ruthlessness just like a tsunami drowning the earth. The area became quiet. The soldiers didn't dare to breathe loudly under this atmosphere. On the contrary, Li Jie didn't sense any of this bloodthirst. He was still nonchalant as ever. Nothing else to do outside of cultivating all day. He didn't even care about the outcome of the great battle. Zhang Jiadi suffered instead, worrying about the battle on top of the movements from the other great powers. He didn't have a second of free time. Your Majesty. Li Jie had just finished his cultivating session and was resting on his chair. Suddenly, a worried voice came about. The maids couldn't stop this person from coming in. Bing Qi Ingjian. The girl in her precious dress kneeled and quietly said, "This has nothing to do with the Bing Qi clan, it is my fault. Please punish me instead." The mobilization of the legions frightened her, so she came to beg for forgiveness. "Rise." He still lazily lay there and only gave her a quick glance. "Your Majesty, please." The girl begged again, but he ignored her, closing his eyes. The attempt was a failure and she didn't know what to do. Eventually, she got up and stood to the side. Li Chia waved his hand, gesturing for the maids to leave. "Give me a massage," he casually ordered. Bing Qi Ingjian didn't dare to refuse and started massaging his back in a stiff manner. Though she was a member of a fallen branch, she had never served a man before. Nevertheless, she was aware of her situation in the palace and still listened to Li Chia, albeit unwillingly. She tried her best, though this wasn't her area of expertise, so she was quite clumsy. Moreover, she was overwhelmed with the fear that he would do something to her. Of course, she thought it was inevitable and had accepted her face after agreeing to the marriage. This nervous feeling was understandable, common in all girls. Li Chia didn't mind her lack of skills and continued to rest. 1. This 1,000,000 miles is just an adjective for a lot, not actually literal. I don't like it, but this is quite common in novels, especially ed. Chapter 2435. Li Chia seemed to be asleep the entire time and didn't do anything unbecoming towards Bing Qi Ingjian. This made her heave a sigh of relief while finding the whole thing bizarre. After marrying into the palace, she was already his. He could do whatever he wanted and she could do naught but obediently comply. However, he didn't harass her at all despite being the infamous Chaos Hellion, specializing in bullying innocent girls. She couldn't quite explain her feelings right now. There was actually a tiny hint of disappointment. "What did the Bing Qi offer for you to come here?" Li Chia smiled and asked. She froze for a bit before quietly answering. "The ancestor agreed to give us back some properties so that our clan members can have a place to stay. Just place to leave. Never able to earn any power in the clan," Li Chia said. She quietly answered, albeit with a heavy heart. "That's already good enough." After Guangfeng's defeat, their branch would have been completely massacred if their ancestor wasn't Weapon Break true emperor. Nevertheless, they were exiled with no place to go, resorting to living as wanderers. Thus, she had no choice but to agree to the clan's request so that her clan members could have permanent residence. "Why does it matter whether the Bing Qi survives or not?" Li Chia smiled. She pondered for a moment before answering. It is still our clan, built from the effort of our ancestors, so please, Your Majesty, rescind your order. The world is just a chess match. You don't and can't understand. Just stay by my side and serve me well," Li Chia said. The girl kept her mouth shut and only lamented the situation. She was a nobody, pushed back and forth by the tides. Even her ancestor Guangfeng had lost back then. There was nothing she could do. The atmosphere at the border of the Bing Qi was tense to the extreme. Who will win? One spectator wondered, able to sense the bloodthirst in the air. "I'm not sure," an ancestor replied. "The Bing Qi is strong, but so are the 5 legions. Who knows who will come out on top if they both go all out? If Silver Secret Legion is here too, then the Bing Qi would immediately concede right now. This is no longer the case. Looks like this clan doesn't care much about War Saint Dynasty right now." Everyone agreed. The Bing Qi had to be subservient during Lucidity's reign, not daring to question a single command from him, let alone opposing War Saint Dynasty. But now, Sun Longing had retired and Silver Secret was gone. This made the clan more confident, especially since the new king was useless in their eyes. That's why they did the swap instead of sending Bing Qi Hanyu to the imperial city. Rumble. During this stalemate, another legion marched closer from the distant, causing dust and smoke to go everywhere. It looked like a tsunami causing the world to quake. Their murderous aura preceded their physical presence. The army of Myriad Formation Kingdom. People saw the banners and became alarmed because of this sudden deployment at this crucial moment. It was another great power, not weaker than the Bing Qi at all. More importantly, they were versed in formations, allowing their armies to become unstoppable after forming the necessary arrays. Are they helping the king or the Bing Qi clan? The spectators became nervous. More warning gongs resounded. Both the 5 legions and the Bing Qi didn't know the intent of this newcomer, so they were on guard. Boom! An imperial beam suddenly pierced the sky and turned into bright wisps of light, akin to the opening of a new world. A young man walked out of this bright radiance. His step was soundless, yet it reverberated in the spectator's heart. Such powerful steps were truly intimidating. He wore a golden robe, not the ceremonial outfit of a king, but he had an aura just like one. His eyes were penetrating like a supreme grand Tao, scaring people to the very soul. 8 Formation True Emperor. The King of Myriad Formation. A few ancestors were shocked to see him. People were amazed at his presence. Such an incredible talent, so young yet is already a true emperor. No wonder why people think so highly of him, that he could be the most promising candidate right now who could surpass lucidity. The spectating saintesses and princesses cried out his title, looking at him with adoration. They were completely enamored, filled with romantic thoughts. He was the greatest genius in 9 secrets in the contemporary and had opened his second palace. Though there were stronger Eternals and Emperors than him, what he had was potential. It far exceeded many others. That's why people thought he could actually surpass lucidity in the future. Despite being a true emperor and the king of myriad formation, he didn't dare to address himself as one when lucidity was around, only referring to himself as a subject instead. This was understandable. Not to mention a 2-palace emperor like him. Even a 4 or 5-palace emperor was nothing before lucidity. A man strong enough to threaten the Mu and the Li clan. The new king is incapable and lecherous, one who will only bring hardship and ruins to the world. Raping the innocent and harming the loyalists, a warmonger that will only herald death and destruction. The emperor announced. The responsible subjects of 9 secrets have a responsibility to protect the system and stop this tyrant from causing further devastation. Everyone took a deep breath and glanced at each other. 8 Formation True Emperor clearly just declared a conquest against the new king and war against War Saint Dynasty. Rumble! His army instantly got behind the 5 legions and formed a pincer formation with the Bing Qi clan. It's over for the 5 legions. A spectator murmured. It was an even match against the Bing Qi, let alone facing another foe just as strong. The legion's 5 commanders all wore a serious expression. Your Majesty, I bear bad news. Myriad Formation Kingdom had formed an alliance with the Bing Qi and trapped our legions. I'm afraid we will be defeated, Jadi. Why are you surprised? Li Qie shook his head and smiled. The late king is gone, Silver Secret is gone. When are they going to destroy me if not now? Wait until after I consolidate my power? Obviously not. But Your Majesty, the 5 legions can't take them. I fear for the worst, Jadi said seriously. No, the fun has only just begun. Just wait and see, a more fun and more thrilling play is about to happen. Can you be patient enough to make it to the end? Well, Jadi had no response. After receiving this news, he naturally panicked unlike his king. The new king is indeed debaucherous and cruel with wanton regard for the citizens. Just when people thought that the 5 legions were going to lose, the central commander started his speech. 9 secret system belong to everyone. As a soldier, I will not allow for this tyrant to harm the system. Such a ruler should be opposed by all. Everyone needs to answer this call. His speech echoed across 9 secrets, making its way across the various sects and kingdoms. The 5 legions have changed sides. This shocking news took 9 secrets like a storm in just one day. The 5 legions have rebelled and joined the effort to take down the new king. People weren't prepared for this unexpected development. 1. The 2 paragraphs contradict each other. Chapter 2436. The revolt of the 5 legions frightened the system in full. All eyes turned towards Sky Wrap Mountain and the imperial city of War Saint. It is over for the dynasty. This thought came up in everyone's mind. A few ancestors shook their head and became sentimental. The new king is done for. Lucidity King reigned for 3 generations, turning War Saint into this great behemoth, but this guy managed to bring it to ruin so quickly. A somber and reflective mood loomed over the land. War Saint's current state of prosperity was due to Lucidity's arduous efforts over the years. But now, only several days have passed and the dynasty was already shaking, on the verge of toppling at any moment. The 5 legions have defected. Jadi immediately reported to Li Qier upon finding out. His expression was quite ugly, knowing that this was beyond salvaging. If Li Qie didn't order the march, then they might have been able to get through these tough times while relying on Lucidity's vestige of might. This was no longer the case. It's to be expected, it won't just be the 5 legions either. Li Qie smiled and said, "Your Majesty, what should we do? Do you have a good plan?" Jyoti had no countermeasures to speak of, feeling that the new king had no chance to control the situation. "Plan? No need for that. What will come will come." Li Qie smiled. "But if you need something to do, my Jyoti, then start packing up, it's time to go." "You wish to retreat?" Jyoti put it nicely. "No need for such euphemism, it's called running." Li Qie smiled. "No one will die to protect us against the rebellion. Just pack up and let whoever in the palace wants to run, run." "Where do you wish to go, Your Majesty?" Jyoti paused for a moment and didn't blame Li Qie. His responsibility right now was to protect the guy. "No, not me. I'm talking about you and your family. Go find a safe place to hide." Li Qie chuckled. "Your Majesty?" Jyoti became surprised. "I'll be cool here. It'll be fun watching the rebels storm into the palace. As for what I'll do to them, that depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll play with them, if not, I'll just leave since it's not my kingdom anyway. They can have it." "Your Majesty, I'm afraid the rebels will want your life when they're here." Jyoti was startled. "I would like to see that, but unfortunately, I can't find anyone who can kill me. That's the most vexing issue." Li Qie said. "No, my responsibility is to protect you, so if you're not leaving, I'm not leaving too. I have been entrusted by His late Majesty to protect your safety, if anything were to happen. First, I'm the king now, so if I tell you to leave, leave. Second, nothing will happen. What you imagine will never happen." Li Qie interrupted him and said, "Just go pack up and tell others to leave or it'll be too late once the army gets here. Don't stop any of them." Jyoti didn't know what Li Qie wanted to do. He bowed before leaving to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Li Qie closed his eyes to enjoy the massage from Bingqi Ingjian. "You should go too." After a while, Li Qie said, "The rebels are about to be here. Leave the imperial city and seek asylum." She froze for a bit before regaining her wits and kneeled down with her head lowered. "I have been married into the royal clan, so I will be yours in life and death. There will be no escaping. Mine in life and death? Huh." Li Qie said, "This is only a game of the higher-ups, and your marriage is but a sham, an empty showing. But if you actually have such thoughts, then I bestow freedom upon you and write you an imperial permission for traveling." "Your Majesty." She turned pale. "Go." Li Qie casually waved his hand. "Pick a few treasures from the treasury, considered it as bestowments, a type of fate." She was speechless. Though she was taken to the palace by the Bingqi, she was willing to do so and had accepted her fate. But now, as the dynasty was heading towards collapse, she didn't wish to leave. This thought had never crossed her mind before. "It's not too late to run." Li Qie continued. "It will be too late once the siege starts. Don't think just because you're from the Bingqi clan that they will spare you. In fact, maybe you'll be the first victim." "Your Majesty, when the army gets in, you'll be in trouble." She looked up at him and said. Though she wasn't a master or anything, she was still trained by her clan members since youth and could tell that Li Qie was very weak. "I have my ways, and it's not like you can protect me. Even an eternal like Jyoti can't stop an army, let alone you." Li Qie smiled. Ingjian found this to be the truth. Not to mention the great armies, 8 Formation True Emperor and Bingqi Juezhen would be there as well. Jyoti alone couldn't amount to anything. "Take care, Your Majesty." In the end, Ingjian prostrated before him before leaving, overwhelmed with emotions. After she was gone, he was still amused. It will get very exciting at 9 Secrets with the collapse of War Saint. Having said that, his smile turned into a grin. Rumble. Continuous detonations resounded as the armies drew near. The 5 legions that went to conquer the Bingqi have headed back to the capital. The armies of the Bingqi and Myriad Formation traveled at the same time, heading for Skyrap. They looked like a flood of steel as far as the eye can see. Taking the vanguard was 8 Formation True Emperor. One step was one world, crushing everything beneath. "The king is incapable, immoral, and ruthless. I, Tianzun, shall take arms against him for the sake of the world." His voice echoed across 9 systems. Xuan was his real name. He led these armies, wanting to overthrow War Saint dynasty. The guy was brimming with ambition. He wished to obtain a moral high ground so that his coronation would be legitimate. After all, regardless of how ridiculous the new king was, War Saint was still in charge of 9 systems, the Orthodox branch. It was impudent of myriad formation to march towards the imperial city. The true emperor didn't dare to talk about killing the king, using the excuse of helping the citizens to shield his real intent. After all, he was a subject under lucidity, so this was considered a rebellion. He needed a perfect excuse to legitimize this conquest. The army's number in the tens of millions suffocated the spectators. Because of this, even before they got there, the imperial city closed its heavenly gates and bolstered the walls, seemingly sealing off the world. No one could take half a step forward. With loud detonations, beams of light rushed from the palace into the sky. Large barriers descended around the palace, acting like steel walls. The place became an impregnable fortress. The imperial city's defenses have been activated, showing that War Saint dynasty still had aces up its sleeve. 1. She addresses herself as a servant here, not I. Chapter 2437. Spectators all around 9 secrets quietly watched the erecting defensive lines around the imperial city. Some began watching Waterfront Pavilion, Calm Lotus Monastery, and God Step Sect. They wanted to know what these 3 great powers would do. The other 2 have clearly formed an alliance, turning into an even greater beast. That's why people were curious about the other 3. Would they side with the Bingqi clan and attack War Saint or continue to serve the king in times of danger? Unfortunately, these 3 great powers showed no signs of mobilization, only wanting to spectate. It's over for the dynasty if no allies are coming. An ancestor murmured after seeing a lack of reinforcement from other sects within the system. What a shame. This wouldn't be happening if Lucidity and Silver Secret were still around. Another became emotional. After all, to a certain extent, War Saint dynasty was the reason why 9 Secret system eventually became one of the 3 top dogs in Imperial. Its destruction would result in chaos and war. At that point, not only would it lose its status as one of the top 3, the Lian Mu might even take advantage of this and destroy them. The long-standing system would turn to ashes. Because of this, the visionary ancestors became worried. The destruction of 9 secrets meant the destruction of their sections. How can a bird lay eggs without a nest? The rebels are attacking. Chaos engulfed both the imperial city and Skyrap. Numerous cultivators and citizens started fleeing from this troubled land. The flames of war would certainly ravage this area. All could become victims to its heat. That's why people were smart enough to run before the armies got here. Even the guards and maids in the imperial city were panicking. They started to run with the royal descendants. Of course, some took advantage of the situation and started stealing the treasures here. Many precious items and decorations were quickly taken away. On the other hand, Li Qie didn't give a damn, only acting as a spectator among the chaos. He didn't try to stop the ones fleeing or stealing, just quietly watching the whole thing. Your Majesty, it's not too late to go. War Saint dynasty seemed to have given up, so Jadi still insisted on taking Li Qie away before the armies got here. Li Qie smiled at the loyal man. Jadi, go, don't worry about me. I'll be waiting here to watch the fun. I'll leave if it's not interesting enough. But Your Majesty, the armies are coming. How can I face the resting Lucidity King if something were to happen to you? Jadi went on. Don't worry, we'll meet again, and you won't be seeing him anytime soon either. Li Qie patted his shoulder and consoled. Despite the old man's relentless persuasion, Li Qie remained calm and ordered him to leave. In the end, Jadi gave up and prostrated on the ground. He respectfully said, Your Majesty, your useless servant will be leaving now. Please take care. Take care. Li Qie nodded with a smile. Jadi stomped his foot out of frustration before leaving the imperial palace. Li Qie stayed in the garden while looking at the shiny barriers in the sky. The kingdom is about to topple. Who will lose their patience and jump out? Can't wait to see this and the real players behind the scene. It will be a beautiful reversal as well. Rumble. Finally, the imperial city was surrounded by the great armies. Not even a mosquito could get through. Clank, clank, clank. The sounds of steel echoed with blinding flashes. The soldiers on the walls have unsheathed their weapons, eager to fight. Despite the unrest in the Imperial City, the Imperial Guard Legion maintained order, ready to protect the city. This was the strongest legion at the capital, the final line of defense, the Divine Protectors. Clank! The bottom of a spear loudly struck the ground, causing sparks to go flying. A fully armored youth stood on the wall, aggressive and brimming with fighting spirit. Though his aura wasn't on the same level as 8 Formation True Emperor, he still looked like a divine spear. He stood there proudly, seemingly immovable. Tang Hexiang, will he fight to the death for War Saint Dynasty? The spectating ancestors wondered. He was the commander of the Imperial Guard, a genius of the dynasty. Since he came from the royal family, his bloodline was also precious. The guy was already an ascender despite being so young. This allowed him to soar to the rank of commander. He certainly wasn't the strongest general in this legion, but due to his background and innate talents, some considered him to be a future successor. That's why he became the commander of one of the 7 legions. People actually thought Lucidity King would appoint him as crown prince. Hexiang was quite influential in the royal family with the support of many ancestors. No one expected for an unknown brat like Li Chia to win the role. They thought that this careless appointment from Lucidity was the biggest reason for War Saint's decline. Ma Ming-chun, what is the punishment for betraying the dynasty? Hexiang shouted at the Central Legion. Ming-chun was the commander of this legion. He was floating in the sky and replied, General Tang, I am not betraying the dynasty. The new king is useless, bereft of a single ounce of integrity and morality. He will only cause harm to the people. We are simply doing this for their sake. General Ma is right. 8 Formation True Emperor appeared in the sky, exuding his aura just like a king. Brother Tang, I know you are a loyal man, but you need to make a choice right now. Your new king is a rapist that will only cause harm. This land was built by the effort of our late king. I will not allow it to fall because of this tyrant. We do not wish to overthrow War Saint Dynasty. We simply want a wise king to rule it instead. People held their breath after hearing this. They looked over at Tang Hexiang. He had lost to 8 Formation True Emperor in the past, so the two were considered enemies. Would they fight each other today? The crowd took this fight very seriously. The Imperial God was mighty. Plus, Sky Rap City had a lot of aces. They were fighting on their home turf, having all the advantages. If they wished to fight to the death, the coalition army would need to pay a great price for a successful siege. That would only be benefiting the other 3 great powers who were watching on the sidelines. Thus, Tang Hexiang's choice was very important right now. It could decide the political landscape for the upcoming years. Would he fight to the death or switch his allegiance? The atmosphere became tense. General Tang, the new king just needs to abdicate and War Saint Dynasty will still exist. Our 5 legions still belong to the kingdom. The other commanders persuaded him. We only want his abdication and for the throne to be occupied by a wise ruler. This is not a rebellion. Other generals added. Chapter 2438. Your Majesty, General Tang has defected. Please escape. Amidst the chaos, a fleeing old official saw that Li Chia was still hanging around the palace and enjoying the painting, so he shouted. Li Chia noticed that the guy's pouch on his back was full of treasures but didn't say anything. He waved his hand and smiled. Go, I know what I'm doing. Take care, Your Majesty. The official prostrated once before running for his life. Though everyone said that this new king was perverted and lawless, the maids, servants, and officials in the palace didn't think so. On the contrary, he was very generous, allowing people to escape with the precious treasures without interfering. That's why many servants and officials stole items, but no one tried to capture the king in order to earn a reward from the coalition army. In their eyes, the king had treated them well enough. Capturing him for a reward would be ruthless and ungrateful, kicking a benefactor in the teeth. This resulted in a very amusing scene. People ran for their lives while grabbing whatever treasures they could get their hands on. However, Li Chia strode among the chaotic horde, nonchalant and relaxed as ever. The strangest thing was that these looters would stop. Some even respectfully bowed to him and said, Your Majesty, before moving on with the items. Such a scene felt so natural and friendly, devoid of contention. Creak. The heavy gate started opening. The Imperial Guard opened it after hearing Tang Haxiang's order, allowing the coalition armies to enter the city. From this point on, Tang Haxiang, 8 Formation True Emperor, and the 5 commanders have reached an agreement to be on the same side. A few people sighed. One sect master quietly said, "Looks like Tang Haxiang couldn't maintain his stance." Among the legions, the Imperial Guard Legion was considered to be the dynasty's own. Their generals were mostly from War Saint or even the royal clan. On the contrary, the other legions consisted of members from the other clans and sects of 9 secrets. Haxiang himself was also from the royal family, so he should have fought for War Saint dynasty. In the end, he decided against it, choosing to overthrow the new king. Can he be blamed for this? It's really the immoral king's fault for invoking everyone's fury. Someone else spoke on his behalf. A few ancestors only smiled, not actually trusting this rhetoric about the king's lack of characters. As a king, being lecherous or taking girls, that's no big deal and was quite common. Not to mention 3 or 5 girls, an authoritative tyrant would have a harem of tens of thousands. The king's only mistake was his inability to grasp military authority. If he had enough power, he wouldn't be considered a degenerate. Golden daughters like Bing Qi Hanyu would find it an honor to be part of the harem. During Lucidity's era, these great powers desired to marry their daughters into the harem. Unfortunately, Lucidity refused. Today, the new king only wanted Bing Qi Hanyu, not to mention that the Bing Qi has agreed to this with the late king. An official marriage contract was written down as well. They reneged on the deal because the new one was incapable. Calling him a debaucherous despot was only a justification for the rebellion. These ancestors naturally understood that this is a world of the strong. Because the new king was weak, his foes could accuse him of anything. Please abdicate for a virtuous ruler. Tang Haxiang broke the silence as he approached the imperial palace with his legion. People sighed and gasped at this sight. Just a few days ago, War Saint dynasty was virtually untouchable. Today, its imperial palace has been surrounded by rebels. Everyone knew that it was over for the king and War Saint dynasty. He would die even after abdicating. Boom, boom, boom. 8 Formation True Emperor and his men began sieging the palace. Though there wasn't a single guard present, barriers were still forming over the palace, virtually unbreakable like walls of steel. They have been blessed by numerous true emperors and eternals of the dynasty, including Lucidity. 8 Formation True Emperor and his peers were powerful, but breaking it down would still take some time. Meanwhile, Li Jie continued his leisurely stroll with a smile despite the explosions. He made it to the Golden Hall and slowly sat down on the throne. He closed his eyes, seemingly asleep, the only person left in this gigantic palace. The entire place was shaking due to the constant barrages. After a while, he opened his eyes and smiled. It's about time. Boom! A deafening blast came about. The group of masters has successfully broken the barriers with their mighty attacks. Everything crumbled. Numerous palaces shattered. Debris and dust scattered everywhere. It's down! The spectators became excited and shouted. So many eyes were intensely watching this scene. Still so patient when the kingdom is falling? Not bad. Quite an interesting game. Very well, let's see if my chess piece is usable or not. Li Jie smirked while sitting on the throne. Boom! 8 Formation True Emperor unleashed a world-destroying palm strike. The roof and walls of the Golden Hall collapsed, revealing Li Jie before everyone. Your Majesty, some of the rebels quietly murmured. A few men even staggered backward after seeing him here. He didn't escape, contrary to their expectations. Regardless of his lack of abilities and moral character, he was still appointed by Lucidity. In other words, he was the rightful ruler, the orthodox branch. Anyone who wanted the throne right now would be considered a rebel, a usurper. The authority of the orthodox branch remained, so some rebels have a guilty conscience as they stared as their king. The new king, the spectating ancestors were surprised to find Li Jie sticking around. Does he want to die with the kingdom? Someone else wondered. After all, he had plenty of chances to run prior to the siege. But now, he was the only one left in this palace, sitting there proudly. Some felt respect after seeing this, a weak junior daring to face the great coalition armies. Not everyone possessed this courage. The only crime of his is being born in a royal family. A sect master gently sighed. This new king has done nothing heinous compared to Lucidity's previous conquests. The kid was innocent sheep while Lucidity's hands were stained with blood. Alas, he wouldn't be able to escape death today. 8 Formation True Emperor's eyes flashed murderously after seeing Li Qi'er on the throne. He undoubtedly wished to be there instead. This new king was a piece of trash while he was a true emperor. How could he not have the ambition to replace the guy? To take all the authority that comes with the throne? You're the little brat in charge of 8 Formation Kingdom? Li Qi'er glanced at the emperor. The emperor's eyes became serious and bright like the stars. I am 8 Formation True Emperor, the ruler of Myriad Formation Kingdom. Being called a little brat by this trash annoyed 8 Formation True Emperor in spite of his mental fortitude. Chapter 2439. Li Qi'er sat there calmly and even conversed with 8 Formation True Emperor. This act made people glance at each other. In the eyes of the masters, Li Qi'er was only a spring chicken, a new cultivator. However, he remained calm against the great armies and a true emperor. This courage was rare and commendable. That's a descendant of Lucidity kings for you. He's not shaming his lineage. An ancestor praised. Even till now, many believed that he was an illegitimate son of Lucidity, hence why he was given the throne. The emperor had flashes of bloodthirst in his eyes, a truly frightening spectacle due to his power level. Each strand resembled a divine sword, more than enough to make others tremble. Are you finished now? The emperor uttered coldly. Li Qi'er waved his hand and casually said, When is your kingdom bringing your princess over? I need a maid for bed warming and feet washing. Everyone took a deep breath and glanced at each other. He's a madman. Many shared this thought. There was no saving this guy. He was the only one left in the palace, yet he still dared to talk in this manner. The guy was insane indeed, or he wouldn't have ordered an attack on the Bing Qi over one woman. Ignorant fool. The emperor raised his hand and crushed the void with an explosive sound. He then lunged for Li Qi'er. It's over. Everyone knew the outcome without looking. The new king's cultivation was pitiful to the point of being negligible. Just one finger from the emperor could turn him to ashes, let alone a full attack. A buzzing noise happened before any physical contact. Very few could actually hear this faint sound, the rippling of space. Li Qi'er suddenly disappeared from the throne. Boom! The palm strike crushed the throne, but Li Qi'er was nowhere to be found. Where is he? The spectators were confused. The guy seemed to have vanished into thin air. Wait, is he crushed into a pulp or a mist of blood, evaporating into nothingness? Some speculated. No, someone saved him. A powerful ancestor said with a serious expression. What? The crowd was shocked. The one who saved him was simply too fast, beyond visual discernment. Moreover, the guy did it before 8 Formation True Emperor. This being must be extremely powerful or the emperor would have stopped him. Who did it? This question popped up in everyone's mind. Sun Longying? Or someone else? Thinking about Sun Longying made people shudder. The shadows of his terror still remained above 9 secrets. True Formation was startled since someone capable of this task was obviously stronger than him, capable of moving freely in an untraceable manner. The 6 commanders felt the same way and started to analyze the surroundings. Unfortunately, they didn't notice anything. Go search everywhere. The group ordered the armies to begin the search for Li Qi'er. People started pondering about the outcome. Though this was a successful siege of the imperial palace, the new king was still taken away by someone. The coalition armies naturally didn't like this, especially Tang Hexiong's group. As long as the new king was still alive, they wouldn't be able to have a good night's sleep. He was a problem that needs to be dealt with. It didn't matter who would take over the throne, but as long as Li Qi'er was alive, his position would be questioned. Just a usurper. Moreover, Li Qi'er could even become someone else's card. They might fight using his name and take over in the same manner. At the very least, it is over for War Saint, the end of their golden age. An ancestor said after seeing the mess at the palace. He recalled when Lucidity used to order the world in an imperious manner. No one dared to disobey his royal decrees. But now, his authority was gone in the wind, just like him. Even if War Saint dynasty could continue, it would no longer be as strong as before. The fall of War Saint allows for the rise of others. This is only the beginning, not the end. Someone else sentimentally said. Lucidity was unique. In the present, anyone dared to take his position would have trouble subduing the people. The Bing Qi and Myriad Formation Kingdom together weren't enough to force the other three great powers to submit. If 8 Formation True Emperor were to ascend, they would definitely refute his coronation. Their excuse would be that Li Qie, the rightful king, was still around. Thus, 8 Formation and the others knew that it was impossible to seize the throne until Li Qie is dead. Not only would the other three powers not recognize the new ruler's legitimacy, but the other sects and clans might also resist as well. Thus, Li Qie's survival became quite a headache. Looks like war is inevitable in the future. One ancestor was pessimistic about the current developments. Li Qie had no intention of retaliating against the palm strike, but someone else saved him in that split second. When the light returned, the scene was completely different. What he saw was no longer the palace but rather, an open ocean of clouds. He stood on top of a solitary peak as the clouds floated below his feet. His robes fluttered with the wind. There was an old man standing next to him. His savior. Old geezer Wind? Why did you save me? I was waiting for a fun show. Li Qie glanced at the old man and said. He was one of the 5 supreme ancestors, the wind god from God's Step sect. He stared at Li Qie with his old eyes, surprised that this brat didn't show any gratitude. Worst of all, the kid still acted like a king and didn't show any respect. Remember, there were only 5 supreme ancestors in all of 9 secrets. They were the strongest ancestor in their sects, virtually invincible as Eternals. However, Li Qie didn't give a damn and treated him like a subject just like Lucidity used to. People called him Wind God because he was just like the wind. Essentially omnipresent. Brat, be more respectful. You would be a dead man right now if it wasn't for me. He gave Li Qie the side eye. Li Qie sat down on the cliff and swung his legs back and forth before smiling. As if. Someone else would save me if not you. Having a puppet king is enough to control the world. You're not stupid, brat. Wind God was impressed and took another look at the youth. He thought the kid was only a useless prodigal son. Even an idiot can see this. Li Qie smiled. I'm sure the other great powers were waiting too. Humph. Unfortunately, I didn't save you for this reason. I saved you out of consideration for the late king. Wind God snorted. Unlike the other supreme ancestors, Wind God was quite close to Lucidity. The latter had guided him in the past. That's why he was the first to agree to the marriage agreement. Because of this, he saved Li Qie so that Lucidity's lineage would continue on. Chapter 2440. Either way. Li Qie sat by the edge of the cliff with his hands as support while swinging his feet, enjoying the clouds beneath. Wind God glared at him. Thinking that Lucidity was such a great and invincible man, yet his child was anything but. This might be a stain in Lucidity's otherwise perfect life. What is your cultivation, and what merit laws are you learning? He asked, still distant. The 13th level, and as for merit laws? Whichever ones, cultivation is too easy, so no need to be picky. Li Qie casually answered. Wind God almost vomited blood at this shameless brag. This brat was clearly as weak as can be. Not any different from newly admitted cultivators. There is no such thing as the 13th level. Wind God coldly responded. Oh, then the 3rd level then. It's just that 13th level sounds much cooler and suit my style. Li Qie shrugged. Wind King glared angrily at him. If this guy was a disciple of God's Step, he would have stomped him right now. Aggressive, arrogant, and ignorant. What a bastard of a brat. What? Want a taste of Do and Jie from War Saint Dynasty? Li Qie responded to the animosity. Wind God retorted with a sneer. Do and Jie? You think someone like you can control them? 9 secret system has 9 words. Lin, Bing, Do, Jie, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. This was a supreme mantra, rumored to be created by 9 secrets ancestor or left behind by Bao Pu. The entire system was built on this mantra. They acted as the foundation. However, no lineage was in possession of all 9. Just grasping one was amazing enough. For example, War Saint Dynasty had Do and Jie, hence its name. Another one was God Step sect with the word Xing. To a certain extent, having two words allowed War Saint dynasty to be so powerful. The only other to have two words was Waterfront Pavilion. The rest of the great powers only had one. Few in War Saint dynasty could touch these two words since they were the very foundation of the kingdom. Even a tyrant like Lucidity couldn't just give these legacies to Li Qie. Because of this, Wind God didn't expect for someone as weak as him to have the words. In fact, he couldn't even look at them, let alone cultivating. That's fine. Li Qie casually shrugged. Where were you staying before this? The god asked. In fact, he was very confused about Li Qie. If he was Lucidity's illegitimate son, then who was his mother? Someone like Lucidity wouldn't have picked just any woman. It must have been an incredible woman with a great background. Everyone knew that Lucidity only had a daughter, true Emperor Jiuning. Lucidity no longer had an heir after she was gone. No women around him either. Moreover, Li Qie only looked a little more than 20. This made people speculate about what he did 20 years ago. I fell from the sky. Li Qie pointed upward. Have you never heard about the heaven's favorite? I'm a person like that, so I naturally was hanging up there. Otherwise, why would I instantly become a king? The phrase, chosen by the heavens, was meant to describe me. Nonsense. Wind God wanted to give this guy a good kicking. There's no such thing. Li Qie smiled. I'm the perfect example. One day, I accidentally fell down and boom. There I was in the Silver Secret Legion's camp. Lucidity saw me and instantly knew that I was chosen by the heavens, capable enough to make War Saint prospers, so he instantly made me the crown prince and handed the kingdom over. Wind God felt like slapping this nonsensical brat now. No one would believe this crap. Little did he know that Li Qie was indeed telling the truth outside of the chosen by heavens part. He didn't embellish anything else. Why aren't you making this land better then? It is lost thanks to you. Looks like you're not really the chosen one by the heavens. Wind God mocked him. You just don't understand. Li Qie leisurely said. You are looking at it from a close-minded and ignorant perspective. This is only a layer of mist, only a loss in appearance. Wind God was about to vomit some blood from anger. As one of the 5 supreme ancestors, he enjoyed a prestigious status in 9 secrets. People cowered before him, not daring to breathe loudly. Even other Eternals treated him with reverence. However, this brat didn't give a damn and even called him closed-minded and ignorant. No one but Lucidity would dare to talk to him like this in 9 secrets. Then enlighten me with your wisdom, your majesty. Wind God sarcastically responded. All right, since you are so sincere, I'll give you some guidance. Li Qie seemed impervious to sarcasm and acted like an imperious king. Wind God smiled wryly at this sight, thinking that this brat doesn't have any self-awareness at all. Tell me, is Lucidity strong? Pretty much unbeatable? Li Qie asked with a smile. Wind God didn't expect this question. He nodded and said, the late king's fighting prowess is peerless, definitely number 1 in 9 secrets, unbeatable in all of Imperial. This was indeed the truth. Supreme ancestors like them still didn't dare to do anything in Lucidity's presence since he was considerably stronger. What about his achievements? Still unmatched in 9 secrets? Li Qie continued. Wind God pondered for a bit before giving an objective opinion. In terms of achievements, I believe he is number 1 as well. From a historical standpoint, I think he's even with Emperor Zhang, or at least very, very close. He chose his words carefully to have a fair evaluation of Lucidity. Though the 5 great powers had thoughts about opposing Lucidity, they had to admit that he contributed greatly to 9 secret system success, allowing it to be on the same level as the Mu and Li. Then what about if I become a virtuous king? Will that be enough to compare to Lucidity King? Li Qie asked. Impossible. Wind God said decisively. Lucidity's achievements were comparable to Emperor Zhang, one of the most brilliant true emperors. Taking another step to surpass Lucidity was harder than reaching the sky for future descendants. How about if the kingdom falls but I eventually rise and sweep through the world, creating a new dynasty worshipped by all? How will that compare to Lucidity? Li Qie smiled. Wind God, despite his experiences, still became startled because this bold thought was simply insane. Li Qie continued before hearing an answer. This kingdom is useless if it can't allow me to have a peerless contribution. It would be a waste of time for someone chosen by the heavens like me. After a while, Wind God stared at him and said, "Have you gone mad? You tell me." Li Jie smiled. In this particular juncture, Wind God found a similarity between Li Jie and lucidity, no in terms of appearance but rather their behavior. Both were as crazy as can be. You alone wants to start a new dynasty? I'm afraid that's daydreaming. Unless you are stronger than the late king. Wind God responded. Nothing is impossible. It's all dependent on my whim. Li Jie nonchalantly said. 1. This is my worst nightmare. I literally got up from my desk to lay down in my bed, questioning my life choices. The 9 words mantra is back. It was challenging to translate it for the 9 words true bow, and I think the outcome was a mess because some of the words are connected. I can't get a 9-word version in English to come out in a coherent manner. The grammatical forms are different while the order matters. For example, do and je are actually connected, meaning a soldier/fighter. I can't separate them and have it make sense because the first 2 words mean soldier/fighter as well. That's 4 words meaning soldiers/fighters in the first 4. This time around, I'm just going to use pinyin. Trying to do an English version of them was too ambitious and I didn't like the result too. Lin, overlook/celestial, Bing, soldier, Do, soldier, Je, man, modified by Do so it's soldier, Jia, all, Zhen, formation, Lai, arrange, connected with Zhan, Qian, front, Xing, walk, 3. Do also means war. Je means man, so it can also be saint. 4. Lucidity called her Jiu Ning without the full title, so she could have the same name and title. Might have to change this later if we get her real name. Chapter 2441. Wind God wondered if Li Jie was actually useless or it was just an act. The whole appointment by Lucidity was strange. They thought that he was an illegitimate son, especially after seeing his immoral and uncouth behavior. Otherwise, how could Lucidity dote on a piece of trash like him in this manner? After further interaction, he felt that this brat wasn't as stupid as he seemed, just crazier yet strangely insightful. Seeing things that big shots like them never thought about. All right, follow me back to God's step. Wind God eventually said. For what? Li Jie smiled and told the truth. I guess I still have some uses for your sect, a powerful bargaining chip. Humph. Wind God snorted in response. You're overthinking it. It's just that you could die any time in the open. Myriad formation, the Bing Qi, and your own dynasty want nothing more than your death so they can have peace of mind. Wind God was correct. 8 formation True Emperor and his allies needed Li Jie's death in order to legitimize their rule and taking over the throne. They didn't wish to be viewed as unrightful usurpers forever. It doesn't matter. Li Jie shrugged before contemplating while rubbing his chin. From what I've heard, your sect has a great library, right? What do you want? Wind God's eyes narrowed as he uttered coldly. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your martial arts or the word Xing. If I cared about them, I would have had plenty to pick back at the Imperial Treasury. I only want to see your old scrolls, just the entertaining and historical ones. That might be worth taking a trip there. Wind God didn't know what this brat wanted to do. He asked, What are you looking for? Nothing in particular. Li Jie replied, Just reading to improve my knowledge. Don't you know that knowledge is power? Your sect was built on espionage and information selling, allowing it to prosper. Wind God agreed with this logic, albeit slightly surprised. If you want information, I can help you. Wind God generously said. I don't care about the present or the movements of the world. Li Jie said, I'm interested in ancient mysteries, the older, the more precious. Basically, just historical stories, whether they be official or just popular folktales. Wind God took another look at him. God's Step did start out as an intelligence guild, but as time passed, many things have changed. Their disciples now pursued power and cultivation, no longer caring about mysteries of the past. That's fine, you can take a look. Wind God agreed. All right, what's the name of your girl? Li Jie stood up and suddenly realized something, so he clapped his hands. Splendorous Saintess. Wind God said with a hint of annoyance. Splendorous didn't only have the most prestigious bloodline in their sect but was also the most gifted. The elders had high expectations for her. Even if she wouldn't take over their sect, she would still become a powerful eternal, perhaps surpassing a supreme ancestor such as himself. They naturally wanted to keep this good seed around. Unfortunately, lucidity demanded their best bloodline to be a consort. Wind God didn't want this at that point because Li Qie was a useless brat. No one would want to betroth their best disciple to someone like him. Unfortunately, out of both fear and gratitude, he became the first to agree. Of course, refusal was not an option since lucidity was famous for punishing nonconformity. The first to voice this opinion would suffer the wrath of lucidity, especially when Sun Longying and Silver Secret were still around. This was no longer the case. These three threats have disappeared. Plus, the kingdom has fallen. Li Qie was a king without land. Under these circumstances, was he still suitable for her? In the past, she could arguably be reaching up to marry him. But now, she wouldn't favor a fallen king like him. What, change your mind? Li Qie noticed Wind God's annoyed expression and laughed. Self-awareness is a virtue. Wind God replied. Wind God was rightfully annoyed, thinking that this Li Qie wasn't worthy of his saintess. Of course, he had principles and was a man of his words. Since he had agreed with lucidity on top of signing the marriage pact, he couldn't actually change his mind nor deny this marriage. This made him feel quite helpless. The whole thing was akin to planting flowers into a pile of manure. The only thing he could do was hope for Li Qie to know his place and decline this marriage himself. Self-awareness. Li Qie smiled. Your saintess is only a maid in my eyes. If she were to be my concubine, then she better serves me well. But then again, scrolls and lamps in a cold room. I do need a servant to take care of daily tasks. A fire of fury started in Wind God's mind, wanting nothing more than to slap the brat to death. He was still acting so imperious and haughty. You're just a fallen king right now. Wind God expressed coldly. His intent was as clear as day. So what? Li Qie smiled. A man must stay true to his words. This is especially true for strong people. Otherwise, they'll stay ordinary. One decision alone could decide victory or defeat, and could also decide one's nature and Tao heart. Tao heart. Wind God closed his eyes, aware of this magical aspect and how important it was to a cultivator. The problem here was that the young generation didn't care for it. They only talked and bragged about having powerful cultivation and techniques. Thus, a weakling like Li Qie bringing it up was outside of his expectations. New cultivators only cared about having better merit laws and treasures in order to grow stronger. But in this process, they neglected to polish their Tao heart. Some didn't even know of this phenomenon. In fact, this was indeed the case for the majority of cultivators. The Tao heart was intangible and mysterious, seemingly trivial for cultivation. An eternal like Wind God naturally knew of its importance after reaching this level, but someone like Li Qie shouldn't. A deceiver can't stand proud and definitely can't reach the sky. Li Qie said, a heart without honesty and integrity can't give birth to true conviction and will inevitably waver. Wind God's eyes flashed with bright rays. He was stronger than many true emperors, so his words were worth more than gold. It wasn't hard for him to deny this marriage right now, given the circumstances. However, the biggest problem was himself. Would he be able to keep his promises and integrity? The Bingqi clan never felt this pressure. They directly turned against the dynasty and even swapped someone else for the marriage alliance. Lucidity and the kingdom weren't around. Reneging wasn't hard if they didn't care about this personal test. For Wind God, at the very least, he couldn't do something despicable like Bingqi Juezhen, so he found himself in quite a predicament. That's why he wished for Li Qie to have enough self-awareness and back off. 1. The literal translation for her title is Flying plus Flower, or scattering flowers in various seasons. The actual, literary meaning is a beautiful scene out of a painting. Many musicians use this word for their song titles. Scattering flower isn't a good title for a character in English, too long as well. Splendorous fits the literary definition and isn't used often. Chapter 2442. The Vex God couldn't do anything when Li Qie didn't wish to back off the marriage matter. Though he could make Li Qie hand over the marriage pact by force, he was still a man of principle and refused to renege. Let's go. He grabbed Li Qie before disappearing into nothingness. When they emerged again, the clouds were still their companions, only with mountains and hills added as decoration for the sky canvas this time around. Wind God was actually crossing from one dimension to another. Because he trained with the word, Xing, movement was his expertise. Not only was his speed matchless, but he could also cross through any dimension and realm. This earned him his title of Wind God. Of course, an Eternal already had ample movement abilities. After training in this word, he became even more exceptional. In terms of speed and spatial mastery, he was the best among the 5 supreme ancestors. Lucidity himself was inferior in this aspect. If Wind God wished to flee, no one in Imperial could stop him. Their final destination was the magical and awe-inspiring God Step sect, one of the 5 great powers of 9 secrets. This was a rather mysterious power in the system. No one knew where its ancestral ground was located, not even some of their disciples. It was still a scene of clouds as far as the eye can see. At the very end of this cloudy ocean were rolling mountains and hills. Some peaks were large enough to form their own inhabitable areas spanning for thousands of miles. Being shrouded by the clouds only amplified the mysteriousness of these mountains. Waterfalls surged down some of the tall peaks. This looked magnificent, just like a river running down from the 9 firmaments. Upon closer inspection, one would find that among this mountain range were several peaks tightly packed together. They were the tallest ones too, seemingly the centerpieces of this area. This was the central area of God's Step, containing its treasures and resources accumulated across the generations. Only prestigious ancestors had permission for entry. God's Step had the word Xing. Obtaining one of these words meant being blessed by the high heavens. Their main legacies and merit laws would be decided as well. For example, Myriad Formation Kingdom had the word Zhen, so they became the best lineage at formations and arrays in the system, both in terms of knowledge and power. As for the Bing Qi, they had the word Bing. Therefore, they were the best blacksmiths available. It was common knowledge in Imperial that the best weapons normally came from the Bing Qi, and this was indeed the truth. Back to God's Step, most of their merit laws and techniques were derived from their secret word. If there was a marathon contest in 9 systems, God's Step sect would surely take the #1 spot. They had incredible movement and stepping techniques, granting them peerless speed. Their disciples enjoyed safety compared to other cultivators since escaping would never be an issue. Due to these advantages, God's Step could transmit information at an incredible rate in the past. They had the most comprehensive intelligence network. In the beginning, many sects paid God's Step high fees in order to buy necessary information and intelligence. Later on, as God's Step grew in power and had more resources, they slowly stopped participating in this line of business and focused on politics and power gathering instead until they became one of the 5 behemoths. 2 people flashed into existence. Wind God had brought Li Qie onto the highest peak of God's Step. The place was highly guarded. Each inch of mud here was glowing. They have been blessed by powerful augmentation. There existed a building made out of stone with a wooden plaque carved with 2 words, Secret Depository. It served as the sect's most secretive and largest library, containing numerous merit laws and scrolls. Of course, it also had plenty of ancestral books, mysterious tales, etc. Outsiders weren't allowed to enter under normal circumstances. Not even the disciples here without permission from the ancestors. Creak. The heavy doors opened, allowing the 2 of them to enter. Though Li Qie was an outsider, Wind God was a supreme existence in this sect, so he could go wherever he wanted. The building didn't look large from the outside, but after entering, one would find this place massive, akin to entering a different dimension. The smell of books assaulted the nostrils, indicative of the great number of books found here. This collection was comparable to the stars in the sky. Towering bookshelves everywhere with countless books. They contained intelligence and information on top of regular texts gathered across the years by the disciples of God's Step. Unlike other lineages and due to their background, the disciples here loved collecting books. It didn't matter whether the books were useful and precious or not, they still contained information and should be collected. The scrolls here have also undergone a strict filtering process. Some contained pieces of history and secrets and mysteries of various sects that were figured out by the disciples and recorded in their diaries or notebooks. All in all, this depository contained the most trustworthy and varied information about Imperial. For example, when and how a certain progenitor overcame his inner demon during a Tao enlightenment session. Or just gossip. How many wives did one progenitor have, how many lovers? Secrets were no longer secrets here. Wind God brought him to the section containing ancient recordings and said, "Everything in this depository is open to you, with the exception of the merit law and technique sections. You can read anything else." Wind God was being very generous, letting an outsider into their best library on top of letting him read virtually everything else. One couldn't ask for more. Xueqi smiled and went to the corner furnished with a table and chair made out of stone. On the table were one lamp, an inkstone, inkstick, and ink brush. It was obvious that people used to record mysteries down in this place. However, that was all in the past. There was a layer of dust on the table now. Xueqi casually took out a scroll made of deerskin from a bamboo cylinder. He opened it and found that it was an incomplete map. A casual glance left a smile on his face. "Looks like your sect hasn't partaken in recording history and rumors for a long time now," Xueqi said. Wind God didn't answer since it was true. As the sect grew stronger, fewer and fewer disciples were willing to play the roles of historians and intel gatherers, let alone doing something as dry and dull as recording them down. In the present, a few still enjoyed finding information, but anecdotes and information recorders have been gone for several generations. In fact, Xueqi was the first person in a very long time who was interested in the texts here. God's step disciples only wanted to cultivate and chase after power. They coveted mighty merit laws and treasures, not boring history. Wind God became surprised to see Xueqi focusing and enjoying the map. Chapter 2443. Wind God took another glance at this useless king. Why was he so interested in their ancient scrolls? Of course, he didn't bother pursuing this matter, having condemned Xueqi to inadequacy. There was nothing this landless king could do right now. He had already carried out his part, paying back his debt to lucidity by saving the guy. "Keep reading then, I'll send some disciples to take care of you." He turned and left. "Tell that girl to come and warm my bed already," Xueqi casually remarked. Wind God froze in his tracks. This little bastard had no sense of propriety, still worrying about such nonsense. He snorted in response and continued leaving. Xueqi smiled and didn't care too much whether that saintess would come or not. It was only a casual comment. He strolled in the sea of books, only occasionally finding something interesting and taking them down for a look. He didn't care about the merit laws of God's step sect since he had no lack of them. The stories about Imperial, or Three Immortals, were much more interesting. These tales were precious and useful in his mind. He picked multiple scrolls ranging on a wide variety of subjects before returning to his table to read. Historical tales and mysteries were boring. Not even the disciples of God's step would read them. Alas, Xueqi enjoyed his time since he could read between the lines. Others wouldn't notice anything about these simple stories, but he could find great information from a few sentences and extract unimaginable content. This was his reason for coming to God's step. Other items couldn't get into his sight. For example, he didn't pick anything out of War Saint Dynasty's treasury. No sun and moon were present in the depository, so who knows how much time has passed. Xueqi finally looked up and saw a youth standing next to him. He wore a robe made out of hemp and had a tall stature. It was difficult pointing out something special about him because he looked too ordinary. One would instantly forget about him after a glance. He was just another person in the crowd. Cough. The youth nervously coughed after seeing Xueqi looking at him. He has been here for a long time but didn't dare to disturb Xueqi, who was immersed in reading. Your Majesty." The youth hesitated for a moment but still decided to address him respectfully. "This lowly one has received the orders of the ancestor to take care of your daily needs, Your Majesty." He cupped his fist and said. He knew who Xueqi was, the king of War Saint, albeit one that has fallen out of grace. He has heard of Xueqi's unsavory tales. In fact, the entire world knew about it. In the beginning, he assumed that Xueqi would have a wretched and vulgar appearance. He found this to not be the case after meeting the king. "Oh, the girl isn't coming?" Xueqi asked after taking a good look at the youth. "Ahem, I don't know who you are referring to, Your Majesty." The youth played the fool. "It's that saintess of yours, Splendorous." Xueqi casually threw the scroll on the table. The youth smiled wryly and had to respond. "Junior sister Lu Bing is training outside and hasn't returned, so the ancestor sent me here instead." "It's not good to lie in front of me," Xueqi nonchalantly said, Looks like the geezer doesn't want her to be a maid. Very well, I've already given him the chance. It's too late to beg for it later. The youth was speechless because of Li Qia's direct comment, demanding for their junior sister to be his maid. He was aware of the marriage agreement between her and the king. However, that was in the past. He no longer had a kingdom. Keep in mind that she was the jewel of the sect, the famous splendorous saintess, beloved and adored by the ancestors here. So many prodigies in 9 secrets wished to propose. Given their current status, the other ancestors in the sect would never agree even if she were to say yes. Your Majesty, I have prepared everything for you. The youth changed the topic. What's your name? Li Qie inquired with his usual calmness. This lowly one is called Zhang Zhenchuan. The youth honestly responded. He was the second disciple of God Step sect master. His cultivation was formidable. Wind God was quite nice to send such a powerful disciple here to serve Li Qie. This was for his protection. In fact, a second disciple of the sect master obviously had a prestigious position. Moreover, his talents were amazing as well. Anyone else would be annoyed to receive this order, becoming a dog for Li Qie, who was essentially a nobody at this point. Zhenchuan didn't think so and sincerely obeyed Wind God. Since he was sent here as a servant, he acted like a servant and treated Li Qie like a king. On the contrary, no one else would call Li Qie Your Majesty. They would look down on him instead. You must be an undercover specialist. Li Qie leisurely stated. Your Majesty? The youth was startled because Li Qie was spot on about his profession. What brought this up, Your Majesty? As ordinary looking as can be, the most suitable for undercover roles. A person like this is either a weakling, a great master, or someone undercover. Li Qie continued. Zhenchuan was shocked. He was a spy and the director of intelligence for the young generation of God Step. Very few disciples wanted to do this now. They rather just train in the sect or make something out of themselves in the outside world. Cultivation and aiming to grow stronger were the correct mindset for cultivators. Because of this, Zhenchuan was a unique disciple in God Step. He was interested in researching and gathering intel at a young age. Interest turned into excellence, so the sect left him in charge of intelligence. Therefore, he was usually the first in God Step to know of any news happening in Imperial. This current Li Qie was different from his imagination. The most prolific description of the new king was his debauchery. He mobilized the 5 legions against the Bing Qi over a single woman. Moreover, Zhenchuan received news that he didn't bother to fight back against the rebels, so the kingdom fell just like that. It painted a picture of weakness and incompetence. The guy was clearly a useless young master. As a spy, he could sense something different due to his perceptive instinct. Maybe he gathered the wrong information, or there was more than meets the eye. You're right, Your Majesty. I'm in awe of your vision. He bowed again, calming down. No need to flatter me. Li Qie waved his sleeve. You seem smarter and more flexible than the old geezer. Zhenchuan smiled wryly and didn't dare to comment about the supreme ancestor. Wind God was the boss here, rarely seen by the juniors. Even ancestors needed to be reverent towards him. Only Li Qie would dare to the supreme ancestor, an old geezer here. Lead the way, Li Qie said. The youth didn't dare to show any slight and showed Li Qie the way. Chapter 2444. Wind God showed his generosity once more by preparing a place on a mountain next to the depository for Li Qie. Only the top-ranking ancestors could stay in this place. He did so for both Li Qie's safety and to keep this whole thing a secret. So many were searching for this fallen king, including War Saint Dynasty, the Bing Qi, and Myriad Formation. His very existence was a thorn in their side. Moreover, other powerful sects and even systems were secretly looking for him. They didn't wish to kill him but thought that he could be used as a bargaining chip. Controlling this king meant that they controlled the orthodox symbol and royal rule of 9 secrets, to a certain extent. Fortunately for him, God Step sect resided in the sky and rarely associated with outsiders. It was extremely difficult for someone to come in and search for news of him. Zhang Zhenchuan did an amazing job serving Li Qie, allowing him to spend his days in comfort and leisure. He focused on reading the mysteries and historical events recorded here. These texts were considered to be entertainment at best by the disciples, but he considered them to be precious. By using the content, he could put one and one together for useful information, or to find certain things he was looking for. Outside of cultivation, it was just reading and reading, flipping through the pages among the ocean of text. He found valuable information and eventually obtained a thorough understanding of Nine Secrets system. At this moment, no one understood Nine Secrets better than him, not even Lucidity King. The 9 words were within his grasp as well. As they spent more time together, Jian Chuan found all of the previous rumors about Li Qie to be false. The guy has been meditating and researching the ancient texts. Some were too old for their sect to decipher, yet Li Qie could read them without any difficulty, to Jian Chuan's astonishment. This was the infamous perverted king? No, he looked like a scholar hard at work. Could it be that the king had changed after the fall of his kingdom? Jian Chuan thought. But he found this to be incorrect. If the king were to be devastated by the loss of the kingdom, he would be cultivating hard in order to become stronger so that he could take it back in the future. The guy didn't give a damn about merit laws and techniques right now. In fact, he seemed to not care about growing stronger and drowned himself in reading these entertaining texts. No disciples would want to waste their time doing so. Your Majesty, may I ask why you are interested in them? Jian Chuan's curiosity eventually got the best of him. Golden pavilions and colorful jades exist in these words. Li Qie said with a smile. Jian Chuan didn't believe in this common phrase in the mortal world about the benefits of reading. He thought that mortal scholars only said this line for motivation. To understand the present, one must know the past. Li Qie glanced at the youth and said, I see. Jian Chuan carefully absorbed the meaning of this phrase. If one has no way of reaching the apex to have a clear perspective on the world below, what should they do instead? The answer is to read extensively. Then everything will be clear. The answers are hidden behind the fog of history. Some are purposely erased. Jian Chuan still thought that it was pointless for cultivators to do so. Let's talk about your God-step true emperor then. Was it only because of having great talents that he understood the word Xing? Li Qie asked. Isn't that the case? Jian Chuan said. God-step true emperor was also the progenitor of their sect. He came from 9 secrets and was able to start a sect not just because he was strong, but also because he found the mysteries of one of the 9 words. This allowed him to establish a firm foundation for his heritage, and this eventually helped them become one of the 5 great powers. No sect had a full grasp of all 9. Moreover, the word, Qian, has been lost for a long time. There was a period where Xing was missing as well until God-step true emperor. He was able to understand it enough so that it could return to see the light of day. Li Qie smiled. God-step true emperor was certainly talented, that's a given. However, among the emperors, he's not that exceptional. In the history of 9 secrets, there have been plenty of brilliant emperors, but why was it that your emperor was able to find the mysteries of Xing and not the others? Jian Chuan had never thought about this question before, so he didn't have a response. 9 secrets was the oldest system in Imperial. Their progenitor was a disciple of Bao Pu who was recorded down as the very first progenitor in 3 immortals. From that, one could see just how old 9 secrets was. Since its inception, numerous emperors have come out. It had experienced prosperity and decline. All in all, this was a land that had produced countless geniuses. These geniuses eventually became emperors or invincible eternals or went on to do other great things. When talking about the best of the emperors, one must bring up Emperor Zheng and true Emperor Jiuning. These two were incredible and matchless, especially Emperor Zheng. He was the one who revitalized the system. Some even placed him on the same level as 9 secrets' ancestor. Among these brilliant characters in history, very few have been able to understand the 9 secrets. Understanding was different from cultivating. The former meant searching for the lost words within the Tao land of 9 secrets. God-step true emperor was one of the few capable of this task. I don't know. Jian Chuan has always assumed that his emperor's success was due to the emperor's great talents. But after thinking about it, it seemed that their emperor wasn't superior to his peers. In fact, he wasn't on the same level as Emperor Zheng and true Emperor Jiuning. No, he seemed to be inferior to Weapon Break True Emperor and Myriad Formation True Emperor as well. Both Weapon Break and Myriad Formation had tangible achievements. For example, Weapon Break created a weapon on the same level as those created by progenitors. That's a heaven-defying deed. As for Myriad Formation, According to the legends, he used his formation mastery to kill 2 emperors of a similar power level as him. God Step True Emperor didn't have anything like that. Nevertheless, he comprehended Xing, something Weapon Break and Myriad Formation couldn't do. Xueqi said, "I'm not saying your emperor lacks talents and comprehension. It's not bad, but the real reason is that he found a few things that allowed him to understand the mysteries of 9 secrets. This aided him in finding Xing." "What things?" the youth asked. Xueqi smiled and rubbed his chin before pointing at the ocean of scrolls. "Knowledge. Only knowledge can take you further where talents fail. With sufficient knowledge, you will be wise and discerning. It will also polish your Tao heart." You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.